the morning, good afternoon, or late night insomnia to all of you from Tokyo to Toronto. We're lighting up the charts like it's the 4th of July, minus the barbecue. Let's get these markets moving. Good morning, folks. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is opening call, and we got Coach Vince, a.k.a. Vinny Two Ticks. We got Mr. Hoagland, a.k.a. The Hoag, and we got JD, a.k.a. JD. Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Eddie, my man? Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to TopstepTV. Opening call, as Eddie just said, we're looking at that gold opening range breakout trade. Signaled along, triggered along. We're peppering in some bids below. We got 2 micros on the long side right now. Minimal risk on this trade. We got definitely better trade location than I think we are entitled to after the opening range. So far, long 2, probably going to pepper a few more bids in, but only taking about $130 of risk on this trade right now, and our stop is pretty deep. Oh, Vince, we were just talking in the green room. Bit of a gap up overnight in gold. How are we feeling about the long side early on this morning?
I mean, it's
Quite
with
the
the
rally.
trend. With the trend,
It is
right?
with the trend.
A lot of overnight inventory to the long side, though. Got to be careful
Winds
about
beneath
that.
our wings.
Yeah,
We've only got 2. We've only got 2 micros on right now. I think I'm going to put at least one more. I'm going to work another bid.
Where do you got those, JD? Where'd you get in?
Average price, $33.6620 so far. We know what our risk is, so I don't mind scaling into this trade instead of going all in, all out. We did not take it immediately after that 1-minute bar. We were looking at the 1-minute opening range bar. Hold off just a minute because it was spiking on us. And, yeah, we got a little better trade location than we should have when we were playing, traditional opening range breakout. So I'm happy with this.
Equity's coming off a little bit here, which might help our cause.
Coach Jay mentioned the correlation between gold and equities yesterday. It's been inverse the last couple of weeks. When you see gold popping, you see equities dropping. When you see gold ripping, equities dipping, vice versa. I just said the same thing twice, didn't I?
Yeah.
But we got a couple tickies in this trade so far, though. Eddie, we got anything on the economic calendar for today?
Eco baby, coming up here in just a little bit here. I'm going to say about 30 minutes here. We got Red Book here coming in. Also, we do have Paul going to be speaking here at around 8:30 Central Time. I wonder what he's got up his sleeve or down his pants. 8:45 here, we got the manufacturing PMI. We got construction spending, 9 o'clock. Also, we do have Jolts coming in here. Those are the job openings. We'll find out what that's all about. 10 minutes after that, they're going to be giving us the tips. 9:30 Dallas Fed, and 12 o'clock here, Atlanta Fed GDP, and of course, a little later on in the afternoon, API weekly crude stock. Once again, watching the headlines as of yesterday. I mean, this is something that we have to keep an eye on. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll make sure that we get that info. Anything that hits the wire, I will give that to you right away. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Eddie. It's a big week for jobs data. Jolts report today. Tomorrow, Challenger job cut, ADP. Oh, we just got into another one. Long 3, micro gold, 33.6570 average price. What was I saying? Job numbers. Challenger job cut report tomorrow. Then we've got jobless claims on Thursday and the June unemployment report out on Thursday. NFP week, folks. Friday is closed due to the Independence Day holiday here in the United States. So those big numbers are coming out on Thursday instead of Friday. Mark your calendars, everybody.
Okay. Don't get caught with that one.
All right, we are long 3 micros. We're taking a total of $150 of risk on this trade. That's it. Cheap trade.
65.70 is the average, right?
65.70 average price, long 3 micros. You okay with 3? Should I sprinkle a few more bids in?
We're just kind of holding here inside the initial balance. I would let it sit, and if we start to see some price action to the upside, maybe we add into it on the way up.
Sounds good. No 7:30 reports out this morning, so comfortable holding this one straight through until the auto liquidator takes us out. Coach Vince,
did anything come out overnight? Good, man. I'm feeling great, JD. Gold had quite the rally overnight. So wondering if anything came out overnight, like overseas. Anybody know what's sparking this rally, or is it short covering? What do we got, you think, going on here? It's very, very structured, this move to the upside. If you look at it, it's very, very structured. So the trend is strong. It's just pull back, buy it, pull back, buy it, pull back, buy it, right? So every little bull flag after bull flag this is a 5-minute chart, though. A very, very short time frame. But it is very structured.
Mm-hmm.
Are they just buying on every, pullback? It's hard to say. We'll see the open interest when we go over the charts, see what's going on with gold there.
Yep. That is a textbook rally, though. First trading day of the month, first trading day of the quarter, first trading day of H2 2025. Half the year is over already, folks. In the books, half of 2025 is gone and passed us by. Hope everybody's having a good year so far.
It's crazy how time is going, right? It's flying. Look at that. That's a lot of overnight inventory, though, fellas.
Oh, yeah.
Sure is. And
that's
it looks like
a lot of overnight inventory.
Starting to feel just a little bit heavy. Volume isn't you see that selling volume sort of petering out just a little bit, but it's still got that feel to it. Just watching the ladder. I'm looking at the tape right now. Just reading the dome, and every little pop seems to get pushed back down. Again, we're not taking a whole lot of risk on this trade, but what's up, Hoag?
Well, I've been kind of filtering through the news, and I don't see anything that really would have driven price of gold that strong last night, other than the president keeps going after Powell.
You should get a sparring match going with those two. Put the boxing gloves on. They want entertainment, though. Get it?
I don't know if there'd be too much entertainment.
Who do you think would win that fight? Be an interesting card.
All right, 3 punches this round.
Just about at the bottom of the hour. We're going to take a look at that crude oil opening range trade at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time, opening bell for crude oil futures. Sitting right on top of this 9 EMA on a 3-minute chart, and the gold right now holding steady right here. I want to see it pop real soon. Otherwise, I'm running out of confidence in this trade.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any real kind of iceberging. There are in the gold contract, the GC contract, there have been some bids filtering in on the dome and getting filled. There was just about a 40-45 lot that just got filled. Seeing a little bit of liquidity above price here. Just a little, nothing tremendous, but we are seeing a pretty tasty little bounce here in our favor. We just had a 50 lot. Looked like it was right around 33.65 half. Looks like it got filled. Things are happening pretty quick. Dome's a little bit thin. I don't know why.
Very thin.
Negative 114.
Minus 114
I would take
gold
room
delta.
with direction.
When Hoag gives you the delta, folks, write it down and remember it. It's important information. Gold, negative 114 delta. Thank you.
Yeah, sellers are pretty aggressive here. I'm glad we held off on those other 2 contracts.
Yeah, me too.
Where's the
Again,
CYA?
just a paper cut. All the way down at 33.6070. We got a bit of a ways.
Okay.
But it's not playing out in our favor so far. Kept it small, risk is tight. Paper cut if we're out.
Let's see. Getting a bit of a reversal signal to the downside here on the 5-minute chart. There's
got some trapped overnight inventory likely. It's going to flush a few weak longs out before making a move. That's how it looks like it's playing out right now.
there's a lot to talk about in gold when we start looking at these charts.
Yeah, gold.
We've seen 3-bar reversal after 3-bar reversal on this move to the upside just continue to get bought up. Now we're actually open, some pretty decent volume on that first 5-minute bar. And it kind of showed a sign of rejection. By rejection, I'm talking about the kind of excess here. Okay. I mean, look at the wicks. All the wicks on the way up have been long on the bottoms. Now we've got a nice long wick up here, which could kind of be scaring. I'm sure it would be scaring a lot of the overnight inventory longs that are holding this. Delta's now down to 278, 280. Congruent with direction.
Delta.
We got to see if these buyers continue to come in and buy this thing up. If they do, then we get back above that opening range high, 80, which is 33.6780. Then we can add.
Okay, I like it. I want to see that buying starting real soon, though, Hoag. One more dip down, and they're gonna take us out on this.
Yeah. All right, it's a paper cut.
Paper cut. $150.
It's easy to come back from those small paper cuts, though. You know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. I like that we're sizing down risk on these opening range trades too, and adding to winners, cutting losers without trading big size.
Yeah,
that's how I like to trade.
And it's been a tough week for these a tough month for these opening range trades. Hey, it's a new month.
Yeah,
it is. It's a new month.
Yeah. Happy January,
Happy July,
Happy July, everybody. Holy cow. July already.
You say January.
Christmas in July.
I did, yeah.
Christmas in July, everybody.
Yeah.
Turn your air condition down. There you go. Air on too high.
Let's see how the market.
We're gonna get to the charts in about 2 minutes. Eddie, you got some news for us? What happened overnight? Tell us everything.
Oh my goodness, lots happened overnight here, and let's start here with the stocks. Stocks pointed slightly lower here today, suggesting a recent bullish investors are taking some of the caution as they assess the headlines around trade and fiscal policy. Dow inch down here, 0.1%. We had the S&P slipping 0.2%, and the NASDAQ down 0.3%. Now, main averages on Wall Street advanced to the prior session by hopes of renewed trade talks between U.S. and Canada, which sort of happened like right away. However, sentiment was somewhat dented by worries that a massive tax cut and spending bill currently being debated in the U.S. Senate would expand the already massive $36 trillion federal debt pile. Finance markets are also keeping tabs on economic data. This holiday shortened trading week, we're going to be looking, probably focusing Thursday, the June non-farm payrolls. Now, President Trump stepped up his attack on Jerome Powell, Fed Chair Powell, yesterday, sending the central bank leader a note criticizing him for being, as usual, too late on cutting interest rates. This is a handwritten letter that came from a list of policy rates from central banks around the world. Trump urged Powell to lower borrowing costs by a lot, arguing that hundreds of billions of dollars are being lost. Also, regarding some of the tariffs here, this is one of the bigger ones. U.S. trade officials under Trump are pivoting to narrow trade agreements in a bid to secure quick wins ahead of the July 9th deadline, with steep tariffs set to return. The administration is seeking agreements in principle on limited issues with select countries to avoid consent. This was what the Financial Times reported. The phased deal marked a retreat from Trump's original pledge to strike 90 trade agreements during a 90-day pause in tariff enforcement, which began April 2nd. While such agreements are spared countries from the harshest levies, a 10% baseline tariff would remain in place. However, talks remain complicated along with the narrower deal approach. The administration still considering tariffs on key sectors. Once again, this is what Financial Times reported. Also, this also coming in here off of X, that U.S. has collected already a record $121 billion in tariff revenue. Also, we're expecting another $27 billion increase for June. And that's what I've got, guys. Eyes on the prize. I'll be watching this news today. Hey, real quick before we go here, Trump will be, he's going to be at 9 o'clock visiting a detention center. Also, he's going to be having probably more important 10:05 Trump at the roundtable discussion. So we're probably going to be hearing from him today a lot. So, eyes on the prize. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie will be bringing in the news all day long. All right, we just saw a nice rip in gold. Now we're dipping a little bit again. Again, we're going to take that opening range trade, where we're going to look at the opening range breakout trade and crude oil top of the hour. Until then, we got 23 minutes, boys. Coach Vince, Mr. Hoagland, dazzle us with your charting wizardry, if you please.
All right, we will try, JD. We will try. As always,
we'll try.
We're starting on the daily in the S&Ps. All right, upside action and the auction to the upside continued yesterday. How did it do? Where did my volume go? Hang on. There it is. All right, so now we can move that. Okay, so volume yesterday. It held up pretty well. I mean, above the average, the moving average of volume. However, we didn't add any open interest. So to me, that's a little bit of a warning shot. Almost reaching the all-time high, September contract all-time high, almost reaching it, falling a little bit short. No real change in open interest yesterday. That indicates, maybe some of that buying power that has been driving this auction has kind of fallen off a little bit. Possibly a little bit of a warning sign for a little bit of a pullback or whatever you want to call it. SPX at all-time highs. Do we have an excess high on the daily chart yesterday? Maybe to some degree that looks a little bit like an excess high. I mean, look at this excess high here. That was a bit of a reversal. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of a retracement, and it is entirely possible. We've come a long way in a short period of time. Mm-hmm. We know that it's a holiday week. We know we've got important information coming out tomorrow and Thursday. Today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Thursday with the NFP. What do you think about this, Vince? How are you feeling about maybe getting a little bit of a pullback, an opportunity for new longs to come in?
Yeah, so if you flip over to my chart real quick, I'll show you what kind of I'm seeing. So I put a trend line across, I guess this would be the all-time high, right? Previous. Right. And I just drew a line here. So you can see we're above it. If we get back below this line and we can't stay above this, I think we might get that pullback you're talking about, Hoag. We still have an unfilled gap that we'll cover when we get to the 30, to the lower time frame. But if this market gets below this level of 62 62.20, 62.15. Like if it starts to trade down there, I think we could see a pullback. I think we're due for some sort of pullback. We've gone a long way in a short amount of time, and we lost 32,000 contracts in open interest 2 days ago on the move up, right? So we've been moving higher. We lost. Is that the right calculation? You have the same number there, Hoag? 32,800 contracts we lost.
Yeah, that was that was Friday.
Yeah, so are they lightening up the load to the long side? So we're gonna have to see. We have 2 days though of losing open interest. So volume has not been that high either, Hoag. I mean, what is it, 1.3 million? Last month, I think we were like 2 million in volume, weren't we?
Yeah, that's just kind of, I think, typical of when the market rallies. It just seems to be on lower volume.
Fizzle out a little bit. Yeah. You see more on
but it's the open interest that we really focus on, right? So losing open interest on Friday on that push to the upside. Flat open interest yesterday, really. I mean, it's inert, minus 600 approximately.
Yeah. Yep. And we've had, how many days up straight in a row? I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days up in a row. So I don't know. Maybe we'll have a little bit of profit taking. I mean, I think they got what they were looking for. They got up here, and we'll see though. You never know. This thing could just keep on pushing,
Keep on keeping on. All right, let's go to the 30.
Don't bet against America.
No. So here's that gap down below that that Vince is talking about. It's a session gap, and some people look at gaps a little bit differently, but that session gap, I mean, to close that, we've got to get all the way down to 60.80, 60.80 to close that gap. That's a long ways away. Not saying ACH anything can happen. I don't think it's happening today. But then again, I don't get to choose that. So we're seeing value moving consistently higher day over day, overlapping to higher, outright higher. So the auction is still in play. The question is, how much more can it go? Are we getting a little bit too long in shorter time frames? We're going to start to squeeze those longs. As far as the overnight session, do we have any overnight inventory? We're maybe looking at a little bit of short overnight inventory now. It looks as though we're likely to open in range and right at the low of value or near the low of value from yesterday. Rejection of value could bring us to lower levels. I think this other than that gap, considerably lower. I mean, we've been hitting points of control for the last 3 sessions. There is a naked point of control down at 61.45 half. That's a TPO naked point of control. That if we do start heading that way, could be a visual target for traders. That would be a substantial downside move. Not sure we're going to see it because, I mean, we can see, pretty much every pullback, every down move has been met by buyers. Those buyers have largely, for the last 2 sessions, come in near or at the 100-session moving average. We are now below it. Thoughts, Vince?
Well, I see on here, Hoag, it's not symmetrical, really, but we have kind of a head and shoulders building up here on the top of this chart. So if you, all right, you're on my chart. Okay, so let's take a quick look at this here. So this is what's been piquing my interest. I got to get my little drawing tool. All right. So we kind of put in this little shoulder here, and then we have this little spike up. And then we're kind of rolling over. We broke the upside structure, right, on the trend there. Are we going, if we break this neckline here, are we going to get a measured move, which could push this S&Ps back down to 61.85-ish, up against value from June 26th, value low from June 27th. So, if this thing gets moving along, we take the stairs up and the elevator down. So, I'm gonna be on caution here. If we start to break below these lows here, maybe there's a breakout opportunity. But we'll see. I mean, the market is strong right now, so
yeah, it is.
They've been piling in, but when they pull the money out, it seems to move pretty quick and pretty vicious. So just be careful, everybody. Just trade with stops.
Yes,
for sure. Who knows what Trump's going to tweet or talk about, or the markets are kind of funky right now.
Your trend line that you've got there to the upside, that shorter time frame trend line, yeah, we're below it. We're also kind of breaking below that 100-session moving average as well. You kind of noted that yesterday's low was kind of you would maybe call that the neckline of the head and shoulders that you're looking at, down around 62.24 approximately, right? Yesterday's low,
around
62.24 and a quarter. So if we can't hold that, then I can certainly see us, possibly getting a test down to the 200-session moving average down to 62.03, or the full measured move that Vince was talking about. What was that measured move again, Vince?
We're looking at about 61.85, somewhere in that area. Yeah, 85-ish, 88, 85. So we'll see, right? We'll see going forward. But if we stay above it, maybe we'll continue this rally to the upside.
All right, NASDAQ now. NASDAQ actually traded to a new contract high yesterday. Yay, NASDAQ. NASDAQ was a little bit of a different story yesterday. Okay, so I'm going to get a little bit further in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days on the upside. We still added approximately 9,000 in open interest in the NASDAQ yesterday. Now, those are the preliminary numbers.
Yeah.
They could be a little bit off on that. but the NASDAQ still sees buyers coming in. Both of these markets, because of the lack of open interest coming in the S&Ps for the last two sessions, have gone from B auctions to B minus auctions. We haven't broken structure yet. Do we have an excess high in the NASDAQ? I wouldn't necessarily call that an excess high. Look at this excess high. That is a much longer shadow or wick on the top of the daily chart. So we're inside regular trading or extended trading hours in the NASDAQ. We're probably inside regular trading hours as well. Okay, what else are we looking at? I mean, we're looking at a lot of employment information coming out for the next 3 days. And we know that full employment is one of the dual mandates of the Fed. They're going to be watching this very, very carefully, especially with the kind of pressure that Chairman Powell is currently withstanding from the president. It is a shortened week. Yes, markets are by and large closed on Friday. Yes, they are open till around noon, but nobody will be trading them. I hope you're not either. Take the day and just relax. It's going to be a very low volume, hopefully, kind of a nothing day. And of course, I mean, anything can happen, but we're packing all the important information in today and the next 2 days after that. Vince, what do you think about the daily here in the NASDAQ? You seeing it a little bit stronger than the S&Ps possibly?
Yeah, I mean, open interest has been, 9,000. We had 7,000 one day, 1,200 another day, 12,000 earlier last week. So definitely, it appears to be stronger, right, based on the open interest coming into the market, because usually it's lower than the S&P. I would say over the last couple of months. So. It's definitely strong, but like I said, in the S&Ps, we've gone a long way in a short amount of time. I mean, we went from 21,600s all the way up to almost 23,000 here. So that's a pretty big move. Are we going to lighten up the load? I mean, we're going into a holiday weekend, long weekend. They got what they were looking for. They took out that high. They put the contract high in. So, is it time to maybe lighten up the books, and wait for maybe next week? So, I think maybe we might see some long liquidation, but,
all right, Vince, move on to your 30 minute and tell me what you're seeing there.
Yeah. So we have the same situation here, Hoag, like in the S&Ps. We put in this trend line here on the 30, big move up. We broke structure. Okay. So far on the shorter time frame structure. And let me zoom in here. And I didn't talk about this in the S&P, but we had a spike that failed, right? This to me is a pretty strong nuance, because we spiked up and we failed, right? And we closed below the spike base. To me, that's a bearish indication on the shorter time frame, right? We have settlement sitting up here at 20.
I see it.
Yeah, I see that as excess up here. So 22,893, the sellers came in, right, and they just took over. This was a big green candle, everybody. So everybody in the chat looking, this was a big bullish candle, and the sellers just ripped it to the downside, right? And they tested back into it again, and it failed. And now we broke structure. So, we have a similar thing here with maybe a possible head and shoulders, right? So we have the failure up here. This isn't really pretty looking, but if we get the same type of a situation, we have a measured move potential. Let's call this somewhere in this area, down here to 22,645s, somewhere in that range. So that's what I'm looking at here. If this thing gets cooking, and maybe if we get back into value, we might push through value and maybe test into this little zone here. Maybe we'll get into here. Maybe there'll be some bids down here, This is where they took the market up. So we'll see. We're going to see how this goes. But we have the neckline is sitting somewhere around this area of 22,800s-ish.
Basically, yesterday's low.
Yep, pretty much.
Yesterday's low as the neckline.
I mean, we took out the excess low here so far. This is overnight, right? But if we can stay below this intraday low from yesterday, and we defend that, I could see us pushing down and testing.
So would you say, Vince, that the nuances in the S&P and the NASDAQ at this time, with the way things sit, nuances are stacking to the short side, right?
For me, they are. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Take that with a grain of salt.
Long time frame, I'm saying long, but right now, what I'm seeing, I'm leaning towards the bearish side.
Yeah. We've got overnight inventory to the short side, which may be a little bit of a caveat to that. And,
right.
The one thing that we
to the upside, we could get a move back to settlement, right? So if we unravel this, then maybe we could take it back up here. So,
yep. One thing we always say about these equities, Vince, is they are very resilient.
Yes, they are
resilient.
Yes, they are. You got to be careful when you're short in the market. That's for sure. So,
all right, let's move on to my charts in the daily on the crude oil, which has been very range bound for the last 6 sessions. This is again the daily coming off those highs. Really found a nice little comfy level here, and we are range bound for the last 6 days. Short time frame control. Did we do anything in open interest yesterday? Yes. We lost 29,000. That is the estimate. Look at these bars. All these very wicky, very uncertain bars, very small bodies, longer shadows, a lot of uncertainty here. Although today we are getting an opportunity to look at the upper end of this area of balance. Again, balance to breakout rules apply here. I'm kind of looking at 66.40 is the upper extreme of this area of balance, 64.5. The lower extreme of this area of balance. Vince, if it's all right, I'm going to go to the 30, and then we'll take a look at what you've got.
Yeah.
Here. So, this is a gelatinous glob. We call that. Just kind of random back and forth. This is what range-bound trades do. They trade higher, they go lower. They trade higher, they go lower. And what are we looking at? Well, so 66.40, the upper extreme, also the low of a gap that we failed to fill. Okay, so this is going to be somewhat critical. This would be, if we're looking at a range bound to breakout rules, would be one of those levels I would look for the market to either fail at this level or to break out, come back, recheck that level 66.40, and then maybe go ahead and fill the gap. But we've got some work to do before we get there. What's the low end of the area of balance? Kind of looking at 64.5 as the lower end of this area of balance.
Yep.
Kind of tight, right? You might even look at last week's low as an important level there. So somewhere between 64 and 64.5, we would look at this as the lower end of the area of balance. Overnight inventory. We have longs. Here's the open. Here we are. So we're sitting here holding on to longs, looking like we're going to open with a gap above yesterday's range. So now gap rules also apply. We can't close the gap relatively early. We look for moves in the direction of the gap, and we could see the market really kind of test into the lower end of this gap and the upper end of our area of balance. Vince, what are you thinking in this?
Yeah. So if you flip over to my charts there, we are. This is, if range bound, I don't even know if there's a better word for it, Hoag. But this market it's stuck, right? It's just grinding everybody out. So if you're looking for a trend, I would avoid the crude oil market. I wouldn't even trade it with your money if you're trend trading it. But we do have a gap up here. Did you talk about that, Hoag?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. So we had the 42, 66.41 all the way up here to 68s. We are opening outside of range and value. Maybe we'll get a push today, right? We've been in this consolidation. So from consolidation, we go to trend, right? We trend, we consolidate. That's what markets do. So maybe we're primed for something to happen. But, we have this area here that is, hold on a second. It's been, the area where the sellers are coming in, right? This whole area here, which is right where the gap is. So if we get long and we get up in this area and we can break, like Hoag said, I think we could see maybe a nice big push. Maybe we get a big push and close this gap, right? There's stops sitting up here in this area, right above these highs here. So are we going to target that, maybe try to run them out the market, and then maybe force them to reposition and maybe get to the long side? So I think the 66.25 to 66.40 area is going to be interesting. If we get up here, are they going to start shorting it again, or are the longs going to take over and break it out? So I think that is what I'm watching in crude to see if how we react in this. But there might be an open range trade here. We are opening outside of range in value from yesterday. If that's 66.40. We're trading 65.90. I mean, it's like 50 cents until we have to really worry about something. So we got to see how big the open range is. But there could be.
All right, Vince. Well, we're getting pretty close to the open here in crude oil. Eddie, do you have any news on crude before we start getting into this opening range trade?
Something just over the wire here. Saudi Arabia activated a comprehensive contingency plan accounting for a range of potential supply chain disruptions that could be caused by the conflict escalation between Israel and Iran. Volumes that were relocated exclusively to safeguard existing customer supply agreements. Now, this can possibly have a disruption not to supply above the voluntary OPEC comments. It just hit the wire here. But news over the overnight here, we did see that Brent slip 0.4%. It fell to its lowest level since June 11th. Once again, OPEC Plus, known as OPEC Plus organizing countries and allies. They still have this meeting coming up July 6th. This is from Reuters. And as far as what was said before I read this comment, they did have the increase in outputs of a little over 400,000 barrels per day in August, following similar hikes May and June and July, and that came out yesterday. Now, the increase would bring OPEC's total supply increase for the year to 1.78 million barrels per day, although the hike is still smaller than the total number of production cuts enacted by the producers group in the past 2 years. And that's what I got here. And we got just a few seconds. Back to you guys on the liquid dinosaur.
Okay. Thanks, Eddie. We're still holding in this gold trade. We're, kind of still inside the opening range, really not getting too much action. We did look at the highs here, and we're getting prepared for the opening range trade in crude oil, which, as Vince mentioned, we're opening out of range, out of balance. Could be an interesting one for us today. JD, are you ready?
Let's do it, guys. I got the micros up for crude oil. We got a couple ticks in this gold trade still. It's been real whippy over there in the precious metal markets. But about to look at this 1 minute opening range breakout in crude oil. Ding, ding, ding. Morning, crude is officially open for business. Crude is open.
Crude rated volume point of control from the 27th. Crude trading right now.
Okay.
Hopefully we get it. See if we get above that.
11 tick wide opening range so far in crude.
For crude.
What's up, Eddie?
73% long here in the tilt for crude.
Ooh. All right.
Average price 65.61 on the long.
Wow. Crude long's getting paid right now. That is impressive.
Y'all getting paid.
Crude long's getting paid.
Downside, right?
13 tick wide opening range in crude oil so far. Again, trading micros on the crude this morning. What's up, Vince?
I'm curious in the chat. Why is everybody long crude in the chat? Throw in the chat. Why are you long? I'm curious to find out the reason. Because we're range bound, right? So what's the reason everybody's long crude right now?
Sound off in the chat. Coach Vince has asked the question. All right, we got our stops working to enter this trade. Sell stop to get short, 65.77. Buy stop to get long, 65.94, just under the overnight high. All right, we are in. House count is short 5.
Okay.
Micro crude 65.76. 1 tick of slippage on that trade, on that entry, I should say.
What?
Gap
Don't
close
they know who we are?
65.46, right?
Right.
See crude oil. So we had a weak
Overnight
high that we
inventory.
left. Yep.
Yeah, we're putting our
65.46
stop
is
in.
the gap close.
We're putting our stop in right just above the high. How far above the high should we put our stop, or should we put it below the high, Hoag? Do we want to be liquidity or get out before we become liquidity?
Well, I mean, if we're gonna follow the opening range trade, we've got to move the stop, 65.99, 66 even.
Yeah, it's that's one tick above the overnight high, Hoag.
I'm at 66 even right now. Are we okay with that, or should I spread it out just a little more?
I'm good with that.
I'm moving it. Now there's a 100 offered at 66 even. I'm moving it.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to be liquidity there.
Well, JD, we have excess up to 66.09. There's excess on the June 27th chart in the intraday. So right up in that area is probably pretty decent.
What was that price, Vince?
Well, we have excess all the way up to 66.09, starting at 66.03.
Okay.
So somewhere in that area.
From the 27th.
Yep.
Yeah, from the 27th.
Right now we're at 66.06. CYA 66.06.
Okay. Let's hopefully get this push and we close the gap. 65.46. So what are our targets, or we're just going to let it run?
We're going to let it run. We'll see where.
All right.
We'll adjust after we get a little bit of movement in the money here. So far, nothing. We're about even on both of these trades. We're currently long gold and short crude. 2 trades on at the moment.
I do like how we're building volume down here, though. So let's see if we can continue that.
Got a possible double top. Well, not a possible. We got a double top in gold here, and we're starting to sell off just a little bit. I was hoping we could keep pushing for new highs there. Doesn't look to be the case, though.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see it stay under this point of control here, the 65.80-ish. I'd like to see it stay below that. Then I'd be feeling a little comfortable in it. But, that was a point of control from the 27th also. Yeah. Yep. So we have excess, and then we have the point of control sitting right there. So hopefully we stay below that.
Got it. All right, fellas, I will continue to monitor these trades. You want to finish up on the charts? Did we get the gold? We did not get the gold yet.
Let's hit it.
Gold.
A lot to talk
right.
about in gold, Hope.
Yeah, there is. There is quite a bit. All right, daily chart here. Price is still relatively central in range. Getting a little push to the upside here, and we're hoping that upside continues for the opening range trade. However, what do we do? Yesterday, inert open interest change, nothing. I mean, and look where the market was. It was right in the middle of the range, centrally located between weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low. Last night, that rally last night just kind of states or says, you know what, the market was bored at that level. What's the market's job? The market's job is to facilitate trade. And with the volume as low as it was yesterday and an inert open interest, the market is looking for levels to facilitate trade. Where do traders want to transact business? And of course, last night we saw that big rally to the upside. Vince, what do you think about this open interest? Now, we had very little open interest change for the last 2 sessions. Fridays was 1,500 positive. Thursdays was 310 positive. And right now we're looking at an estimated minus 300. Market is bored here, isn't it?
Yeah. Open interest is kind of just flat. Even the day before that, it was minus 820. Then we have minus 6,000 before that. So, we're down $80 we're down net $40 in the last 2 days because we had a negative $60 day and then plus 20. You know, but we're up against this trend line here, so it looks like we caught a bid right around the trend line here. So this is interesting. You know, we had a lot of, you know, the market kind of opened up. It was kind of just structured move to the upside. It kind of loosened up, trying to find some balance. And then we kind of just tapped this trend line yesterday, just above it, and we caught a rally. And now we're trading in between. So the overnight inventory right now is trading through this gap, and right now it's in the other gap. So we'll see that on the 30-minute chart.
Where's the base of that trend line?
Let me look, actually. So this is from back on December of 24.
Okay. Yeah, so that goes a little further back than the one I have on here, which we traded back to yesterday and now are back above. All right.
Yep.
Anything else you want to go to the 30 on this for us now?
Yeah, we could go to the 30. But right now, I mean, this is pretty bullish here, right? It held, and now we're heading back higher. So, you know, so far it's bullish for me right now. But who knows on the shorter time frame what it's going to look like. So on the 30, here are the two gaps that we have. All right, so these are intraday, haven't been filled yet, right? But we did fill it last night. This gap here from, I don't know, say 33.11. This is just loosely drawn to 33.22. We have another gap sitting up here at 33.57 to say 33.77-ish in this area. But you can see we're trading in it right now. We haven't filled it. But this is interesting because all this overnight inventory, I mean, there's a lot of longs here, you know? And if they can't get what they're looking for,
look out.
This could be a substantial move, you know, just bombs away, right? But maybe we'll rally, close this gap, you know, and then this is a tough one, Hoag. I don't know. I mean,
so Vince, I've got that gap closed, the session gap closed, the same one you've got in there that closes at 33.71.10. Our high for the regular trading hour session is at 33.70 half, within 6 ticks of it. I'm calling that a gap close and finding resistance on that gap close.
What's your price, Hoag? Because our charts are slightly different because I don't have the 820, the 720 start on mine.
Right,
so I'm probably missing a little bit. What's your gap close?
I mean, I've got it. The gap close is the low of the session from the 23rd regular trading hour session. And I've got that. It's 33.71.10.
Yep. Right there. Yep. All right. Gotcha. Yeah. So that's pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, nothing's finite, you know, so I think 6 ticks is close enough for me to close the gap.
Yeah. Yeah. So we saw this one down here with a lot of overnight inventory. So let's see what happens here. This is going to be really, really interesting in gold today.
Yeah.
If these longs get spooked out of this market, maybe we'll get a test down here to settlement. I mean, that's a big move. You're talking $53.
Yeah.
That would be a nice day.
Yep. All right. Looks like we're out.
Yeah, gold a little heavy here.
We just got tagged on our gold stop. Still short crude. Looking good on that side.
So here's a 5-minute trend line. So if we can't hold this, this is the bottom of the gap, right? This where's your bottom of the gap? 57s?
Where is that? 33, 50, 70.
50, 70 down here. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean we did come into the gap, but we never filled it. So I'm looking for a fill really in regular trading hour sessions.
Yeah, that's exactly same with me. All right, so there's the bottom. But on the short time frame, this is a 5-minute chart, right? This is just from yesterday's low through the overnight session. So, you know, if we break this 33.56 level and we stay below it, you know, maybe we'll get something. Have to see.
Well, we got a possible
ACH.
3-bar reversal here on the 30. What about on the 5?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the 5 caught it.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, we close that gap. I mean, that's a visual target, and if this is all short time frame buying coming up,
that's
to this
one
level,
check.
They're long, and they're going to start to hurt here shortly.
Check.
Check. All right. What was the loss on that gold trade, JD?
Minus 160. Took a couple ticks of slippage on the exit there. Little slippage on the way in, little slippage on the way out. Yep.
You kind of got to count on slippage. You kind of got to count on it.
It's a real thing.
You know, I mean, anytime you're trading near a daily loss limit or a max loss limit, you got to figure in slippage to wherever your stop is.
Yep.
It just, that's just a function of the markets.
Yep. That's why I hate going to break even
what's your
on
downside
trades.
gap?
Downside gap?
Yeah, what are the levels? I have 22 to 11-ish.
22 to, yeah, that's about right.
That's about right? Okay.
Yeah,
the upper one was different.
Yesterday's range was inside of that bigger gap. So I'll shrink the gap to the high, the session high there. So right around 33, 1090, 33.11. Nothing's finite in futures trading. I'm going to go ahead and move that up. There we go. So there we go. Yeah, that would be quite the move, wouldn't it?
It would be. Yeah, it's been done before, right? I mean, $50 in gold these days is like $5 20 years ago.
And it's all $50 in Cicero.
Exactly. How's our crude doing?
Vince, what do you think about once this initial balance is established in gold? We give up that IB low. That might be enough to scare more longs out of the market.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%, especially if we get underneath this trend line. If the IB establishes and we close below and then we take it out, I'm definitely going to be interested.
All right. Well, we've got
how's that crude
a couple
looking?
of different hypotheses here. We'll see which one plays out.
Crude. We're still short crude, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
65.56. Micro 65.76.
65.76 short crude oil.
Okay. You got 20.
Hey Vince,
and a question
after 75.
Oh, here we go.
What's that?
What comes after 75?
76.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
You know.
I just looked over my shoulder to see if my dad was here, Hoag. We got a question in the chat. Rich Layton wants to know, what kind of slippage are we talking about? Limit orders or market orders? You're going to see a lot more slippage on market orders than you are on limit orders. As soon as your market order as soon as your stop order gets touched, it becomes a market order. Typically on a limit order, you're either filled at that price or you're not filled at that price. Market orders, you are not guaranteed a fill at any specific price. But hanging on to this crude oil trade. I'm liking it.
For the auto liquidator, JD.
Hold it for the auto liquidator. Let me know when you want to peel a couple off.
I mean, if we get this crude cooking, I mean, we could see this thing all the way down to 64.70 today. So
I like your style. I like your style.
Yeah, I mean, 64.78 is completion of the value area. If we can get below the gap close and maintain below there, we could see a nice move here in crude oil today. Oh, did they ever answer the question? Why are they long gold? I was just curious earlier. I mean, crude. Was it from the news? Is it technical reasons? Yeah. What was the answer to that?
Question. We didn't put up a poll. Who sounded off in chat why they were long crude? Yeah, it wasn't a poll. We just asked chat if they wanted to answer.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Okay.
scroll back and take a look in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's going flat for the moment, though. We're sitting at overnight VWAP.
Yeah.
65.53. We're right on top of it right now. Trading 65.53 last.
Yeah. This is going to be a decision area.
Did you say overnight VWAP, JD?
Yes, in
Gold?
crude.
Or crude oil?
Crude. 65.53. That's where I have it.
Oh, right at it, huh?
Never mind.
Oh,
I was looking at a 3-minute chart. 65.39.
yeah.
65.39 overnight VWAP.
And you're looking at
Yep.
micros too. I'm looking at
Yes, micros.
I'm looking at minis. That's at 65.36.
Okay.
Yep.
So not too far
Right
off
up.
there. 39 to 36.
Just closed the gap, session gap, to yesterday's high, 65.51. Closed the gap. Now it's do we accept range from yesterday or
We'll reject it.
reject? Actually, that's not the session.
It's 65.46, I think. Hoag. We're almost there.
65.46. Yep. Yeah, I had it in the wrong spot. It's almost there.
Session VWAP?
You're right.
No, the
Session VWAP,
VWAP.
65.46?
65.35
yesterday.
VWAP.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Here it
There you
is.
go.
There it is.
Come on. Let's go.
All right. We do not want this to become
Let's get
sport.
cooking. We want to get a close. Nice close below this here. Nice bearish push. Everybody get on push. What's the tilt?
Pull.
What's the tilt?
Pull in this case.
What's the tilt?
Good question. What is the tilt? Checking in. Crude oil, 65% short. Gold, 58% short. NQ, 52% short. ES, 60% long.
We need 80% short now.
In crude? Well, then it's
Yeah,
going to reverse
yeah.
on us.
Yeah, no.
No.
You don't
We
want
need
that.
to push down first. No, we want to push down first. Let's start peeling off that.
Whenever the crude tilt gets above 80%, it's usually a nice leading indicator. That's the way it's been working out recently, at least.
Mhm.
This is not financial advice in any way.
No.
Hang on. Dan Emmett
Come on,
says
we
my
need-
tilt data is a little off. I'm going to refresh my screen real quick. See what it looks like.
Check mine out here too. Let's see. Tilt.
Got
50-50 right now.
All right. Yeah.
I got
Wasn't that far off.
50-50
Pretty
on the
much.
tilt. 50-50.
Gold's the other one. It's the only one that's got about 68, almost close to 70% short here.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is about half and half with your coffee.
Yeah. Come on.
All right, guys. I'm going to continue to monitor these trades. It's 8:20. I'm going to make some room for the Fast Markets crew coming in. So I will catch up with you guys in just a few minutes. Thank you for your time, everyone.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Eddie,
Yeah.
who do we have here on the schedule on Topstep TV today? It is a very exciting day on Topstep TV. Who do we have joining?
Exciting with a capital exciting. Yes. Thanks, Coach Vince, for being with us here. Coming up for Fast Markets,
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, MP is going to be joining us. We got Jack Andre Hoag. Coming up for Dorm Room Trader, Paul K will be with us here. Also, 12 o'clock here, Lunchbox Trading. Andre is back in the saddle again. Alex Ferreira going to be with us here. He's going to be talking with Andre. And we also do have Anne-Marie and Deanna going to be joining Hoag for Lunchbox Trading. Today, Back to the Future, CRV Trades with Dolby and Andre. And to call the day here, our last power hour, Andre Barron, Duran, and Dolby. That's who we got here, Johnny. Back to you.
Thank you, Fast Eddie. Vince, I've known you for a few years now, and it's absolute pleasure whenever we have the opportunity to spend time together. And I know you've got really some good thoughts and some good ideas for our traders today on dealing with these markets today. Why don't you kind of tell the traders what your closing comments are here for the opening call. Give them something good.
Well, just there's a lot of headline risk out there, right? So just really protect yourselves with the stop. Definitely don't enter a trade without a stop. Yesterday I was in a good trade, and then thank God I had to stop it, right? Because it just flushed for no reason. So just protect your accounts, right? We're going into a holiday weekend. Just look for good opportunities. Be patient. I know it's boring, but look for a good trade. You only need a couple good trades, to have a good day. All right. So no reason to rush the trade. Just be patient and look for good executions.
Thanks, Vince. What's your favorite kind of trade?
My favorite trade?
Probably
the value area play. A cheap one?
Cheap one.
The cheap one? Yeah, the cheap one is the best, right? We call that the miser method. So we want to be as cheap as possible and hoard our wealth. So just protect your account, everybody. That's the name of the game. It's not about the profits. It's about what you don't lose. The profits come from good trading decisions.
If you're like me, Vince, I think some of the best trades I've ever made were taken in large part because they were cheap.
Absolutely. And they scare you too, Hoag, right? When they scare you, sometimes those are the best ones.
They got to scare you a little bit. Absolutely.
Those are the trades that nobody wants to take.
Yep. Where there's not usually a lot of time or a lot of volume in those really good trades. Well, Vince,
I like when they.
Thanks again for joining us. Thanks for your good thoughts. Thanks for your good knowledge.
Thanks
for your good charting. And we'll see you soon. We're getting ready to get into fast markets here. Thank you, Vince. And
have a good day, everybody. Trade well.
All right. Thank you, Vince. So there were a couple of questions that I just was going to kind of talk about. And one of them was, why is the opening price so far away from settlement in the S&Ps? Well, settlement's all the way up here at 62.54. Price, these markets are open 23/7, so the market is free to open wherever the overnight traders take the market to. So we kind of look at that as overnight inventory to the short side. I hope that helps you. And Boy, I saw his question. He says, if we're in simulated accounts and in evaluation, why would there be slippage? Well, because those simulated accounts are designed to mimic actual live markets. Now, they're not exact, but you are still going to see some slippage in those accounts because we want to make it as real as possible, just like you're in a live account. All right. So just a second here till we get to fast markets. I'm going to remind everybody, make sure you take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Always pray for peace. Get ready because fast markets is coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Welcome back. Let's get Powell, Lagarde, Bailey, and Ueda in the gate here. Lots going on here. We got an ECB forum. And welcome back, Andre. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Eddie. Thank you so much. Yes, welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Huge day today. Let's get right into it. Upper right-hand corner, still in front of that mountain. Jack in the house, lower right-hand corner. You got Coach Jay, lower left-hand corner. Mr. Coach Dakota on this Tuesday. Let's get right into it. Mr. Dakota, thoughts coming into this open?
Ooh, I don't know. We are. Is this buy the dip right now? We sold off down to the 760s, 780s. Seeing some consolidation finally. I think we could expect more consolidation waiting until, tomorrow. We also have non-farm payroll. So maybe consolidation until we see that.
Yeah, it's a non-farm week indeed. Shortened week, absolutely. Coach Jay, thoughts coming into this open? How's it going, my man?
Going well, going well. Hope you had a great birthday celebration, Dre. I am not disagreeing with Dakota on the buy the dip here. We did see a nice volume spike right around 7:24 Central Time, and if we attach a VWAP to that, it's kind of acting as a support right now at 22,790s. I'm gonna wait, see what the open does. I know we have some numbers coming out later in the session. I did take a natural gas short last night, so I'm up on the day so far. So not super eager to jump into a trade unless something clear sets up.
Okay,
But
again, house account is
be a
short
fun day.
5 micro. Crude from $65.67. Got about 3 minutes in this open, Jack. Good to see you. How you been?
Good to see you. I have a bunch of questions about your weekend, but we'll get to that. First, as we're opening, people mentioned we got Powell speaking soon. 9 o'clock, we got a couple of numbers and notes, including the ISM. Looking at the ES, I got the 15-minute bars going pretty far back here. We're kind of getting our first consolidation in a while. Right now, we're at sort of a resistance level, I would say. I'm going to wait for the numbers probably to do it, but don't hate buying it off the open either.
Okay, let's take a look at some of these prices. Got about 2 minutes into this before the opening bell. Look at ES 62.34 last trade there. NQ 22,794. Miss a little, miss a lot. Look at these prices. Again, crude trading $65.47 and gold trading $33.61. 2 minutes in. Jack, let's get those questions out of the way. What do you got for me?
How was the weekend?
Which part? The weekend or the weekend? They were both fantastic.
The one that's spelled weird. The guy with the glove. How was that?
Fantastic. He is quite the performer. High budget, hell of a voice. Very, very good time. Los Angeles, cool. SoFi Stadium, absolutely gigantic. Man, oh man. But what a day we got in store. We got Powell speaking. We got so much on the plate right now. But, Jack, real quick, bonds, catch me up to date with yields. I just took a peek in the 4.2s, 90 seconds before this open here.
Yeah, we just since about 6:30 yields rallied a little bit, but we're still on kind of lows of this kind of mini cycle right now. Let me share this tab instead here. Let's go out to the day candles. I mean, here you are. Below 4.3, which has been sort of the area it's like to be at. Yields have been drifting lower for a while now, since the 22nd of May.
Yep, sounding a little dovish. I took like a Fed watch, still around 80% probability for a pause. Again, July 30th. July 30th is that FOMC meeting. It is the first day of the second half of 2025. Man, oh man. All right, Jay, some levels you said you got your eye on nat gas as well before we kick this thing off.
Yeah, I took a short last night that played out pretty well. Natural gas, I think we all know it, is a market that moves a big percentage. Yesterday, we were down 8% on the day, and it looks like it has some more room to the downside. So, kind of got short in this area. You can see on my charts, this green box played out pretty well. Actually came back and gave me another entry there, but I didn't take it. But it moves pretty well, down 2.5% right now. I don't know that I'm looking to trade it, to continue to trade it. But equities are open right now, so let's see if we get some action over there.
Yes, they are. Let's get right into it. Ding, ding, ding. We are now open on this Tuesday, July 1st. Again, first day, second half of 2025. This price is a little buying out of the gate. 62.37, now 38's trade in the ES. Again, overnight VWAP 62.41. So about 4 points to go there to the upside. Crude continuing to sell off. Again, house account short 5 micro crude from $65.67, about 26 cents in the money. Take a look at the tilt. He got about 63% long in the equities. Nothing really showing on crude or gold right now. They want to push this thing. Dakota, any levels you're looking for? Prices of interest in the NQ?
And missed you, Andre. Missed you in these mornings. Bringing that energy.
Come on.
That's for sure.
All-time highs. I think all-time. What's up with this? How'd this happen?
Yeah, no, I'm just watching, see how this plays out. We have jolts here in about 29 minutes. The Nasdaq's down 0.35. You've seen Coach Jay made some money last night with that short. I was short gold last night and took a loss, but Yeah, let's just see how these markets shake out in the next 30 minutes. I'm not excited or
Not excited.
chomping at the bit, if you would, to jump into a trade. So patience. Let's see some better market structure before getting into a trade at this open.
All right, sounds good. We're expecting some Powell comments. Eddie, since I got you there, are you seeing anything just yet? I'm seeing they're scheduled to speak about a minute and a half ago. Not seeing anything just yet, but I'm assuming.
No, nothing on the wire yet. Powell, Lagarde, Bailey, and Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda for the ECB forum. But I'm keeping my eye on that. Also, we do have coming up here at the top of the hour, Trump's going to be visiting a detention facility. Also, he's got a roundtable discussion a little after 10 a.m. Central Time here today. But otherwise, these 9 o'clock numbers, these are going to be the biggies here. JOLTS job openings, they're looking at 7.3. Prior was about 7.4. We got the ISM manufacturing PMI, also construction spending at 9 o'clock. So we got some numbers coming up. Don't forget a little bit later on this afternoon, API will be hitting the wire. And eyes on the prize. Andre, welcome back.
Eddie.
Thank you.
Hell yeah, thank you. It's a little bit more buying here in the ES. About 2 points off the overnight VWAP, 62.39. Call it last trade there. NASDAQ lagging just a bit. Last trade, 22,810. These prices are amazing. Gold, 33.58. Tilt hasn't moved that much. Hoag, got you here. Talk to me about this opening range in the first 3 minutes of the trade.
Right. Well, this is the S&P's 30-minute. Here's the range from yesterday. Value low, 62.30. Value high, 62.50. Opening right in the middle, basically right at the point of control. I'm with Dakota. I like the idea of being patient, waiting for the JOLTS numbers to come out. This could be a relatively important number. Employment is one of the dual mandates of the Fed, so they're going to be hawking this. Traders will be hawking this. And we've broken the opening range to the upside in the S&Ps, but I'm not excited about anything right here in this area. The NASDAQ, however, opened a little bit low in the range and value, but still kind of moving into value. Probably going to head up towards that volume point of control up here around set 22,842. I'm going to try and stay patient, wait for better trade locations as the day goes on, and see what this JOLTS numbers, how that comes out. Really just trying to stay patient here.
Love it. Yep. JOLTS number in about 10 minutes or so. Take a look at these prices. They just went up and kissed. Overnight VWAP in NASDAQ. ES pulled back about 3 points. Again, 62.38. Jack, I'm going to come to you. Prices in the ES futures that correspond with the options. What are you seeing there? Anything? This looks like a pretty muted open right now.
Yeah, pretty muted. Yesterday, we were looking at the 6250 level, which is the 6200 SPX. Things of note, we've had 6 straight green days in the S&P 500. Will it make it 7? Wow. We shall see. Wow. Starting off a little lower here. There's something else I wanted to mention, but I'm losing my mind. Oh, yeah. Mag 7, the real thing of note is that Tesla is down about 7% right now.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit of renewed, a little bit of beefing. Elon threatening to start a new political party.
Oh no.
Trump mused about deporting him. Happy Tuesday. This is starting Q3 with a bang.
Oh man, I missed all that.
Miss a lot. Yeah, seriously. Wow. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that, see how that plays out throughout the day. And 50-50 on the till, got a number in about 10 minutes. Still pretty muted here.
Oh,
yeah, I know, Dakota. This is
NASDAQ hasn't even left the first minute's range yet.
How about that, Hoag? Absolutely nothing going on right now. 22,809, 809 last trade there. Overnight high of 22,875. Ranges have gotten a little tighter, I see. Nothing really cooking just yet. I can assure you we got a big day.
They've been waiting for you.
Oh, gosh. Look at that. Hoag, when you get back on the moving train, you miss a couple days from the markets. It feels like you got some catching up to do. The markets aren't doing too much right now. So that's why I lean on you guys, the trading buddies, see what we missed. And all-time highs is what?
Andre.
Yeah.
I saw a suggestion that along with Elon, they deport you. I'm not totally against it. If we deport you, Andre, where should we deport you to?
Estonia, duh.
Isa?
Estonia.
Oh yeah, Estonia.
Estonia, yeah. Easy. You take me to Estonia with that piece. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Click like, follow, subscribe on YouTube, notify all that. Yes. For me to Estonia. Where's everyone watching from all across the globe? We got 4,000 people watching already. Again, Estonia. Shout out to Estonia and everyone watching all across the globe. Yes. Where would you like me to be deported to? Who put that in there? Finland?
I don't know.
No.
I just saw it fly by. I thought it was an interesting question.
It is. It is. I like India, Jordan, England, Chicago. Awesome. London. Love it. Welcome
The
aboard.
jungles of
Topstep.
Borneo.
Hey, that would be fun. Naples. Awesome. Welcome aboard. Let's get this going. Hey, we've got 83% long in Dow. Don't have the chart up just yet.
Mandy from Salt Lake City.
Oh, of course, the sniper. Absolutely.
Yep.
Germany. Hello. Aspen, Colorado. Mr. Michael Patak in the chat. We'll be making dropping by here in about 25 minutes or so. Number in 8 minutes. 8 minutes. And markets are just in a holding pattern right now. Dakota, how have the overnight markets been? Slow markets?
They've been really slow, but it's been better for my overnight trades. Looking at higher time frames, like an hourly, setting a trade overnight and forgetting about it. Last night was a loss. Had a couple winners in a row before then. It's been more consistent, I would say, without the fear of headlines dropping overnight and crazy moves. So consistent is a good thing in these markets, regardless of whether it's slow or fast. We want consistency.
Absolutely. Ooh, pin to the top of the chat, of course. Yes, we did. Look at that. Pin to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Those are updated, refresh before every New York Open. Have some real estate on the screen for that. If I can do you one better, indicators tab, top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. Boom, have those slapped overlaid on top of those charts. We're referring to them throughout the day. Eddie, that whiplash, where'd you see it? NASDAQ? ES? What do you got?
See that big down whiplash, yeah. Same thing with Russell.
Okay, how's is Dow pushing higher here with this heavy tilt to the long side? I'm seeing I got 80% long in the Dow. I don't have the okay. Cool.
Let's take a look.
Going back a little bit here.
Popping in the Dow today.
Jack's favorite, GC whiplash as well. Gold 3360. What are you seeing over there in the Dow? Jack's favorite index. Jack, what do we got?
Yeah, not too much. I was seeing if there's any big movers and shakers, but most of the top components are down just a little bit right now, so nothing huge.
Tesla, man, oh man,
Tesla
works right now.
And we are getting some comments here from the ECB meeting here.
Okay.
Powell talking about U.S. economy is pretty good condition. That's what we got so far here today. Lagarde is speaking also. I'm not saying mission accomplished, but some of the targets are being reached regarding this ECB meeting. I will report what does hit the wire. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
NASDAQ still in its first minutes range.
Oh, how about that, man? 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Same price.
9 minutes.
Little pop here in the 10-year, just ever so slightly. Take a look at gold as well when you see a move in the 10-year. Nothing really going there. And crude, house account short from five micro crude from $65.67. Hoag, we got a downside target on this trade. Heard you guys talking about auto lick. What do we think?
Auto lick. Yeah, that would be nice to have it get buried for the rest of the day. Well, we did open with a gap. We've closed the gap. We're inside the range from yesterday. The next hurdle would be value acceptance. Now, value acceptance, PPO wise, would be down at 65.20. So right around, volume value high 65.15, 65.20. That might be a little bit of a barrier, but if we do mark acceptance inside of that, my eventual target for this short would probably be down around somewhere around 64.80, 64.75.
64.
Hey, on the wire here, a little mild biscuit here. Fed Powell. The reason that they sort of are standing still on the rates is we went on hold when we saw the size of the tariffs. He also does say that we think it's prudent thing to do is to wait and learn more. It's off the wire. Back to you.
Okay, yes, Paul speaking indeed. Man, oh man. It's wild.
Like we explained yesterday, really, I'm not surprised there's a bit of a holding pattern considering we're waiting on the employment data, and then we got the tariff deadline next week on Wednesday.
That's right. That's right.
That'll probably give us a lot more certainty as far as what the rate decision might be come the end of July.
Oh man, oh man. So much for summer doldrums. Big day today. Let's get this going. Tesla. So they're beefing right now. Is that what's going on? Anytime they beef, Tesla just gets hammered? Is that
By the dip?
gist of this?
Yep.
By the dip?
I mean, no, not part of that. This is not financial advice, any of it.
No, absolutely incredible. Take a look at the ladder. Jay, any big orders coming in on the ES or NASDAQ lately? I'm taking a look right now. Looks like 50 on the bid, 50 on the
I haven't seen anything today, but to start the week, there was Sunday market open and slow markets. There were a couple 400, 500 lots trading in the S&P, in the NASDAQ. And then yesterday in the S&P, there were a couple of 1,000 lots. I think only one of them traded out. A couple of the 400 and 500 lots in the NASDAQ did trade out in this range before we pushed up. I'm not seeing them today, though.
Me neither. Again, last trade 62.38 in the ES. All right, a little bit of selling. I mean a little 22,801 last trade in the NASDAQ. Yeah, we got this JOLTS number in about 2 minutes or so. That being said, let's get the tip of the week in here. Eddie, I don't know what the tip of the week is yet. I should probably know this, but
tip. The week. Stay informed. Yes.
Oh, I like it.
Stay informed. You know what? Here's the thing. In a sea of nonstop information, a skilled trader doesn't just consume headlines. They filter signals from noise, and we have been seeing a lot of noise. Now, being informed means knowing what exactly moves your market, understanding how data impacts behavior, anticipating how big players might respond, and we see that a lot. It's not about reacting to every tweet or everything we say. It's about building context, so your decisions are grounded, not guessed. Remember, charts tell you what happened. News can hint what might happen next. Remember that. Back to you, Andre.
Already made a mistake. JOLTS is at the top of the hour. Thank you for the correction, chat. Yes, JOLTS top of the hour. S&P Manufacturing PMI final in about 1 minute. I still do not know exactly what that number is. Jack, do you have any idea what S&P Manufacturing PMI final is?
43 minutes for the NASDAQ to break out of that first minute range.
Sure did. Yes.
Downside.
Yep, sell it off here. 22,780 last trade there. ES kind of following suit. 62.36, call it. Yeah, and my manufacturing final. Indeed. All right. This number out of the way, 30 seconds. Nothing on the books right now, or in the on the ladder, that is.
So the PMI, it's a survey of purchasing managers. The Purchasing Managers Index.
Yep. What is that? What are
they doing? It's one of those vibe indicators. They survey the purchasing managers, and then they see how they feel about business activities. They make an index out of it. Let's go.
Prior 52, they're looking at 52. We'll see what happens. And coming in at 52.9, a little better than expected. Once again, here, forecast was 52, previous 52, final actual 52.9, manufacturing PMI final. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Pretty much in line.
In the middle of that range. That wasn't much of a breakout, Hoag.
We didn't get anything. No, it wasn't.
Not much.
Let's see if we crude to moves. Anything moving out there in the chat? I got the 5 markets. I got NASDAQ, ES, gold, crude. I even got the 10-year. What is moving out there? I've seen 10-year moving a little to the. Actually, ask Jay. Jay's got all the markets up. Jay, anything moving out there that you're seeing?
I've been scanning. So the currencies have been.
I'm taking a short a couple of gold here. Micros.
I was thinking the same thing, Hoag.
Ooh, get it.
Oh. What are we seeing? What are we thinking here?
Well, we've got a lot of long overnight inventory, and we just took out the IB low. Initial balance low is 33.57.90. I'm going to see if we can get some legs to the downside here so I can add to this.
Okay. We are in, Hoag. Sorry about that. We are.
Oh, yeah. We're in short 2 micros, 33.57.10.
57.10. Excellent.
If this doesn't play out, it might be a failed downside auction where we can look for a long. But.
Okay. 10-year selling off just a smidge. ES. Can ES get the juice to the upside? 62.40.
Gas in the goose.
Gas in the goose. Over that 10 points
moving,
overnight high. What is?
When we opened up, natural gas was down 2.5.
What's it at now?
We got nat gas.
There you go. I'm back. Nat gas was down 2.5% when we opened up. It's down 4% right now. That market moves. That market.
Oh, shoot. Hey, Dow's definitely cooking right now. Dow is absolutely cooking at the upside right now. 44,466 just made some new highs out of the gate. Got Dow up about 150 points or so in the last 12 minutes. Dow is definitely cooking. See if the ES or NASDAQ want to follow along with it. But yes, shout out to the chat all over that one. Number at the top of the hour. Here we go. ES finally finding some legs, pushing to the upside. 62.41. NASDAQ, just like Hoag's been saying, got nowhere to go. Hoag, do we got a downside target for this gold trade?
Settlement.
What price you got there? Settle 33.
33.0770.
0770. Okay. $50 to go there. Why do you like just a settlement play? Just go test settle? Why do you like
if you look at GC here, I'm going to go back to the GC. So, the settlement was all the way down there at 33.0790. We rallied all night long. There's a lot of overnight longs in this market. We closed 2 gaps last night. We traded right to the finish of the upper gap close. Our session high is 33.70 half. The gap close was 33.71, so 71.10. So within 6 ticks of it, I'm looking for all this overnight inventory to get a little bit nervous and start to liquidate those longs. We're not seeing it right now. We're holding back above the initial balance low, and in 2 minutes, we're going to see if we close this 30-minute bar above there, then this trade is no longer valid. I may get out of it even before that because we're not seeing any good price action to the downside. We're seeing buyers coming back into this market as we've seen all night long. We're going to see how this plays.
Tape bomb on NASDAQ.
What do we got?
Hey, we got
Mr. Paul talking about the solid majority at the Fed expect rate cuts later this year. Straight from the
thank you.
That's Mr.
Paul. In the chat, I'm told, Jay, you wanted to talk about some currencies. Is this true? You want to talk about the euro and the yen? Is this true?
They've been trending with the dollar weakness. The yen's trending really nicely. The euro's trending really nicely. They're kind of tough for day trades because they kind of take all day. But this is a yen chart right here, and it's spiking like everything else is kind of right now. So Coach Paul has been talking about them. He's been trading the euro over the last couple of days and trading them pretty well. If you're looking at the NASDAQ getting chopped up, there are other markets out there. I don't suggest scanning 35 different markets to trade, but there's something moving out there.
Yeah, it is. Well, I'll tell you that was moving. What's up, Eddie? Man, oh man, let's go.
Fed's Paul says, I can't say if July is too soon to cut rates. I wouldn't take any meeting off the table. It depends on the data. This just hit the wire. Back to you guys.
Huh. Okay.
Even the door we're flat gold now. Lost $150 on that. Another jamming Nick.
Interesting.
So he's actually, saying it. The sort of where the bonds are trading is sort of already factored in that it's extremely likely that by the end of the year they do cut rates. So that's nothing new. I believe that's the first time I've heard Powell even muse about cutting in July.
Yeah,
that's where we're getting a rally here. Coming up on the 6,200 in the SPX.
Okay, let's trade. Okay, in the 62.46. Now 47's trade closing on overnight highs 62.50. Call it recession highs. About 3 points to go there. NASDAQ finding some buying as well. Coming up against overnight view at 22,825. Dow very, very strong. Continue to make new highs in the Dow. 44,532. Heavy long tilt playing out. Oh, here we go. Speaking of heavy long tilt, 78% long in the ES, 74% long in the NASDAQ right now as we continue to push higher. Again, 78% long on the ES, average price 62.41. So they are in the money. 77% long in the NASDAQ now. Average price 22,815. They're in the money as well. Closing in on those highs. About a point and a half to go. And number
long gold now.
All right, what price?
Failed downside auction. I don't like it because I mean we have jolts coming out here in just a few minutes, but
yeah,
we're currently
8 more minutes.
Yep,
8 minutes.
Long 3. 33.59.60.
Now taking a run north big time. Also Russell running north. Hard.
Huh? Right here, right now, 6,200 in the SPX.
Got some more comments here. Hot Biscuits here. Your U.S. short-term interest rate futures rise after the Fed chair says he can't say if July is also too soon. Fed also did say here, we see gradual cooling in the labor market. Just off the wire. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Let's take a look at that. We got Dow shot out again. 79% long in the ES, 79% long in the NASDAQ as well. Dow definitely leading the charge to the upside. Is the ZN selling off? They buying that thing up. ZN chopping around. That's the 10-year chopping around right now. But interesting. Powell, like Jack said, first time hearing about a possible rate cut in July. Obviously, it's too soon to say. First time we've heard something like that.
Yeah. He just puts another question mark after the question mark.
I see him talking over there. He's on some panel talking some cheap monkey mucks. All right, Hoag, we are long from 33.59.60. Okay, we're just short, Hoag. Cheap trades got out. We got back into the upside. Failed downside auction. I'm assuming is what the play is there.
I'm probably gonna take this off before the number comes out.
Excellent.
6 minutes.
NASDAQ 74% long here. Yes, 75% long in the tilt.
Yes, it is.
What do you got the Dow there at, Andre?
I was cooking. Let me pull that back up. Dow was absolutely cooking. Shot out of a cannon right at the start. Yeah, Dow's not done. Again, made some new highs, 44,546. So that heavy tilt, they are going to be happy. 500 lot upside in the ES, 62.49 and quarter. 500 lot to the upside on the ask. About 3 ticks off of that. We're trading 62.48 half. Any size jumping in the NASDAQ ladder. We got an 80 lot up there, 850. Yeah. Want to go get the and pulled in the ES. That was pulled. What I'm seeing here. We got those long tilts. ES, long tilt, NASDAQ. Dow, star of the show so far. House count long in. Okay, house count short. 5 micro crude from 65.67. Saw a little bit pop sellers did come back in crude. Last trade 65.42. Then we got gold. House count long from 33.59. Up about $2. $2 in the money on that trade. With one eye on the number in 5 minutes. We got Powell speaking right now. We got Lagarde speaking right now. We got Joel's coming up.
I don't want to hold this into the number, but we recovered some of the loss.
All right. Sounds good. But we still have the crude. We're still short crude, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yup. Powell's still going.
819. This price in the NASDAQ, 819 and 835 is where we saw a lot of the bigger orders getting filled yesterday. The first one was an offer get filled at 819.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like this morning there was another trade there. About 400 contracts in a second traded in that range, 810s up to 820s. So someone's doing a lot in this range right here.
5 minutes on the numbers.
5 minutes on the
numbers. Remember, this is prime time of the calendar for Fed speakers to do their speaking. They have a blackout period of, I believe, 2 weeks before the Fed announcement. So they gotta get speaking while the speaking's good. We'll expect to hear a lot from them.
Oh, love it. Let's see how this tilt plays out going into the number. And got jolts on farm week, condensed week. Holiday week. Yes, Friday markets are closed. TopstepTV will not be on the air, but we got non-farm on Thursday. Non-farm Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Is
Short
Thursday
week.
a half day trading wise?
Thursday, you got to check the regular trading hours,
Yeah,
I do believe.
Regular trading hours?
Right?
Okay.
Well,
Thursday,
yeah,
yes. Thursday's
Rumors
regular
half
trading
day.
hours.
Is it regular? Okay.
Trading,
Just check. I'll double check.
All right. Yes.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3
Maybe we
minutes.
can break
3 minutes.
50 points from top to bottom here in the New York session, and we went what 20 points below the opening range and 20 points above, and we're sitting here right back in the middle.
Of it.
All right, early close on Thursday.
Nice.
Thank you, chat.
How about that? Thank you, chat.
That's teamwork, man.
I should know that, but yeah. It's a day-to-day thing around here.
It's called presence. It's called living like in the present, Andre.
Yes, we are.
Thursday doesn't concern me.
No, it does not. Let's get through Tuesday. Trust me.
These are the only early close.
Okay. Still got that long tilt in ES and NASDAQ. Seeing a little bit of selling. A little. Gold grinding higher. Crude found its happiest place at $65.42. NASDAQ 22,815. Couldn't really pick a direction one way or another. This jolts in about 2 minutes. We got Powell speaking. We got big announcements here. President and a roundtable discussion. That's not for another hour. We got Alex Ferreira joining us today. Very excited for that. A lot going on right now. A little selling here in the Dow. About off 80 points or so. 44,487. No trades for Mr. Dakota. No trades for Jay on fast markets, that is. I like the patience. Patience a lot.
Man,
right, Eddie. Right.
Yeah, about a minute.
A couple months ago here. Jolt's got us rocking. Jolt's got us moving. Job openings, correct, Jack? These are job openings.
Yeah, exactly. Jolt. We also have ISM at 9 a.m. as well.
Okay.
Manufacturing PMI
and construction spending.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shout out! Yes.
Shoot it out of a cannon.
We're talking yellow numbers now.
Yeah, we're
mostly watched.
Need something.
Let's take a look at the 10-year. 10-year do anything? Powell's not even moving the 10-year anymore, really. Kind of left the door open for a rate cut. I mean, kind of. Obviously, data dependent. Yada, yada, yada. Gold grinding a little higher here. Now the big mover out of the gates in this first 30 minutes of the trade. 62.44 last trade. ES 22,813. I've been saying that price a lot in the NASDAQ. Gold 33.64. Crude $65.42. House account short about 25 cents higher from here.
15 seconds.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds here. Job openings are looking at 7.3, 7.4. Manufacturing PMI, they're looking at 48.8, prior 48.5.
Ooh, Dios mio.
Coming in here. Coming in at 7. I'm going to say 7.8, 7.769. Jolt's much higher than expected. Also, manufacturing PMI, they were looking at 48.8, very close, 49.0. And construction spending, they were looking at negative 0.2%, coming in at negative 0.3%. The new orders index ISM coming in at 46.4, and the employment index coming at 45. They were looking at 47, a little lower than that. Next on the docket here, got about an hour here. Trump at the round table. Back to you, Andre.
All right. So 10-year still selling off here. New lows in the 10-year. I saw a bit of a pop in the yields. Take a look at the prices. Not a whole lot moving just yet. So that being said, let's get right into it. Huge moment here. Huge day here at Topstep. I want to bring in Gabe. Gabe, come on in. Let's tell the people the news. This is awesome. Let's do this.
All right. What's up, Dre? Good morning, everybody. It is a big day here at Topstep, and we have some exciting things to announce. So 1 year ago, we launched Topstep X as the ultimate trading experience. We weren't just building another order entry platform. We wanted to build a platform that brings our mission to life and gives traders the tools and features that they need to help them reach their goals. Since the start of the year, 82% of new traders here at Topstep chose TopstepX. Their pass rate's nearly twice as high, and they're taking home a little over $800 more in payouts on average. And that's why, as of today, we've decided to make the decision to go all in with TopstepX as the only supported platform here at Topstep. So a couple things I want to go through before I pass it off to Andre and then Pete is the timeline of how we are rolling it out. So nothing is happening today. This will be a phased transition, and we're doing it in a way that gives traders time to prepare. So from now until July 6th, nothing changes yet. All platforms are still supported. As of July 7th, all new trading combines will be purchased on TopstepX only. All current platforms outside of TopstepX can still reset and trade as usual. And all active funded accounts, whether it's Express or Live, will continue trading as usual. Starting August 1st, all new trading combines and reset purchases must be done on TopstepX only. All active accounts continue trading as usual on all other platforms, whether it's a combine, Express funded account, or a Live funded account. Until you break out of that account, you will continue to be able to trade on that. But that's it for the timeline. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to the head honcho himself and Andre. They're going to talk a little bit more about the stats and why, the direction, the vision, and where we're headed from here. But thank you guys. Off to you.
Right. Thank
Oh, wow.
you, Gabe.
Oh, wow.
Let's
What
bring
up?
him in. There he is.
What
What's
up,
up, Mr.
Dre?
Michael Batak? Very, very exciting
What's up?
stuff here. Let's get right into it. Thoughts. Obviously, trading, changing platforms isn't the easiest of things, but the numbers don't lie. Let's
Numbers
get right
don't.
into
Yeah.
it.
You know what? We've had 15 plus different platforms for 15 years. 15 platforms for 15 years. There's I'm going to get into the whole thing here on all the platforms. Great, to each their own. I used to always say, hey, bring your bat ball and glove, whatever platform you're comfortable with. Let us know and we'll make it available. So that was really the first 15 years. And last year we really started thinking, well, how is TopstepX performing? We put it out there. We met the Project X guys. We invested in the Project X guys, and we said, build us TopstepX and make it its own experience for our community, because no other platform at all was building anything for the prop industry. Nobody was building anything. And we've been doing this for 15 years, and no hate on any of those platforms. They're all great. If you have a brokerage account, they're great. But for our prop firm, we needed something more dialed. And Project X came to us. Casey McIntosh over there, president of it, is awesome. Has traded everywhere, knows everything about trading. And they said, hey, I got the team and I got the roadmap that you guys can design for us for TopstepX. And that's where we got the white label and TopstepX. And then we said, hey, let's see how this goes. So that was the see how it goes type of thing. And that see how it goes has been a year of seeing how it goes. And 82% of folks are choosing it. I'm going to go data set from January this year to today. Is it today? Yeah. The first H1. Data set. Traders are all here. You guys think data. This isn't just fluff. Oh, it's the next thing. It's the futures of futures trading. But we're not using fluff talk. We're going to go to you guys with data and bring data to you guys because we have seen this. Now, there will be people that will be like, oh, I don't want to change platforms. That's fine. You don't have to. But at Topstep, we're moving forward with TopstepX as our sole platform. Why? Because more people are taking larger payouts. The pass rate's higher. 80% of people that I mentioned are choosing it. So that isn't even our only platform, and people are already choosing it. Where's the stats? Here we go. Pass rates almost twice as high, 86% higher. So you guys can knock it. Anybody will be like, oh, it's stupid. Guys, we're in it to help you become better traders. These other platforms, again, have not built these things. So that being said, Project X built these things, and now we're seeing pass rates that are higher. We're seeing bigger payouts. These are the payouts, the average payouts. $3,250 for a TopstepX trader. It's almost $1,000 more. It's like $850 or something like that. For versus other platforms. I got other ones. and this is all the prop owners out there, we get a third less support inquiries from TopstepX. Third less. So that's really exciting. So let's see, what else did I got?
MP, I got some more stats to add on to the payout
Yeah,
for you if you want.
I figured you would too. Yeah.
Yeah, all good. So
the timeline.
Yeah, I got you. So I'll go back to the timeline in a second, but on the conversation of statistics and payouts. So this is all, once again, data derived from January 1 of this year to now.
Yeah.
On average, TopstepX traders actually earn their first payout 5 days faster, in 12 days on average versus 17 in other platforms. Another really great statistic. Also, average winning days are about $150 larger on TopstepX. So I could associate that with maybe potentially the lockout feature could be something that's helping with that. That's major in comparison to other platforms out there. And then about 50% of the time, traders using TopstepX have more winning days in general compared to only about 40%. So you're seeing these increases in pretty necessary, efficient processes and ways of improving their trading, right? Sharpening the stone, doing, like you talk about jab, 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 right? So becoming 1% better every day. This is the platform that is really equipping traders to be able to get 1% better every day. And I think that's the stats speak for themselves purely.
Look, I traded on T4. I traded on T4 for 25 years.
Yep.
Remember that, Dre? When I said, hey, it took me, and I wasn't going to jump over the Project X platform right away because we just started our working with them in a relationship. And yes, we're investing in them. We have an interest in them. And they're creating a TopstepX experience for us. They'll probably create their own experiences for other prop firms out there if they want to create their own experience. But we wanted to create our own. So again, that wasn't being built, and we wanted a better way to do things. The manual lockout button, the tilt that was put in there. We're getting other things like bracket orders and alerts are coming in July. So that brings us up to some of the other platforms that have alerts or bracket orders. We have position brackets right now that I use all the time, but the majority of people do. But change is not, what is it, like 20-something% of folks are trading on other platforms here at Topstep. So change isn't, I get it. It's going to be frustrating, but like if you've been dating the same person and that same person hasn't helped you become better, it's time for a change because we're trying to, and we're going to keep like knocking this like, hey, here's what it's doing here. Here's what it's doing here, data wise. Because we looked at it and we're like, why would we list any other platform? Why would we do that? Why would we have 15 different platforms? Does Robinhood have 15 different platforms? Does Interactive Brokers? Does TradeAvate? TradeAvate does. Yeah, TradeAvate doesn't. They have their own. Does you keep going? TD Ameritrade and all that kind of stuff. So now these are brokerages. All right, prop firms. A prop firm that lists every other platform has to support every other platform. It has to have questions from every other platform, and it has to reply and know and have specialists and subject matter experts for every platform. That is too difficult to do. And when we have 82% of people choosing this platform, and then you have the stats that their days are bigger, they're getting to payouts quicker, their pass rates better than the other ones. There's less tickets. That's good for us because there's less tickets, but it's also good for you because you figure out things really quickly. You don't even need to inquire. What do we got? Average winning trade, almost $40 high. Just an average winning trade. And this is a data set from January to today, pretty much. But the average winning trade that traders are putting up on TopstepX is $40, is higher. Now we're getting, I'll be sharing other stats too as we go along, so I don't want to throw a shitload of stats at you guys. The main ones is like the average payout is bigger.
It is.
Pass rates are almost twice. So like, we're going to lean in on the best. It's what we have to do. We don't have any control or ability to add anything to any other platform's roadmap. And we're trying to build things for you guys. And when we build things for you guys, it's good for us too. It helps you guys become better traders, get better, healthier habits, and grow to a live funded trader. And eventually, maybe you move on to a brokerage firm with us. I don't know. So the stuff like that is kind of where we're really headed. And to be headed in a direction, we gotta focus on what's best. So bringing your bat ball and glove that you're used to, that platform concept that I've said for 15 years. Now it's like, hey, we got a bat ball and glove that's performed the best in the league of other platforms. this is the one we're going to offer, and we're going to make sure this one gets dialed in with weekly to monthly, easily monthly, solid big releases on risk management assistance. Risk 100%. Management assistance. These are things that like manual lockout. There's a ton of other stuff that we're already working on. I know the roadmap for Topstep X, and it's a bunch of stuff that's really going to help you guys manage your risk. Everybody needs a little help managing their risk. And maybe that managing your risk has helped a lot of these guys put more money in the pockets, get funded quicker, and all that kind of stuff. So think about that too. So that's all being said. We're excited about it. There will be like pushback and people say, hey, I don't want it. And you're trying to control everything. No, we're just trying to focus on what's best. The number one thing, when we focus on one thing and do it very well, it's a win for everybody.
It is.
So that's a big thing. And we're really excited about it. Nothing changes for anybody right now. This very moment, nothing changes. It's pretty much what, July 7th, Gabe? Are you on here?
There's a transition, yes. Come on.
Yeah, July 7th. Gabe. July 7th, you won't be able to sign up for any new trading combine with any other platform, with another platform. After August 1st, you won't be able to reset on any other platform. So anything new. So basically September, like everything will be on Topstep X. Everything, wherever you're at in the program, stays business as usual. So don't worry about that. All the way to the funded level, the guys that are at the live accounts will stay on the live accounts. So yeah, that's it. I think, there's maybe some questions in here you guys are grabbing or not, but that's the riff.
I got Gabe, if you want to do the timeline one more time, and I got a couple questions I'm pulling here. Go ahead, Gabe.
Thanks, MP. So, Andre, overall, I think the biggest confusion, or what we want to really make very clear, is that like MP said, no matter where you are in the journey, whether you're in a trading combine, express funded account, or live funded account, it's not like you're about to get booted from the platform that you're currently trading on. You're going to be able to finish out the life of that account, no matter how long that is. The real phasing out is going to be new purchases. So as you see here, now through Sunday, nothing changes. You can continue doing everything you're doing, trading, and you're still supported. Monday, July 7th, of course, is when new trading combine purchases are limited to Topstep X only. All platforms can still purchase resets and continue to trade as usual. And of course, funded accounts continue to trade as usual. And then last but not least, you have Friday, August 1st, where all trading combines and reset purchases will only be Topstep X. But once again, all active accounts, regardless of the platform you're on, can continue to trade. So you're really not being pressured or blocked or, prevented from being able to continue trading with the platform that you're on now. It's mainly, where is our support going to shift their focus so you can get the support that you're looking for quicker, which is excellent. And then in addition to that, focusing on the platform that we have the ability to continue to build out and give you the tools that you are asking for, compared to using platforms that are archaic and not doing anything to improve the user experience. But that's what I got for you guys.
100%. Feature request. That question mark on the column to the left. Feature requests directly to us, to our devs. Feature requests. Vote up, vote down. Get to the front of the line. It's nonstop. Michael, I got a question for you from Trader Mike. Why do you feel those stats are what they are? In other words, what about Topstep X causes people to have higher average trades, payouts, etc.? What is it about Topstep X?
Well, what in the Twitter cesspool world of just people spitting out there, there's some good. There's a lot of good in there of what people are doing, and I like to cling on to that. Lots of people use a manual lockout. Like honestly, how many people have had a $1,000 winning day and turned it into a $2,000 losing day? If you have, then you need some help, and that help can be found in Topstep X. And that could be used, or that's the manual lockout that you can use if you're up 1,000 and you're like, you know what, I'm up 1,000. Or if you're, trailing, you're up 1,000. You're like, I want to keep 500 of this, and I want to keep trading. You have all these risk management features put into here that are way more robust than anybody else out there. And this, to me, I think would help. It would help me. I know that for a fact that it would keep more in my pocket. Some folks have asked too. Whatever Project X supports, so they support Quant Tower, you'll still be able to trade Quant Tower. So that'll be one in here. But the primary focus is Topstep X for Topstep community, because we want to get that features and those things built that you guys are telling us to build into the platform. And that's kind of the big thing that I would lean into if I were you, is the fact that you have the ability, like Andre said, to put a feature request in here, let us know what it is, and if it gets upvoted, that's the votes we're looking at, and we're saying, hey, Project X, you guys make that, put it at the top of the list, or actually put it in Q4 and build it out in Q4 because these other ones are better. Allows us to help prioritize that list that you guys helped create. No other platform's doing this. They're all transactional based platforms, which is okay. Like this, we want to make the ultimate trading experience. How do we make the ultimate trading experience? We got to be able to get the feedback from you and then implement it into the platform, not 15 different platforms, one platform. So that's really where it's leaning into, and 82% of you are already on it. So it's just going to get better and better. What you see right now, a year from now, just like I said that a year ago from now, when we launched it, was it's not going to look the same. It's going to look better.
It's not the numbers. The numbers speaking for themselves. Obviously, change is difficult. Changing platforms for those who haven't already. But we got already 82% of our recently traders chose Topstep X. We know that there's some out there that may never come back, but it's okay. What's up, Gabe? It's changing platforms is difficult, but we have a learning curve.
Changing is difficult, but if you want to be able to, maybe you want to test the waters, right? Maybe you're stuck on a platform you've been using for a very long time. You're comfortable with it. We get it. Like it's a big thing to do. But at the same time, you're not gonna know what you're missing out on until you try it. So I think that, in all honesty, take the advantage of the promotional offer that Topstep is so generously giving to traders, to give them the chance to just try it. So if you do, check your email when all this goes out. It should have already gone out, but as it hits your inbox, you're going to see something really cool that is going to give you a code to try it for 99% off for your first month, and you get one free reset. So really, I think that's a great opportunity just to get your feet wet. See if there's something that you like. Go ahead, MP.
So pretty much, if you're on a platform, whatever platform it is, and you want to try something new. And again, if whatever you're doing is working for you, stay there. Fine. That's totally fine. Whatever working for you, and you're profitable and it's growing both on your brokerage and on prop, then fine, stay there. That's totally cool. We're just following the stats here, and we're following the majority here of saying and what they're choosing. But if you're on this other platform and you want to switch, I've been on this forever and they haven't done anything new. They haven't really bit this. I hear this manual lockout talk and all that. Let me go give it a shot. 99%, it's like free. Our system couldn't do free or something. I don't know why, but it's like 99% is what it is. So that's pretty much free. And then you get a reset free. So that right out of the gate means you come out of there, get a feel for it. And Dre, remember, I was like hesitant. I'm like, okay, I'm on T4. Guys, I've been on T4 for 25 years. That's a different platform. Yep. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. Like, I'll wait until like enough people start to get going on this. Now I was like, I don't know when I switched in like a year. No. Third quarter last year, maybe?
Yeah, kicking and screaming. It's difficult. It's difficult. Trust. It's for the best.
Yeah, well, just to switch, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to switch. And then I switched. I'm like, holy shit, this is way easier. When I add to the position, it shows me my it adds and adjusts and do all that kind of stuff as far as my risk and reward. So the position brackets I really liked. I said, hey, I really need the manual lockout button. It was the first time I ever did the ability to do a feature. And they go, okay, top of the list, we'll have this out in 2 weeks. I'm like, 2 weeks? Yeah, right. They did it in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever that was. And that was one that like everybody kind of clinged on to as well, because like keeps money in your pocket, so you don't have to burn, you don't end the day down if you're up on the day and you said, hey, I want to take a break, call it a 15-minute break or an all-day break. So this gives you a chance to test and try. So all those folks that are on trading on other platforms, you can test and try on the Topstep X experience. And then if you do like it, you can stick with it. And you can add the features that you want to the feature request in the menu bar on the side. And then we're going to start building these things. You'll hear about it on TopstepTV all the time, about all the things that we're building and how it can help a trader. So that's our way of saying we're going to go narrow and deep, and it's going to make it better for us because we're going to support you guys much easier on one platform than 15 different platforms. Something that like we've been doing forever, and it's very, very hard to do at scale. When a lot of people come through the door and you're like, hey, you got 15 different bat balls and gloves to use, and this one doesn't work and that one's broken, and then they go out there swinging the bat, and if the handle doesn't, all that. We have the ability with this one platform to say, hey, if there's an issue with this platform, you don't see this with any other platforms where we're like, hey, we had an issue from this time to this time for 15 minutes or an hour, or it has never been an hour, but like for 15 minutes, it was like we were getting bad data or it was skippy or something like that. That happens with any platform. We're actually working with Project X guys, and we're like, hey, give everybody who had a winner, let them keep it, and everybody who had a loser, remove it. That's another great thing, ability that we're able to do with this platform that we can't do with any other platform. So again, that's just something that we're leaning into to help make your experience better. And then in general, the performance stats that we're sharing, hopefully you can see the writing on the wall.
Yeah. MP, can I share one more thing here, Dre?
Go ahead, Gabe. Yeah, please.
So I had a buddy, shout out to Tyler. So one of my best friends that I've known for 8 years just got into trading literally as of like 45 days ago. He tried Topstep, of course, because obviously I'm biased, but I referred it to him. But on top of that, the Topstep X was the platform that he chose. And it is by far, and take it from those that have experienced switching to it or trying it as their first platform in general, it's one of the most user-friendly platforms you'll ever learn how to use. It's, once again, it's got so many great features. The layout of where things are and where to find them, I think it's really well done. But Tyler was able to pass his first combine within his first 30 days of being on the platform. He had zero trading experience, zero platform experience. And the dude just got comfortable within like a week. And then it took him about 2 weeks to pass his first combine. But that platform in general is just, it's much easier to learn rather than some of these other more extensive kind of I like to call archaic, just because they don't get a lot of overhauls in the past. But that's it. So shout out to Tyler for passing your first combine. But in general, man, that's where I think this platform shines, is the friendliness of how also easy it is to switch if you are coming from a different platform. So take the plunge. Take the plunge.
Yep. Also, throughout the entire summer, we'll be doing Topstep X tutorials on TV, little bite-sized stuff on the YouTube channel. So stay with us. We know change isn't easy, but all right, let's get right back to these markets, because markets are moving a little bit here. Michael, if that's cool, I want to take a look at some of these prices. 62.44 last trade in the ES. Take a look at the NASDAQ, 22,792. 10-year continues to sell off just a smidge. Again, house account is short 5 micro crude from $65, 67 cents, about 30 cents in the money. So those heavy long tilts in ES and NASDAQ. Jack, Dakota, Jay, any trades you got your eyes on?
I'm long the NASDAQ right now. I'm long the NASDAQ 787, long a one lot. I'm potentially going to add a second one here, just buying a low of this range. This will be, if this is a loser, this will be my last trade of the day. Shout out to Topstep X. I will be locking up my account up on the day, up a G right now, and risking about half of that. And if it's a loser, I'm done for the day. Cannot do that on some other platforms as easily.
There you go.
Speaking of the changes that yeah. Go ahead, Jack. You were going to say something?
Yeah, I considered shorting 62.50, but it would have been kind of cowardly to do it while we weren't on the screen, so as to avoid everyone calling me an idiot for shorting. But yeah, just hanging tight for now. Would have felt good.
Indeed. Going to go to Hoag. Hoag, real quick update on the crude trade, 65.67. I know we're looking to try to get beneath the 65.20 is about 15 cents to go. Looking, just need some more oomph right now. Just can't get it, but we're still in this.
Looking good so far.
We got
short 65.76, 5 micro gold. We're testing the initial balance low right now, which is 65.35. Still looking for the market to kind of go back into value from yesterday. Here's that crude oil 30-minute chart. So we're really looking to see if we can get back into value from yesterday, down around 65.20. We're going to have to hold below this initial balance low a little bit better. If we finish this 30-minute bar, that could leave a failed downside auction. We traded right to the 200-session moving average on the 30-minute chart. Back inside range, but maybe rejecting a little bit of value. We're going to keep an eye on this trade and see if we can't hold this price, hold price below the initial balance low on the turn of 30 minutes here. We'll see what happens.
Eddie's? If I got you there, is Powell still speaking? I'm seeing the 10-year continue to sell off just a smidge. Is Powell saying anything? Any hot biscuits over there? I see some selling here on the Nasdaq, but anything for Powell, Eddie?
No, you know what the thing is? The latest thing he did say was maybe about 5 minutes ago. U.S. federal fiscal plan, not a sustainable one. Level of debt is sustainable, but the path is not. That's what I've got so far. But they're sort of just leaking here on the wire. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
Is Trump and Musk going to get back in a fight? Because that was some. Trump loved.
I think they are.
This is getting worse.
Yeah, they're sending jabs.
I know.
Tesla has rebounded a little bit. It was down as much as 7.5% that I saw. Right now, Tesla's down about 4%.
Hit him where it hurts, I guess. Yeah, Tesla is bouncing back a little bit, 7%. Keep an eye on the Nasdaq here. Nasdaq selling off 22,764.
Yeah, I think we continue to sell off. I think we get down to 700 evens.
I am out of that trade there, and I'm going to hit the manual lockout button, plus 558 on the day, lock me out all day, and we're good to go. I don't have to think about trading anymore all day, which is nice.
Great work.
Lockout. Where's that little lockout image that you guys do?
Lock it up.
Lock it up.
Lock it up.
Mike.
You lock it up, Dakota.
One of the one of the first update features. Yep.
I'm still processing the announcement. I'm like on a delayed. Topstep is.
You're on our delayed data feed.
Yeah, I'm on the delayed data feed. Topstep X.
Those days.
Its 1 year anniversary was like a month ago, right?
Yeah.
Just about.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Yep.
It's still crazy to think that a year old.
The cool part about it, Dakota, is the fact that I talked to you guys, and I talked to guys when we were in Chicago, and of course I look at the feature request. It's just like, oh, I'm sell off.
New lows, Nasdaq. Yep.
We're able to build things that are just like we're able to talk to you within the platform eventually, using your data to help push it back to you. We're bracket orders will be there. The things that kind of like, hey, this other one has ATM strategy that will be there next month. Alerts.
Yep.
So all the things that you have on other platforms will already be there. It's all this risk management assistance. The future is really about thank you for like Robinhood and Topstep and every discount brokerage firm for letting everybody have access to the markets. Let everybody have access to the markets. But if you don't know what you're doing or have risk management like respect or consciousness or discipline, then you're really not helping folks out. So you want to get the experience, but also have some risk management assistance help in there. Somebody who goes, if anybody needs help with their risk, is just a bad trader. Well, no, not. There's things that help you become a better trader by just like Coach Jay, just manually locking it out. When you manually lock it out, you like kind of dilute and it actually evaporates FOMO because you're like, I can't do anything right now, so I'm just gonna watch. And I'm already and I can still see green all day long as I watch. That's a good feeling. So trading less, locking yourself out more, things like that. You don't see other brokerage firms or platforms
slowing down
tell you to slow you down, things like that. Like these are all very, very, very good. And anybody tells you to speed up, it is their transactional based business model. So
I think that's kind of just the environment that people are used to. There was a question in the chat. I didn't get to see who wrote it down, but they said this sounds counterintuitive. Why are you helping people make more money?
Yeah, people have said that before. Like, guys, we move you to live, and eventually you might have another option to take that live and earn all your takeout profits somewhere that's under our umbrella as well. That we can help you and help you stay on the right track, going from a prop firm to a brokerage. Like. Nobody ever helped me in my brokerage. I kept depositing money to the tune of almost $100,000. Nobody ever stopped me and said, you should practice a little bit. You should actually prove yourself a little bit. Actually, you should take payouts as a prop trader before, and then go to your personal brokerage account. Nobody ever did that to me. So we are going to take this route. It's a longevity win when you actually care about helping a trader. When you actually care about helping a trader. That's why I'll get on my rants and stuff like that, because we actually care about helping a trader. Yes, it's good for our business when we help you, and it's good for you when we help you, and it's good for the industry that we help make a better live trader that's going to provide liquidity. And now we start making those algos and the big prop firms, the algo ones and high frequency, make them work a little harder, guys, because we're all a little bit smarter, a little bit more talented. Or we lock up $1,000 and we don't give it back to the market in this zero-sum game world. So all this stuff, and that's why we're going to show you guys with the data. If you're not open to the data, fine, but the data does tell us what's working for people in our community, and that's where we're really leaning into. So enough on that. That's what I got for you guys.
You know what I like, MP? This should help support.
600 lot NASDAQ, 600 lot upside, 22,775, offered 600 times, 800 times now, offered 800 times, 22,779, offered 800 times NASDAQ. Were those filled? Let's get pulled.
Pulled
it.
800 lot just jumped in there. Last trade in the NASDAQ,
22,000. There's like 30 of them that traded out.
Okay, and they pulled it there.
Yeah.
Okay, again, 800 lot on the offer. Just popped in there. Let's take a look at the ES. Keep an eye out for that. Don't see the 800 lot NASDAQ. My, oh my.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around
below
that
17.
question. Why would we want to help people make money? That's the goal, right?
Why would you want to be somewhere where people weren't making that? Even if you think we're full of shit, like at least we're moving towards that. And we're not full of shit. We're delivering for 15 years on helping. Johnny's been there helping traders for 15 years. Eddie Horn has been there for 15 years helping people. Happy 15th anniversary, Eddie, by the way.
Thank you very much.
So, like, guys, it's good. It's always been good. Feeding feeding people the ability to create bad habits. How does that create anything good that's long and lasting? I mean, bad habits, even you're dying early in your own life with bad habits that you form.
Traditional prop space. Traditional prop space. There's no such thing as slow down. It was you need more. Go ahead, keep trading. Rarely do they have you slow down. That was just not the name of the game back then. Where's that 800 lot? That 800 lot has showed back up way up there. It's back in the 80s.
They're trying to sell that
we're selling
6250 800 lot in the ES. Running away from it right now.
Selling off here in the NASDAQ. Just tapped on some new lows. 22,744 just printed. ES a little bit lagging to 62.43, about 17 points to the lows there. NASDAQ definitely the heavier of the two.
Yeah, is this a Tesla sell-off for making the NASDAQ? Because spoos are holding.
Yes, they are. I don't have a Tesla quote right now, but we will pull that up. I think you're on something there, Michael.
So down new high.
You know, Nvidia's down 2.7%. Tesla's down 4.5%. That's going to put a drag on the NASDAQ.
Look at this. Okay. Nice catch there. Dow's making new highs. ES is making new lows right now. NASDAQ making new lows. Dow making new highs. ES is pretty much stuck in the middle now, but this is a very nice catch there, Eddie. We got a lot going on here. New lows in the NASDAQ, 22,734. Now 733's print, and still cooking.
Nvidia's selling off right now.
Nvidia is? Okay.
Yeah.
Nvidia's selling,
more room to the downside.
Huh.
I think
yeah.
Going.
Is that still above 100?
4.3%.
153 MP.
153. I got out at 98 or something like that. Bought it at 100, went down. I'm like, I'm not gonna get into this one long. It's just a retail. It's a retail stock. Everybody likes it. Retail likes it.
Well, it looks
I
pretty
got
good
a
at 90 right
half of my Robinhood yesterday, though. That was nice. About that.
Nice trade. Nice investment.
4 months ago.
Nice,
100% return.
Not bad.
I do want to answer a question in here. I see some people asking in the chat. Can you still use Quantower? With Quantower platform, right? You can connect your Project X or TopStep X connection, so you can still use Quantower.
They have some other platforms that they're going to be announcing that are kick-ass. They'll connect to them as well.
That's nice.
That's coming. But what's really coming is new features or improvements that if you're missing like alerts, hey, my platform has alerts, you guys don't have alerts. Stuff like that is like feature priority. Like, hey, they have that over here. So basically they'll have a couple of those, like the bracket orders, ATMs that's coming, contract limits. So again, we're going to slow you down. We're not going to we're going to help you slow yourself down. You set it on your own. Like if you came into 150K combine, and you can trade 15 lots. You can set it so 3. I want to trade 3 ES and 10 NQ micros. You can do that, and it keeps you within there. I highly recommend that one. It's a great feature. It comes out within weeks, along with the bracket orders, along with alerts. So that'll be cool.
Absolutely.
The ones I'm really contributing to, Dakota, and I want Coach Jay and you guys to be chiming in too. Risk management assistance features. There's a lot of ways that we can, again, help. I have this new thing, and I want to run it by you guys.
What's you got?
You can already symbol block. I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade gold. I don't want to trade Bitcoin. I don't want to be distracted by those. And I don't even want to have the ability to trade. You can block those. You can say I want to trade U.S. session only. I want my average winner to be $100. My average loser to be $50, 2-to-1. And you can set this whole. You can. Here we're selling off. You set the whole thing, and then you're trading within that.
New low is still selling off here. Dakota, I know you're targeting 22,700. We got about 30 points to go there. Last trade, 22,725. ES still lagging. Dow stronger. Go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah, we're picking up speed and momentum to the downside. I see 22,700s coming into play pretty quick. But let me make sure I understood that right, MP. You can set up like a risk reward and a win percentage parameters, and you trade within those parameters on the platform.
Yeah. So right now, as the markets are moving wild right now. Maybe you have a problem in NQ. I don't want to trade NQ anymore, but I need to watch it. Okay, you can watch it, but you can symbol block it. Things like that. This will pop up before each trading day, and then you can remove it so you never see it again too. It's a trading plan risk management assistance. And it'll basically highlight, yesterday you set it at, you want to trade ES only, block me on NQ, not have more than 25 trades in a day, risk only $100, risk $100 to make 200. And when you make $500 in profits, you're locked out for the day. You can set that. You want a personal daily loss limit at 500. You can set that within the parameters of the trading combine you get, or the XFA or the live. Within there, you can set all this. So then you start each day knowing what your risk is, and it's just going to help you. And eventually you'll be like, hey, liquidate me and call it a day, or just notify me. All this stuff is really, really, really helpful. Like, I like indicators. I like charts. Guys, we need risk management assistance the most. You'll hear me preach that from now till the end. Now that we have the ability to create a roadmap on Topstep X, you'll hear me preach that consistently, because the more we get that, Coach Jay is locked in $1,000. He can't lose that. So it's impossible for him to lose that right now. Unless now he can't even lose that. He can go get another combine. He can go trade on his personal account. Sure. But right here at Topstep, he locked in $1,000 that can't be touched. 500. Okay, fine. Yeah. You were at 1,000. You went down to 500. Yep. Okay. You locked in 500. Yeah. And that to me is helping people put more in their pocket. So yeah, sure. I'm going to lean towards the company, towards something that helps people be better at what they're doing. It leans into our mission of turning people who trade into better traders with healthier habits. If I can help you keep more money in your pocket, it's good for Topstep in the long run. It's definitely good for you in the long run, because that's your ideal state, is to keep more in your pocket. That's the goal, not just here trading on whatever. So, given all that, risk management assistance. Those are the features that I want to hear.
Where was this when we first started, Michael? Where was this when we first started?
Go to hell.
22,000. Yeah, sure would have been a hell of a lot richer. 22,717 just printed 716 new lows in the NASDAQ. Again, ES reluctantly pushing lower here. We're closing in on those 22,700s. About 11 points to go in the NASDAQ. Take a look at crude creeping a little higher, $65.55. Let's bring in JD. I want some stats. I've seen you in a minute, JD. Got live P&Ls, got some funded payouts. JD, come on in here. What's up, my man?
What's up, Andre? Welcome back. Great to have you. Love your energy on the show. Unmatched anywhere. All right, guys. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Pro Ball trading coming from some of these guys. Guan C, he's number 18 on the big board right now. Pulled almost $40,000 out of the NASDAQ yesterday. Big day for Guan trading the NASDAQ. Next up, we got Braden, 15,728 trading micro gold, micro NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ. Ryan L, $11,000 trading the ES. Caleb also trading the ES and the NQ, mixing it up between a couple different markets there. And Augustine, $6,657 trading the S&P yesterday. Pro ball trading from these real live funded traders here at Topstep. All right, top 5 live funded payouts from yesterday. A couple of traders lying in their pockets with money they earned from the live markets. Romeo, 11,500. Timothy, $5,000. Shane, 4,400. Milton, 4,200. And Paul B, 2,100 bucks. More pro ball traders right there lining their pockets with money they pulled out of the real life markets. Ding ding.
Hey, JD, did you know? I don't know if you know the stat. Most of the top 1,000 best XFA folks, it was like that. All what was it? Out of the same data set from January till now, those that made the top 1,000 best trading performance on a leaderboard, 85% of them are on TopstepX.
TopstepX,
80%.
Yes, I saw all those stats.
Yeah, 80% of the live folks are on TopstepX. Again, I just wanted to say, like, if you're putting up more money, because those are the top of the leaderboards and those that make it to the furthest, that's the platform they're using. We got to lean into that platform as a company. It's going to only be good for us to manage your experience even better, and for you to develop your skills quicker and dial in and get yourself funded, get yourself to a payout, and get yourself taking consistent payouts. So those 3 steps: get yourself funded, get funded, stay funded, and take consistent payouts. That's what you're looking here to do, not jump around to whatever new offering is out there. Get funded, stay funded, and take consistent payouts.
Name of the game, pro ball trading. Dakota, we got close. Got close to those 22,700s. Got about 2 points away. Did you take the long? Did you get in there? Did you?
No, I'm gonna wait for more structure. Like, this is the first reaction, the first breakdown. We finally picked direction after sitting here for about an hour. So I'm gonna wait and see if there's more market structure around this 700 level. Maybe we get a pullback to short. Yeah, this market could start to get even uglier. We said Tesla's down big, Nvidia start to sell off. Let's see if this is going to hold a support or if we're going to fail through and break. We talk about it all the time. Up like a staircase, down like an elevator.
Is profit taking? Because when I go back to April 7th, I always remember this, when Jim Cramer thought it was going to be a Black Monday. It was my birthday. And I'm like, wow, markets are getting really slippery Sunday night. And then April 7th is Monday. And we firmed up.
We got a tweet.
And we've been
firmed up. We
got the tweet. We got the tweet that Monday morning. Just buy it.
Yep.
That's a really funny tweet. Somebody was like, wow, Trump really called the bottom. It's like, yeah, of course he did.
Well, yeah. He can do that. It's a great time to
he can do that.
I mean, you've had a handful of big pullback days, but nothing that's ever taken away from just ripping. Is it all-time highs?
Right. I think we're at all-time highs. I think what we're seeing is we got a lot of data coming out this week. We have the tariff headline. We've been up 6 straight days in the S&P, so it wouldn't be surprising to see things cool down a little bit.
CNBC had the tariffs. Johnny and Jack, and I know you guys follow stuff closely. These tariffs, is it bringing in revenue? They were talking about how much revenue it's bringing in.
$100 billion.
And the whole goal of this was to bring in revenue, but also to make things fair and balanced. You know, they're signing deals, and things are looking like, I don't know.
Well, just so we're clear, like, whether you're for it or against it, that revenue is paid by either the producers or the consumers.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean, it is, whether you believe it or not, it is a tax. So we'll see. Things seem to be going fine so far. Hopefully they get the deals set and kind of get back to normal. Like, that money doesn't come from, like,
we were paying the tariffs before. So aren't our tariffs less? Theirs are more? Like, Our tariffs didn't go up, did they? Because they were like, hey, you're always been getting charged 20%.
Well, they're just
and we've always been paying that. If I bought
we've always been paying more. They're trying to eat.
Yeah, we've always been paying more.
We've always been paying more.
All right, break it down.
It's not unreasonable, Michael, to think that some of this sell-off might be some profit taking. I mean, for a week we've been pretty much straight up. We're coming into a holiday week. Important numbers coming out today, tomorrow, and Thursday. So it's not unreasonable to think that this is a little bit of profit taking coming in. I mean, it doesn't help that Tesla's getting whacked because
is it still
Trump and Musk are
all right,
back
new lows.
at it.
Hey, new lows coming in here. Nasdaq's getting smoked a little bit. 22,682 last trade there. Again, house account is short 5. Micro crude from $65.76, about 50 cents in the money, targeting those 64.80. Still got some work to do there. But like Jay just said, keep pushing new lows here in the NASDAQ. 67%
is my
short to what's
first
up?
support level. This is the first support level I can see in the ES, down around the 62.30s. I'm interested to see if it goes through that and comes back. I'm not just going to blindly fade it.
That's value low from yesterday, Jack, is 62.31. And, we're inside yesterday's regular trading hour range in the S&Ps. So it's not a bad level to think about. I like it.
I just bought more Tesla for the long term.
Mind it. Bit of a pop, little bit of a bounce here, about 20-25 point bounce in the NASDAQ above 22,700 now. Last trade 705s there. ES about a 5-point pop off, it's not lows, but 62.37. Michael Long, some Tesla TV Elon in the house. Coming up to the top of the hour. Powell has concluded his comments, and we are expecting the president is going to be in a roundtable. It says here, just says roundtable discussion in about 15, 20 minutes or so. Keep an eye out for that. Alligator Alcatraz. Hold on. What is this?
This could also be bought up too. That's what happened yesterday, didn't it? Yesterday, the day before, where we had that massive sell-off. Yeah. Yep. I like that long on Tesla, to be honest, MP.
Anything below 300, I'll buy. They got androids coming out, humanoids or whatever, and robo taxis. It's just an evolution.
How are you buying? Are you just buying outright, or do you enter?
Yeah, I was just buying. I don't do I don't mess with options or whatever. I have a brokerage account,
300 calls,
and I just bought 100 shares right now, just scaling in on my current position.
Okay.
Take a look at this 10-year.
Market in,
market out for sure. 4.25%. Coming to the top of the hour in about 11 minutes. Market's a little bit of selling in the NASDAQ. Again, these ranges are just tighter. I got day low of 22,682, high of 874, so about 200 points or so. Who took the long down there? Let's see in the chat. Who took the longs beneath those 700s? Except in front of a catch a falling knife, but like Dakota says, if you catch it by the handle, you're gonna be okay. So,
you remember I said that, huh, Andre?
I do remember you said that. I like it. So you catch it by the handle, you're gonna be okay. All right, we got some news coming in. Also, get ready for this. All right, who's paying attention to the tip of the week? I gotta ask, who's paying attention to the tip of the week? First person in the chat to say what the tip of the week is.
There you go.
Let's go. What do we got? Pop quiz. Tip of the week. What was it? We got the judges are watching right now as we speak. News. Nope. What we got? First one to get the state and ooh.
Stay
to the judges.
Oh, you're in.
To the judges. Okay. What we got Eddie. Okay. It looks like stay informed might be it.
Don't eat yellow snow. That's good.
Yeah.
Don't eat yellow snow indeed. All right. We will
that was last week.
All right, here we go. The judges are saying to Charles Benitez, stay informed is the winner. Stay informed. Okay, we'll reach out to us via Topstep, I do believe, and we'll get you that prize. We got more coming as well. Nice job.
I once witnessed a kid eat yellow snow on purpose. He's an individual that I think often about. I never saw them after grade school, but I'm always monitoring whenever they find like a serial killer through DNA evidence. But nothing on him yet. Anyway, here's your news. We were talking about buying the dip. Guess what? 2025 so far through the first half of the year is one of the best dip buying years on record, only eclipsed by 2020, which was the mother of all dips with COVID. So we'll see how it shakes out here, but dip buying has been immensely strong. Some other interesting tweets around here. I've been thinking a lot about housing. Remember when your parents would say, I'll give you something to cry about? We thought they were going to hit us, but they made housing unaffordable instead. How true. That's playing the long game.
Boomers. Thank you, boomers.
Thanks, boomers. Thanks, Boomer Brian. Lastly, another thing I think about a lot. I don't know if we've talked about this on air. We've talked about our consultant friends. Check this out, this timeline. McKinsey got $55 million to combine Warner Brothers with Discovery. Then they got $37 million to change HBO to HBO Max, then back to HBO Max.
God, they screwed that up big time. That still makes me mad. Go ahead.
To make them separate brands again. So McKinsey made over $150 million in consulting fees to F this up, then go back to normal.
Wow.
When they took HBO, put Max in front of it, I'm like, come on, man. Like, no. HBO, the brand is stronger. But
billable hours, baby.
Yes.
Billable hours.
McKinsey guys, smart ones over there.
Well, you know what the real economic benefit of consulting, of management consulting firms, I believe, is this. They allow people at companies to remove responsibility from themselves. And it was worth $150 million to the executives at those companies to be like, hey, McKinsey told us they're good. They're smart. They got great PowerPoints.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, consultants.
Maybe they're too smart.
Yeah. In the ES, I know it's a bit away, about 40 points to the upside. I got a 900 lot sitting up at 62.99, 800 offered. Again, that's about 60 points away. Just something to keep an eye out on. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Last trade over there, 22,708. Hoag. It looks like this. I don't want to jinx him, but crude getting closer to those 60. All right, we got to those 65.20s, Hoag. Oh, damn it. I screwed it up. And that was 18th. Damn it, Hoag. My bad.
Yeah, now it's monitor if we can reaccept value from yesterday. We got right down to it. We're holding now below the initial bounce low. We did rotate all the way back to value high for the session for today. But right now, we're looking pretty good. If we can see some participation, maybe some time below the 65.20 level, then I can see this rolling over all the way down to 64. Let's just call it 75.80. Just a little short of where I think it might go. Get a couple of barriers, of course, settlement, 65.11. Always get that move back towards settlement. That could be supportive. There's lots of kind of kerfuffleation in this area. So I think we're looking pretty good. Let's see if we can get value acceptance, and then we stay in this trade.
Kerfuffleation, I like it. 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Starting to see some comments trickling out from the president. I'll keep an eye on that. Gold taking a bit of a turn to lower 33.55 last trade there. 22,704 last trade in the NASDAQ.
Bad right now.
How bad? Hoag? Short that sucker.
To get into it right here. Hang on.
Short that sucker. Yep. 67% short on the tilt in gold.
We're going to short 3 micros.
Yes, sir.
And
go ahead, Johnny. What are you doing?
Well, we're short 3 micro gold. I want to see it hold the IB low 33.5790. So we are going to put our 57.90. We're going to put our CYA at 59. See if we can see some continuation to the downside here. There's a lot of longs in this market after last night's rally. So we're going to see if we can take advantage of that.
Okay. And house account short 3 micro gold for 33.5790. Last trade. Is that true? Right? Is that right, Hoag? 57.90s?
33.56.
56, thank you, sir. Okay. The money. 33.56. See if crude can push lower here. Bit of a bounce in the ES. Michael, get something up your sleeve on the tip of your tongue. What do you got? I know you got something.
I got to roll out. I got flight lessons.
That's right. How's that going, by the way? How's that going?
I had an hour and a half in the simulator yesterday. Dude, Aspen Middle School has a simulator, and then they have all these pictures of these like 8th graders.
Where do you live?
My first solo.
Where do you live?
Like real playing. I'm like, holy cow. Yeah, so they have aviation classes in high school. Long story short, I was in the middle school yesterday doing that. But I did do a real takeoff and landing a week before that. So I got to keep going twice a week to stay in the know. I was supposed to study. I did not study. We had this big release today, so I had to get caught up in all that. Our big announcement today, and I get caught up on all that. So I did not study the weather stuff that he asked me to study. I don't know.
You got to study the weather.
Michael, all I can say is make sure you exercise good risk management.
Oh yes, 100%. Yes, that's what they're teaching. That's what they're teaching us. And guess what? They have a checklist you should follow before you start the plane, before you even take off, while you're taxiing, all that kind of stuff to get you in comfortable. So the sim is a great place to learn too, Johnny. That is what he says and recommends. But we are getting out in a real plane in 30 minutes from now.
Wow. Good job. Very cool. All right, Michael. Thanks for jumping on here. Coming to the top of the hour. All right, Michael. Go fly. Stay safe in that. You are wild, man. That airplane.
Later
all right, Michael.
Take some footage.
Yeah, I like the shorts in the NASDAQ still. Push lower.
Yeah, looking good, Dakota.
I mean, we're going. We're going.
We are 20,689 now, by 7 points from the lows. ES still
190
reluctant to go.
75. Sorry, 190 bid. 190 bid.
Oh, on the bid. Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep. Let's go see if we can get that. Let's trade 690.
Any of our aviation folks in chat, do they have black boxes on Cessnas? I'm just asking for no particular reason.
Flyer Jim, where are you?
Yeah, where's Flyer Jim?
Where's Flyer Jim?
Good call. They're saying no. They're saying no. No, they do not. Wow. Resounding no. Oh, wow. We're a little light on the likes. Please click like, follow, subscribe. Come on. We're light. We got Dakota in the house. We got Jay in the house. We got Jack. We got Eddie. We got Hoag. Man, I saw Vince is taking some trades in there.
There's a valid short here in the NASDAQ for new lows. You could show. I'm looking to. We're already new lows right there.
Yeah, we got that 200 lot on the 675 bid, closing in on it. 8 points to go.
All the other equity markets are holding up pretty well. It's just the Nasdaq getting sold off right now. I think we're still seeing Nvidia getting sold off here.
Yeah, Nvidia and Tesla Tech
and Tesla. Yep.
Filled. 109 times filled.
Yep.
Lows 22,674.
Nvidia, Tesla, Meta.
Well, over the wire here, Trump says that Doge is going to take a look at Musk and Tesla, so we might see that movement in Tesla here.
All right. Yep.
Hunter has become the hunted.
Indeed, Jack. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's incredible. I see the end remarks to reporters. We'll see. Yep. Oh yeah.
You don't believe me? Come on.
No, I do. It's just come full circle. Full circle. Let's see if we can keep pushing lower here in the NASDAQ. ES just stubborn right now. ES, we're gonna stay here at 62.36. We ain't going. Now 62.37 is trade. Still 10 points from the lows of there. Dow continues to stay strong. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Top of the hour in 1 minute. Absolutely incredible. Those headlines, Eddie. Absolutely incredible. Let's see if we can sell this thing off in crude. Crude holding up right now. Gold 33.50.
IB low as we speak. Let's see some sellers come in. Oh, a little tape bomb there.
Yeah, what do you got?
Let's go. Turn around. Let's go.
Every bounce from NASDAQ being sold off.
Still haven't breached that support in the
sell the
ES.
pop.
Sell the pop.
Andre, we gotta get Michael to give us his tail number, whatever else, so we can kind of have a flight radar. We can put it in a corner like Powell.
Incredible. Tracking them. Swooping in and out of the mountain. All right. It looks like the NASDAQ wants to go give these lows a test again about 6 points to go there. That'd be hilarious, Jack. 22,678.
Yep, new lows.
Let's just print it. Yep. Come on, ES. What's taking
200
so long?
points off the high from the regular trading hour session. 850s, right around 850. What was that high? 848? About 200 points down. Almost straight down, too. See if we get a bounce at 650s here.
One of these grinds lower. You said VIX is under 17, Jack. Did I hear you say that? VIX is just not doing a whole heck of a lot.
Now it's a little above 17.
Okay. All right. Got London close in 29 minutes. 29. What do we have on tap for today on TopstepTV? Man, oh man, a lot coming at us already. Oh, excellent, excellent. We got dorm room trader Paul K with JD and Gabe. Of course, we got morning recap with Hoag. Don't miss that. Then Lunchbox Trading, Alex Ferreira will be joining myself. Then we got Hoag, Anne Marie, and Deanna. And back to the futures with CRV trades, Dolby, and myself. Get a load of this guy. You got to check this one out. And then we got Power Hour, myself, Baron, Jaron. Oh, Jaron's making an appearance. Dolby time. And we got Coach Jay, Coach Paul for At the Buzzer, and Coach Dakota. So, Marcus, I have to ask, Power Hour reversal challenge on Friday. Who won? Who got the day off?
Mr. Dolby time.
Was not there. Oh, Dolby.
Dolby time.
Dolby, yeah.
Wow, you guys win.
Right.
Dolby won. I'll be damned.
Dolby
James time
was Andre. James was right. It was a close tie to the very end.
No.
And props to James. James did a great job.
Dolby time. Wow, when it matters.
He should have got a half a day just for being.
Oh, man. Nice job. Very, very cool. Yeah, stakes were ratcheted up. Everyone's bringing their A game. Oh, man, people are fired up. Dow making new highs. Dow just pushing higher. 44,708 last trade. There's new highs. S&P's caught a pop. 6240. We got a dichotomy going here. NASDAQ heavy. Dow strong. S&P's cannot figure out which way to go. How do you trade? How do you trade the ES? All right, ES pushing higher here.
I mean, it's been following the range pretty well, actually. If I, was a little more aggressive, I think a lot of people are looking at sort of that 6250 to 6230 range, and we're kind of just shopping around inside it.
Here we are. We still got this short in right here, right now in gold. Short and crude.
Yeah,
another all-day crude trade. Another all-day crude trade. Man, oh
yeah,
man.
pretty much. 802 is when we put it on.
What has happened? 802, a solid 2-hour trade. Again, London close in about 27 minutes. 27 minutes. Gold wants to go. Right now, Dow, definitely the strongest. All right. I'm right. Eddie, you've been kicking ass on the headlines, left, right, insider. I don't know how you do it, man. Come on in. What else you got to tell us? I need some announcers. Hit me, Eddie. What's up?
Announces, yes. Well, let's start out with our good friend, Mr. Trust Pilot. We've been talking about this a lot lately. It's only because here at Topstep we thrive on feedback. So please, if you haven't left us a review here on Trustpilot, we encourage you to do so. We're going to put that link here in the chat. So keep that up there. Thank you very much. Leave a review here. But while you're there, be sure to tell us what you think, how we're doing. We can always improve, and remember, we do improve. We do have improved because we have the ability to. So also, here's a biggie. Sit down. Get ready to get your July started off on the right foot. It is July 1st. And we're bringing in Mind Coach Robin Dane. Robin is back at Topstep TV, ready to take on more of your questions. If you've been struggling with your trading and looking for help, Robin is your go-to. Start brainstorming those questions now, and then be back here tomorrow, July 2nd at 1 p.m. for Trading Psych with Robin Dane. So tomorrow, 2nd of July, 1 p.m. Central Time, Trading Psych with Robin Dane. That's what I've got. Back to you, Andre.
Man, I love her. Everyone sit up straight when she comes on. Everyone sit up straight. She's not playing around. Pretty much commandeers the segment. Next question. I'm not done. She brings it. She brings the goods. Absolutely love her. Again, tomorrow, 1 p.m.
I stay here all day.
Yep. She leaves when she wants to leave. Still more buying here in the ES 6244. 9 points off the highs there of 62.53. NASDAQ just not convinced quite yet. Dakota, any levels? You've been very, very patient today, Dakota.
Yeah, still nothing. We had that sell off. There's maybe some short scalp opportunities. I'm looking for better setups. We're seeing some buyers step in, but I think these buyers are short-lived, and I think we can continue to push lower.
New high down, new high Russell.
Wow.
Failed downside auction.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some rotation here. I'm noticing a lot of like the AI heavy stocks are getting pounded today. Maybe some profit taking going into stuff. Interest rates coming down is great for the Russell. Still won't touch that as an investor with a 30-foot pole.
Let's a little selling here in the NASDAQ. Did top out around 22,718. Keeps fighting up against these 700s, 22,700 last trade there.
That 22,700 is the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. Kind of sitting right at it. And if you look at this white line on my screen, if we have my screen up, when we start to trend, the market likes to hold it as a support. So I don't hate maybe potentially starting to look for longs here, but I want to see this 30-minute candle close above that 200 moving average at 22,700. We got 22 minutes on that. So for right now, this is still looking pretty heavy. This would be the first spot I would look to buy again, though, but I'm locked out.
Just like that, NASDAQ's right back down to those lows.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is 22.6 in question, in play here, Dakota?
Yeah.
There we go. New lows. New lows. All right,
there
selling
we
is
go.
starting to accelerate.
Ooh.
Yeah, accelerate now in the NASDAQ, 22,660. New lows just printed there. ES finally woke up, seeing some selling there as well. 62.36. Definitely NASDAQ leading the way. All right, now the 50s just printed, 22,651. For 600s to the sellers are definitely coming in. We got volume back. Jay, we got volume backing this up as well.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there was just a spike of selling 400 contracts in a second in the NASDAQ there. And yeah, this is pretty.
Woke up.
Yeah.
New York session lows.
Yep, real close, 22 minutes.
Yeah, that's killing my gold trade here with the equities falling apart like this.
Okay, so we're through the support that I talked about. Let's see if we get some pukers down here.
Yeah, we touched those 719s, and the sellers just came in and just absolutely smacked it lower, about 90 points or so. Again, 22,625, just bottomed out there. I want to take this.
What a short that was.
Yeah, right when we touched those 719s. NVIDIA tanked badly again. Thank you, Claude. Great job, Claude.
NVIDIA's down 3.8% now.
Anything on the ladder here? Got a 100 lot down below in the NASDAQ around 607, about 24 points there. Look at the ES ladder. Anything on the ES? And now about 50 on the bid, 50 on the S. Hoag, when you say the downside pressure in the equities is killing the, I know what you mean in the gold. What is the correlation there? What are you seeing there? What have we seen in the past, I guess, that would, you say that? My bad. Hoag will be right back in. Got this gold trade on. See if we got more pressure to the downside here in the NASDAQ. 22,636 last trade there. Eddie, what was that tilt we were looking at? We saw some heavy tilts down.
It was gold on the sell side. We're sort of easing off that a little bit. 69% short in gold here right now.
Okay.
That's what I can see here. You're right.
Ooh. A little of an alert there. I like that bell. NASDAQ. Looks like the NASDAQ. They're going to go test some lows again. About 5 points to go there.
Yeah, let's test these lows. Let's get the overnight lows.
Speaking of the volume, Andre, that last 3-minute candle was the highest volume we've seen all day outside of the open. But so sometimes that means reversal, but this doesn't look like it's unsustainable volume either, right? There was about 6,000 contracts traded in that, 7,000 contracts traded in that candle. But this volume looks sustainable. So I would not be looking to personally long this yet. maybe 600s is in question here. We are seeing some orders down there.
Yep. I see
This
600.
looks like great follow-through volume.
600 even.
Pressing in on it. Yep. New lows, 22,616. ES kind of woke up. ES still got some room to go. 62.31 last trade there. About 3 points for the overnight low. A little bit more room to go. Let's see if we go get those 600.
620.
Scouting all this shit up. Okay.
And this is kind of what I was. I don't know if I should say worried about this morning. Right up like their step up and then elevator down, and we're starting to see it. I mean, happened really quick. 600s. This will be the next support. 22,600, and if that fails, 400s, 430s.
And yeah, let's go test those. They're reluctant to go right there and touch those 22,719, and boom. Pretty good solid with volume to back it up. ES, someone said poke it with a stick in the chat. I agree. ES doesn't want to get going, but NASDAQ definitely rocking right now. Got a hard lot down there at 607 on the bid. And those orders have been getting filled. It's coming into Euro close, 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Again, house account still short to 5 micro crude from $65.76. And short 3 micro gold from 33.56, which is last trade right here, right now on TopstepTV. 600 likes. And oh man, give us a like.
Bullshit.
Jack said it. It's bullshit. We can do better than that.
Get some
Click
likes.
like. 169,000 subscribers. Be so kind, please. Click subscribe, click notify. Give us the thumbs up or thumbs down. Greatly appreciate it. There we go. Pop.
Hmm.
Come on.
Thursday. There better be some likes on Thursday, though. That's for sure.
What's Thursday, Dakota? Why would they like? What's Thursday?
Yeah, you weren't here yesterday, huh, Andre? For every like we had, I donated $1 to breast cancer, and I'm gonna do the same thing on Thursday.
Respect.
Yep.
Damn,
same thing on Thursday.
Tempting.
What do we get
up
up
to here for the stops? The low of the day.
606 again, low 60 new low 600's print now 20,600. Can we get beneath there? Into the 500 handle. ES reluctantly finally closing in on those lows. 62.29. A pop here in the NASDAQ, about 10 points or so. Gold kind of creeping lower here. And oil as well. I'm going to measure their stops down here beneath the 600s in the NASDAQ.
600 came fast.
Do it. Yeah, just go.
600 came fast.
Do it. See the looks up.
We didn't trade it though. Not yet.
Probably gonna tap on the 500 handle here.
Almost.
I know there's some bids down there. Around the bid.
Come on, fellas, what are you doing?
What's taking so long? You know what you want to do.
It's just 100 contracts. Just sell it.
You know when that 800 lot flashed in? Yeah, this is it. And should be right. And there we go. Some stops. All right, 22,594 half. Looks like some stops did go off there. When that 800 lot flashed on that offer, we did not. We just went down from there. Do we make new lows in the ES, Jack?
It was very close. I think so.
Yes, tight range.
I have to zoom in more. No, we did not. We came within 3/4 of a point.
Incredible.
So far. Now we're going to tap on it again.
So we'll see. Anyone going to sell the pop? Anyone going to sell the pop? You want to call it that? Hoag. Oh, there you are, Hoag. When you say the downside pressure in the ES is going to kill the gold trade, it might not be playing out right now, but what made you say that? What was the correlation of the trends that we've seen in the past that kind of made you think that could play out that way, Hoag? Oh, turn that mic on. Turn that mic on because house account is short 33.56 in the gold. Last trade 33.51. Keep pushing this thing lower. Where you at, Hoag? I want to hear that voice, Hoag. Order filled. Get that mic on, Hoag.
I didn't realize I was double muted. Holy crap!
Uh-oh.
So
rare.
When equities break, if we get into a risk off type of situation, they're going to go to safe haven assets like gold. But I don't think we're really in a risk off situation right now in the equities, but it certainly seems to be all of them going in the same direction right now. Well, at least.
Yeah. Just to zoom out, we're only down 0.4% in the ES right now.
Yeah, we're not down much. Yeah.
No, we're not.
This will be a real test for the dip buyers.
Yeah, it is.
Like in the short and gold.
300 lot upside. 300 just came down. Now it's a 200 lot. Just got filled. I missed the price. So it was a 22,610 on the S. Did get filled. Yep. It came in higher. And then it came down. Didn't see what the initial offer was, but it definitely came down. The 610s. Last trade, 22,611. 611. Incognito in the chat says gambling stocks flying high. Is that true? Man.
They are. It is true. Does anyone know why I haven't had a chance? We've been on the show.
Oh, no, why?
No idea.
Legislation.
No idea.
You've never seen me there. You've never seen me there, Rich.
Because Dakota and Jay went to Bally's. Dakota and Jay went to Bally's a couple weeks ago in Chicago. And yeah.
Shout out to Bally's. You don't go to the casino to make money. You go to have fun.
It's amazing. They made it fun too. Yes.
Where's JD at? Is he still pissed?
Yeah, he was not happy about some of that, was he?
No, he was not. He was not. No, there's no lockout feature at the casino. That's for sure.
No.
Only the ATM.
Unless you get kicked out.
Well, yeah.
You do that.
Oh man.
When was upgraded? Good to know. 12 minutes. 12 minutes till the euro close. All right, we're going to have a little bit of a pop here. We'll see if anyone doesn't want to sell into it. But you know, we got look JD in the chat. That place is a fraud. You heard it. Valley's been put on notice. James, and I need some hard hitting news right now. Markets are moving on just a little bit. We can get some hard hit. Oh, look at this.
The casino may not have a daily loss limit or a lockout feature, but I heard the bar there does. That they lock you out.
Heyo.
If you try to order an old fashioned. Hopefully I'll make it into the dock later on.
I don't know what I did, man. I don't know what I did. Wow. Maker's old fashioned guy, cut him off.
Yeah, you and the Maker's old fashioned guy, you both were up to no good apparently.
Yep.
So anyway, hopefully you guys will learn more about these fun little inside jokes in September when the episodes come out. But until then, here is your news that you need to know, starting off with something that makes me feel old, but I gotta show it. Look at that sunset last night in Chicago. This looks over the city. This is right at the bend of Lakeshore Drive, where it almost becomes Grant Park. Don't anybody tell you this isn't the best city in the world to live in. You get double rainbows, pink sunsets.
I had that rainbow in my backyard too.
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful last night.
Double rainbow.
For like 5 months of the year. Totally agree.
Yeah, exactly. This is the 5 months where you convince, why would you want to live anywhere else? And then the winter comes and you think, why am I still here? All right. That was my old man news. Here's the cool news. Can you guys imagine waking up, seeing that you won the lottery, and then finding out, oops, just kidding, it was a clerical error? Well, that happened to people in Norway who played the lottery. They learned that they had won up to 100 times their initial entry. Turns out they actually did win, but they were supposed to be divided by 100, not multiplied. So when being told that they won $119,000, they actually ended up winning only a fraction of that. Hopefully they found out before you started adding all those things in your Amazon cart and before you click purchase, thinking it's time to upgrade. The chairperson of the Norway lottery actually stepped down because of this error and the backlash. So careful. Yeah. I can't imagine. You can't win if you don't play. But then if you play and you win, make sure it's legit.
Wow.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's just not a good day.
No.
Next up, though, out of France, Emmanuel Macron, it calls for the French touch to get Daft Punk cleared for cultural heritage status. And don't worry. Yeah, I was like, I'm all in on this story. Not to give you hopes up, it's not just for Daft Punk, but Daft Punk is the leading in the genre they're trying to get cultural heritage status for. Think Jamaican reggae or Irish harp music, that kind of stuff. When you hear it, you know where it comes from. They claim that, what are they calling it? I think it's called French Touch, is a special type of electronic music born out of France and includes pop artists such as Daft Punk, amongst others. Bob Sinclair, Air, Cassius, Eton de Credi, and many more, spanning various genres from house, dance, electro, and old school disco. So let my robot boys in. They're pretty special. It takes a lot of talent to say around the world 85 times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Incognito in the chat.
It's not Boomer. It's not Boomer.
WTF is Daft Punk. Incognito, don't do this to me. Yeah.
Daft Punk is great. And finally, a last article that maybe the chat thinks we all need to join. There is such a club out there called the Dull Men's Club. You have to be boring to be a member of it, and they do regularly test for exciting levels. If you are too exciting, you will be asked to leave the group. It is a connected series of Facebook groups. If you post something with too many emojis, you're out. If you post something that is deemed too exciting, out of the club. They do have meetups where they talk about being bored to death of each other. But this is a real club. This is a real club that you can join, but you have to be boring enough.
Lit.
Jack, you going to submit an application?
I think so.
Man.
I'm good.
Want
to talk about the weather?
Yeah.
Go back to that first shot. Let's talk about the sunset again. I'll join in.
Hey, 77% long NASDAQ right now. Sorry, go ahead, James.
There we go. The Dull Men's Club here on TopstepTV. Brought to you by the Chicago Sunset.
Reddit Chicago.
Anyway, maybe that's where I get my news. I'm 34. Anyway, that was the news for the day. I'll send it back to you, Andre.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to do this.
I'm short
time.
NASDAQ.
I'm not going anywhere. We have one more thing. I don't know how many times I'm going to forget this. Dude, Andrea knows. We raffled off a Cubs Topstep swag box yesterday. This is what it looked like. It's a hat hand-selected by JD. It's got Topstep gear. And here's the winner in case you weren't here for Lunchbox Trading yesterday. We picked our winner. John G is the winner of our Topstep swag box. There you can see the quote, "I love shopping, Danielle," said by JD. And we mentioned before that we're not slowing down, and that starts right here today. We are going to raffle off a second Topstep swag box. No Cubs gear. The last time we had Cubs gear, you all wanted to destroy it. So this time we just said Topstep only. We got Topstep Yeti, a Topstep summer tank, Topstep sunglasses, koozies, and a drop bag. Everything you need to have a kick-ass time at the beach or the lakefront in your Topstep gear. We're going to be dropping a link in the chat right now. Same deal as before. Get your name and shipping address in there. We're going to randomly pick a winner from that list, and we'll announce it here on the show. We're going to ship this anywhere in the world, so don't let living in Estonia stop you from trying to get the Topstep swag box. Get your name in there. We will pick one randomly, announce the winner, and you too can wear your Topstep TV pride out in the open.
Man.
Anyway, with that, I will finally get off your screens. Andre,
no.
Back to you in these markets.
Stay here. All right, Dakota, you took a... I'm still a little rusty on that. That was very good. Dakota, you are in right now in the NASDAQ. Last year, 22,000.
Nope, I'm flat. I'm looking for a short, though. I'm looking for a short here.
Bids here.
Close in 5 minutes.
I think above this 675 here, and I know I locked myself out of my Topstep X account. I am long in a personal account in the NASDAQ from 605. I think this can go back up to 700s here.
That
share that trade on the
level
screen.
is so good. So
Yeah.
good.
Yes. Yes, just now. Dow. Dow continue to make new highs, 44,801. Again, buyers did step into the NASDAQ to bottom out at 22,594. Now we're up about 90 points from there, 22,783 last trade. Let's go see if they want to go test the 700. 17 points to go there. 75% long tilt in the NASDAQ on this push higher here Average price?
I'm
2,675. What do you got, Dakota?
I'm back in short. Back in short. Yep, I closed out. I'm back in short from 683. 683.
683.
How many, Dakota?
3. 3 from 683.
Okay. Q 683. Sounds good. I got that 74% long tilt. Dow continue to push higher here. Gold trying to grind lower. 33.52 last trade there. Crude found its range at 65. Yeah, Hoag, man. Crude doesn't do anything anymore. What happened? Remember that one day we had like a $6 range in crude a couple weeks ago? It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, after the bombing in Iran. That was wild.
Yes, and sold off indeed. Jack, all right, 62.45 last trade in the ES. We get up to those 50s. Anything piquing your interest there, or how do you want to see it play out?
It's piquing my interest. It's weird. I don't know if I've seen this problem before. The range has almost been too perfect. Like I haven't seen. I was gonna go look long if we took out the lows and came back, but we didn't get there within like 3/4 of a point. I hate going long or short something when it's a few points away from the high of the day or the low of the day. But it has been almost perfectly bouncing between 62.30 and 62.50.
There's a 100-lot bid that keeps stepping up in the Nasdaq. It was down at 660s originally. Now it's at 680s, and it's not trading out. Right, no one's selling into that. Stepped up 20 points. It's at 680.75 right now. Kind of the low tick of this move, and no one is trading it out, which is interesting.
400-lot fill on the offer. 62.45.
Dow.
Damn, Eddie,
Russell
don't stop.
Taking off big time there, Andre.
Damn, man, Eddie, Dow don't stop today. 500-lot on the bid. ES 62.45 in the orders. Bid 500 times. Just saw 500 on the offer at pretty much the same price. 500 lots going back and forth here on Top Step TV on this first day of Q3, first day of the second half of
first day of July.
Yes, it is. 50s. Dow just not done, Eddie. Incredible. London close. Less than 2 minutes. Hoag, I don't want to say anything, but so far so good on this. What are we looking for? What's our target on this gold?
I'm gonna take 2 off at VWAP 33.48.49.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna let the other one fly. Just leave the stop at break even and see if we can continue this move to the downside.
Okay.
Dolby was talking about, if you're down money and you get in a trade and it makes you even, should you take it? And most of the time, if I don't take it, I should have. If I take it, I shouldn't have. But we're going to see if we can get down to VWAP here. I think there's still a lot of overnight longs in this market. They're starting to feel the heat.
48s is that?
Anything can happen.
Yep, the short's working so far. Now we're starting to sell off.
Crude looking like it may want to go. Again, 40 seconds. London close. This thing 62.44 last trade. ES Dow is absolute monster today. Just keep pressing new highs. 44,846, 600-point range in the Dow. We opened up. How about this? We opened up at 44,305, or about 500 points higher, and it is definitely up and to the right on the in the Dow. ES catching a bit. ES and Nasdaq both catching a bit of a bid. And tilt has leveled off.
Nasdaq just hanging here in these 80s.
Yes, it is.
There's our Euro close.
They moved that order down again. Down to 670s now.
How are they going to give us 62.50?
Let's get those 50s. We topped out at 53. Who stepped in and bought those? Anyone that bought the 700s obviously got puked out. And then, drew a line in the sand, 22,600. All right, we'll buy it. Didn't have to take too much heat. Wonder where they're going to ride this to. They haven't taken profits just yet. But
New York VWAP's at 740. That's what I'm looking at as a target here.
Ooh, okay. All roads, Jay.
All roads.
Andre, I bought one for the break, Andre.
Thank you, Hoag. Damn
go.
right you did. Now the market thinks very long. Thank you, Hoag.
Yep.
See, now we're short.
Pump it up.
Coach Hoop watching cattle.
Oh yeah. What's up, Hoop? Hoop bright and early this morning.
Oh yeah, it's still dark.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. See if we get up to these 6250 in the ES. 2.5 points to go. I'll buy one for the break, if you know what I'm saying. See if we can get this thing going here. Okay, not done.
This might get ugly. This might.
We got this, Dakota. We got this.
More than 500 lots
up here.
Yep.
Yeah, we failed to break down below those 80s.
That 200 moving average on the 30-minute right at 700 here. If I am long this, I'm trailing my stop into profit because this could very easily be level we reject at. Right at 700 even. Seeing this buying slow down.
We are. Let's see if we want to turn this thing over.
We do with the Trump roundtable.
Oh, has it begun?
11:05. No, about half an hour.
Okay. Round table. Okay, did they change it? Because I had that round table starting. Oh yeah. Okay, time has changed.
11:05. Yeah.
11:05. Yes, thank you. Let's say 10:05 Central. 11:05 is that time.
All right, guys. I'm going to be here monitoring this trade. If there's anything you want, let me know. But I'm going to get prepped for the morning recap here. Still here, still listening, still paying attention. So behave.
Okay, you heard.
You will.
Yes,
everybody.
You heard it. All right, good stuff, Hoag. Yeah, Hoag got the morning recap.
Yeah, Andre. 11:05. Trump at the round table. I'm being told Galahad couldn't make it until 11 o'clock. So,
oh, is that what it was?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sir Galahad. Yeah, so he was running late.
Yes, all right. Oh shoot, Eddie. Well, don't go anywhere. Get back here, Eddie. Four ounces cannot get enough. Eddie, come on in, man. What do you got for me? Love it. What's up, Eddie? PRB boys.
You know what? I want to be a friend to everybody here and make sure that they know what's going on here as far as what we got scheduled. Now, don't miss this one, okay? Later today, Lunchbox Trading. We got the Hoag. We got Anne-Marie, and we got Deanna. Three people that we all love very much. Now, did you know that these three go way, way back? I'm talking way back, with Hoag even being Deanna's mentor. Segments with these three, they're always a blast. And I'm looking forward to this. So stick around 12 p.m. today, 12 p.m. Central Time for this one. Okay. Hoag, Anne-Marie, Indiana for Lunchbox Trading. And mark your calendars. This is going to be something also that a lot of people have been wanting more of. Tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. Central Time, we have another installment of Coach Robert's Topstep X API session. These have been going so cool, man, so smooth. People learning a lot. This time tomorrow, Coach Roberts holding a question and answer session with Andy A, another Topstep trader utilizing the API capabilities within the Topstep X platform. Listen and learn how traders just like you are utilizing these programming tools in our very own Topstep X platform. So that's tomorrow at 11:15. So once again here, today, 12 o'clock, high noon, we got Lunchbox Trading with Hoag, Anne-Marie, Indiana. And tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. Central Time, we do have Coach Roberts' Topstep X API sessions. And that's what I've got here. And I'm going to pass this back to Jack. Jack, back to you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you very much. Andre's taking a quick break to probably, purchase some weekend T-shirts. But we're here. We're inching up towards that 6250 right now. Do you think Andre wore a weekend shirt to the weekend show? Probably.
Yes, for sure.
Probably.
I don't know. Would he tell us the truth if we asked him?
He would probably deflect. Looking at the ES right now, we've been hanging out just below that 6,200 SPX level. We'll see if we can get some there. Dakota, you got a position on still?
Yeah, nothing's changed. We're going sideways, consolidating in these 80s.
So we mentioned the RTY is ripping. Let me pull that up real quick. It's been a while since we looked. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, wow.
This is some rotation going on here. Interest rates falling is, of course, good for the Russell. Seems the theme of today, if you just look across the indices. So right now, down 0.15% in the ES, down to almost 1% in the NQ, up in the Russell. This is rotation. Maybe some different theories coming in for how H2 is going to play out.
There goes NASDAQ.
Whoops.
That 100 lot just traded out. Finally at 670s. Nice short. Dakota, where are you short from? 682, you say?
83.
83.
Yep.
That buying kind of stopped at right under those 700s.
Nice 3-bar reversal on the trade I had off. Too.
Nice.
Right at this area of this was support. These 80s were support. It's now resistance. So I'm gonna take one profit off right here at these 60s. We'll take one off.
Beautiful. I admire that short, Dakota.
Well, thank you, Jack.
I was particularly gun shy there, but back to 62.40. We spent a good amount of time around here today.
Tighten up that risk.
House account still short. 5 micro crude. Couple micro gold. Hoag's been pulling the trigger today. So where are you aiming for this, Dakota? Just trailing it, or you got target?
Profit, another profit in these lower 50s, and then leave a runner, and that runner might go back down and test 600s.
Indeed. Apple once again being a contrarian stock. It is the only stock up in the Mag 7, up 1% right now. Tesla once again has been kind of sticky to 300 here. It's rebounded a little bit, but still down 5%. After all that's happened in the last 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta check Elon's Twitter real quick, see if there's any spice this morning.
Shout out to Claude.
He reposted the odds of Elon Musk creating a new political party in 25, which on Kalshi is now at 41%. I assume he's going to do it if he's posting that, but who knows?
Okay, I took profit from my second contract, and I'm leaving this runner on. And there you go.
Nice trade.
Nice trade, Dakota.
There's a lot of chatter in the chat earlier.
Let them talk.
What were they saying?
Let them talk.
Chatter in the chat.
They don't deserve, I'm not even going to bring it up. Thank you. I'm going to bring up the positive, though. Claude out there says Dakota is a much better trader than folks give him credit for. I mean, I have been number 5 in the leaderboard top 5 for, it's been a year and a half now, almost. Been a year and a half. So we've seen traders come and go. We've seen some good traders come and go. And like we always say, the most important statistic, I think, is how long you've been here. It's easy to get on there, but
yep.
100%. Yeah, there seems to be a special disdain in the gallery for anything that resembles like range trading. Anytime you're selling something that's high or buying something that's low, you're a moron. But it works sometimes.
Oh boy. We got some hot biscuits. If you want to call them hot biscuits from the president.
He's talking.
He's going. Yeah, he's going
Anybody
in.
would be better than Powell.
Yeah, there you go. Anyone would be better than Powell.
Yeah, we got some talkie here.
A little talkie.
Talking about we're going to be very firm with Netanyahu about the Gaza. We're going to get whatever we want from Iran. Also, it's going to be hard for Iran to do anything because of sanctions. I think we'll have a deal next week. And anybody would be better than Fed's Paul. So get your resumes together, folks.
Yeah. I mean, anybody. Anybody. Okay.
And there you have it.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. There you go. Thank you, Eddie. All right. Oh, again, we got Alex Ferreira joining us today. Very, very excited for that. That'll be at 12 noon Central Time. We got the morning recap after this. And we got a dorm room trading with JD, Paul K, and Gabe. Back to the futures, CRV Trace, Dolby, and myself. Power Hour, Jaron, Barron, Dolby, and myself. Coach J, Coach Paul for At the Buzzer. And, of course, Slow Marcus with Mr. Coach Dakota himself.
Andre, is it like the Supreme Court where you can kind of, like, you don't even need a law degree to be on the Supreme Court? You can nominate whoever you want. Is Fed chair similar? Could Trump just make himself the Fed chair?
I mean, I think he might be able to. I mean, yes, just a nomination and confirmation from Congress, right? It's pretty much.
I think so.
That's so. Are you throwing your hat in the ring there, Jack? Is that what you're trying to do?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I don't think I'm on the short list, but if we can get that around, I would totally take the job.
Absolutely. Here we go. Theo Vaughn for Fed chair. There you go. That would Theo Vaughn do for that. We got a couple more minutes here on Fast Markets. Got house account short crude, house account short micro, gold as well. And Dakota, are you still in this trade? Did you get out of all of them?
Yep. I have one contract as a runner, short from 84, and yeah, nothing else for me to do. This is my only trade today. I had one short a little bit lower. It stopped me out, and now, yeah, here we are. Let's see if we could have a runner down to the lows.
Yeah. All right. Well, so is this the roundtable discussion? Keep seeing about this roundtable discussion at 11:05 Central Time. We're seeing comments come out from the president. Not sure when it's starting, when it's stopping. Of course, Eddie's all over, so just be alert for that as we got a few more minutes here in Fast Markets. 50-50 on the tilt. You see some pretty heavy selling in the NASDAQ. Bottomed out to 22,594 and brought it all the way back up to above 680s. About a 90-point bounce there. Again, like Jack was saying, ES, very pretty tight range. I'm sure Dolby has some thoughts on how this range trades are playing out. See him here in a little bit.
I think Trump concluded his remarks. Okay. So we got that out of the way. And I mean, classic consolidation, NFP week.
It is NFP week. So we got ADP tomorrow then. And then just going to jam pack it. Okay.
We do.
Okay. ADP. Non-farm's been coming in line lately, Jack. Coming in line, no shockers there. Maybe the revisions are something we keep an eye out for. I
mean, given that we now have uncertainty, more uncertainty than in the past about what the Fed's going to do at the next meeting, I think that this is a huge NFP number. It's the last one before the meeting, which isn't until July 30th.
That's right.
So that and then the 9th have the ability to really move the markets, especially if the jobs on Thursday come out real shitty.
Right.
Like, that's going to be a strong signal to the Fed that maybe July is on the table.
Man, that would change quick. That would change real quick. A little bit of buying there. Or not. Hey, JD, come on in, man. JD, so who's looking for you? Jay and Dakota were looking for you. I'm talking about Bally's, and so get in here. Put your take.
Yeah, I saw the comment. I heard the comment, and I commented back in the chat. Yeah, it was brutal. I haven't taken an ass kicking like that in a casino in a very, very long time.
That was
great
insane.
what it was.
That was insane. Yeah.
It wasn't even fun. It was so bad it wasn't even fun.
No,
but anyway, here are your hot streaks for today. Dan T still stands at the top of the board. 57 days were at 12,397. Picked up $226 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Jason B also traded micro NASDAQ. Picked up $393. Now at 39 days we're at 19,712. Kumue at $300 trading micro gold. 38 days we're $7,618. Jason L $211 trading the MNQ. 33 days we're at $8,717. And Jeremy J $275 in profits trading the micro NASDAQ. 33 days we're $12,300. Decent hot streaks for these funded traders. They're all trading in 50K XFAs, by the way. All 5 of them. All right. Eddie, hit me with that drum roll.
This is a hybrid. This is a cross, bluegrass, Kentucky bluegrass, featherbed bent, and Northern California sensimilla. The amazing stuff about this is that you can play 36 holes on it in the afternoon, take it home, and just get stoned to the bejesus belt that night.
Is that Caddyshack?
Yes.
Cannonball coming. Here we go. No change to the top 9 on the big board. These are the top 25 live funded traders here at Topstep. KJ Future, CFT, Todd S, Spygig, and Coach DBA. That's Coach Dakota in number 5 spot. He's trading right here on live on Fast Markets for you guys today. Junior, Justin, Wazarek, and King, and Guan. Guan C in 10th place there. Picked up $40,000 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. He was on our P&L list just a little while ago. Big day for Guan. Another trader to note is Braden down there in 22nd place. Braden picked up $15,728 trading the NASDAQ, the micro NASDAQ, and gold yesterday. Jumped up 5 spots on the board from 27th into the top 25, now sitting at number 2. He was the biggest mover on the top 30 yesterday. So big shout out to Braden. That's it. Get your cameras ready. Take your screenshots. We're going to leave this up here for just another second or two. When you post a social, make sure you tag Topstep. Hashtag TopstepTV. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour. You know the drill.
Hey, JD, did you get caught up in the air there? You were about to say the biggest mover on the big board, and it sounded like you didn't want to say big twice. And you're like, I got to change it.
Yeah, too many bigs.
Top 30.
Too many bigs.
Yep, I got you. All good. Good stuff, JD.
Thanks for
JD
catching
coming
that.
up.
Appreciate it.
I've been there. I felt it. I've definitely been there. We got JD coming up after morning recap with Hoag, Gabe, and Paul K, of course. And we got about 6 minutes or so left in Fast Markets. Dakota's short 1. House account short. What is it? Short 3 micro gold. House account short 5. Short 2 micro gold, I believe. We did take 1 off. And short 5 micro crude. As we come into the illusion again, present speaking, Jack, no trades on your end. Maybe we get up those 50s, get down to the 30s if we see those prices.
Yeah, I mean it was very close. I mean, what do they say? If and buts were candy and nuts. I don't remember what the rest of that is. Anyway,
I mean, I know.
We just didn't have a strong that support is real at the 62.30, but I would have preferred to see, it punch through a little better and then come back. Nothing right here. This is just like the middle for me.
If my aunt had a beard, she'd be my uncle. Is that what you're trying to say there? Something like
Yeah, that's how people say that phrase.
That's exactly how they say it. Dow not done. Oh, Dow did pull back a little bit. Dow, 44,790 last trade, about a 60-point pullback there. ES just trying to figure out what to do. 62.35 last trade, and now the Nasdaq 22,639. 640 is now about 50 points off the lows there. Love it. And crude, bit of a pop here. Dakota, what's the downside target? Where are we taking this thing? Go test the 600s
New
again?
lows. New lows. We're
Oh.
trailing this. We're trailing this. New lows. We'll see. I'll trail it.
Will.
Like I said, I already took profit on 2 of the 3 contracts, and we have a runner on. So maybe we could go test lows. Maybe we can make new lows, or we just bounce here.
Those are the options. Yeah.
Yes, they are.
No, I didn't say sideways.
Oh yeah.
Trading is optional, Dakota.
Trading's optional. Yeah, all these options.
Absolutely. 62.40, bit of a bid, and they want to buy that pullback on the YM. Jay, you hit the lockout
What's
button.
up?
I know you got to trade your personal account. When you hit that lockout
Yeah.
button on TopstepX, do you ever say, "Damn it, I wish I didn't do it"? Or is there's nothing you can do about it? Even if you see a move.
No, there isn't, and that's why I keep the personal account up on the side. Different risk management for different accounts, and this TopStep account has rules for it, right? I can't. If I'm trying to build an XFA balance, I can't just continue to trade and throw on trades when shit doesn't go my way. So as much as I want to continue to trade and build the balance in this account, I should lock myself out, and that's the rule. If I want to continue to trade and I see another opportunity, I can go over, take it in a personal account, and go from there, or just lock myself out for the day. I saw a pretty good trade here. Was locked out on TopStep, traded it over there, and now I'm about to lock out that account as well and just go enjoy the rest of the day.
Go enjoy the rest of the day.
It sucks, but I think Dre, hitting that lockout button is like ripping the Band-Aid off. If I sit here for 24 hours a day, am I going to find opportunity? I can, but there's also opportunity to lose money, and we need to think about it that way, right? Everyone thinks that when I'm looking at my charts, I'm always going to make money if I click a button. It's not how this works.
I think John Pruitt in the chat says it very well. Dude, I loved his discipline. I am trying to be more like Coach Jay. Yes, absolutely. Lockout button.
I'm trying to be more like Coach Jay too.
Speaking of the third person, man.
There you go.
Love it. Absolutely. Dakota, you had some thoughts there. You had some thoughts about the lockout button.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, lockout button, these risk management features, it's one of those where you don't really want them, you don't think you need them until you do, right? And then usually, like you said, like a lot of traders is like only after the fact, after you take a big loss, you look back and say, dang it, I wish somebody would have just stepped in and told me not to trade, or closed my platform, something, right? It's usually only after the fact is when someone wishes these risk management features were there, or they would have used those risk management features. In the moment, when you're trading, in the heat of the moment, you don't think about that stuff until it's too late. So yeah, myself included. I mean, I probably had over the past year and a half trading here, I've probably had a good, I don't know, 100 times. I wish I would have used the risk management features better. Yeah, there's been a bit, quite a bit. I wish I would have used the risk management features better.
With the symbol blocker. Think about Jack when he was trying to focus on minis, or sorry, micros, and use the symbol blocker to block out minis, correct, Jack? And just kept you locked in on micros or something to that effect.
Absolutely.
And that was a great. I love that.
That was less of a discipline thing and more of a technical thing, in that when we're on the stream here, we're watching a lot of different screens at once. And I would have like a 5 lot clicked for MES, and then go to ES, and then suddenly you're long or short 5 ES. And that's always a surprise.
Oh, surprise indeed. All right, we're coming up on time here. We got morning recap coming up. We've seen gold take a little peak lower. Again, the president is scheduled to have a roundtable in about 10 minutes or so. Okay, this has been Fast Markets. A lot coming at you all day. Thanks for everyone for tuning in, but these markets are not done. We are locked in. When our competition is sleeping, that's when we pounce on this thing. Jack, Jay, Coach Dakota, great session so far. We got morning recap coming up next. Markets are starting to move. This is TopstepTV. Let's go. Stay locked in.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass TopStep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
All right, welcome to the morning recap, traders. Very interesting day today. The beginning of some very important inflationary numbers, quite possibly this week. The JOLTS number come out. We're looking for ADP tomorrow, as well as jobless clams. I think maybe on. I don't know. Let's take a look. Jobless claims, I think, is going to be on Thursday. So tomorrow, ADP employment challenger job cuts comes out tomorrow. And of course, the NFP unemployment number comes out on Friday. So what do we do in these markets today? We did a couple of house opening range trades. We're still short in crude oil, getting a pretty steep pullback or retracement currently, but we're going to start with gold here. We started the day, again, all about context. Somebody mentioned that seems to be my favorite word, and it really is, because you got to be able to put the market in some sort of context in order to put those hypotheses together as to what you're thinking about doing. So overnight inventory was exceedingly long. I was really kind of hoping that we would see a break to the downside for the opening range trade and just see some kind of instant overnight inventory adjustment, which we did not. So I'm going to go down to the 3-minute chart now. We'll take a closer look at what's going on. So the opening range started. We broke to the upside, and we did not take that trade right away. We let the market come back inside the opening range. We feathered in. We ended up getting along only 3 micros, 35, 65, 70. Now, it did kind of give us a little bit of a break to the upside. This purple box is a previous session gap. I'm calling this a session gap close. So we closed that session gap in extended trading hours, not necessarily regular trading hours. We did end up getting our stop hit right here at, whoa, where'd that go? Around 33.60.70, right about there. And then we started kind of looking at the initial balance low for some potential opportunities. We kind of looked at maybe a short around the IB low. That one didn't play out. We looked at a long, and that one kind of paid out a little bit, covered some of our original losses. I mean, we're not talking about big losses here at all. So just a couple of attempts to get into the market at that point. Currently, the house is still short 1 micro gold, excuse me, on continuation of the move to the downside. We're currently short just one of those micros. 33.56 was where we entered. We got out of one at 33.51.70. We got out of another one at 33.49, which was relatively close to the all my balloons moved on me here, which is relatively close to the VWAP in the MGC, in the micro gold. So there's where that 49 execution came in, right there on that low. So pretty good exit there, but we're still short. We're still just kind of maintaining this idea that maybe we could see some more overnight inventory adjusting, getting out of some of those overnight longs as the day goes on. So we're going to hold on to this one for a while, and I will, of course, keep everybody in tune with what's going on with this last, we call it a runner right now. JD and I were just talking. Do we Lenny this opening range trade in crude, or do we just let it fly? Opening range is the dead ass high, indicating, well, we should probably be looking for shorts as the day goes on. We got short 5 micro gold, micro crude, 65.76, just 1 tick or 2 ticks below that opening range, which again remains the high of the regular trading hour session. Market has continued to kind of pay us to the downside, and we were really looking for an opportunity to see value acceptance from yesterday. We did not see value acceptance. So the market has rotated higher. It's relatively close to the value area high from today. Here is that value area high. So looked back above it, starting to see some more selling coming back in. From my most recent correspondence with JD, we thought about lennying it. I don't think that we have yet. So I think we're still short 5 micro crude oil, and we'll see how this plays out. Looking for a move back down to settlement, perhaps. Settlement is 65.11. We'll see if we can get another rotation and maybe extend the range to the downside just a little bit more. No trades here in the S&Ps. Well, I mean, look at where we are. I mean, it's been a kind of a strange day. We've had the Russell and the Dow scream into the upside. We've had the Nasdaq scream into the downside, and we've had the S&Ps inside yesterday's regular trading hour range and barely leaking out of yesterday's value area high and low. Very range bound day. We did take a look below the initial balance low, perhaps an auction fade at this time. And really just kind of falling into rotation. You can see how this rotation is starting to kind of narrow to some degree, and we're right in the middle of it right now. I wouldn't be doing anything right here. Let's put the profile on, see what the volume point of control is. Right at it. So there's really nothing I can do here. Still just kind of watching this gold trade. Now, we did have a couple of good trades in the NASDAQ, and we're really just going to kind of focus on one today. Jay took a small loss earlier. He came into fast markets up about a G, lost about 500, and locked himself out. Don't you just love TopStep X? You can lock yourself out. Great risk tool. Love that. So Dakota was kind of, looking for shorts. He did take a small loss on a little lower short here. Of course, the market opened, initial balance high, broke the initial balance low. NASDAQ has been very weak, of course, due to NVIDIA and Tesla and a couple other things. So he took the short 22,683 on a nice little pop here. So he lost a little bit on a short up to this level. Found a good level here. I can almost see what he's looking at and what he's thinking, seeing this consolidation, this structure here becoming a supply level. The market comes up there. Really spent a little bit of time kind of hanging around there, but he did take two of them off. I'm estimating the average was right around 22,650, and then he's left a runner on. I believe he's probably still in this runner. I saw his stop was just above these highs. So if that is the case, he's still in that trade. If we can take out this low, I can see Dakota moving his stop from up here around 22,680, 698 down to, let's call it 22,677 against this swing high, if we can take out this low. So that's really the only things that I really wanted to point out. I would probably call Dakota's last trade here the trade of the day. And just going to wrap things up here with a little quotable quote. I do love these, and hopefully you do too. Okay, now this leads me to something I try and tell everybody every day at the end of the opening call. This is Robertson Davies, and the quote is, "The eye sees only what the mind is prepared to comprehend." One of the things that is part of my little mantra at the beginning of the day there is creative. Creative. I think it takes a creative mind to be a successful and profitable trader. There's going to be periods of time when you believe one thing is going to happen, but things in the markets are telling you that you might be wrong, or you could possibly be wrong in that. And I think the mind does a really good job of discounting any contrary information to what it already believes. And that is one of the things that we have to be flexible. We have to be open to new information, and we have to be creative in our trading. So again, that quote, "The eye sees only what the mind is prepared to comprehend." Let the market in. I know we say often that we don't get any smarter after the trade is on, but there's going to be situations where the market is going to be basically telling you, hey, this ain't working out. Maybe it's time to get out. Maybe it's already on its way to the stop, and you see something that is kind of giving you that that little uncomfortable feeling like, okay, you know what, I know what I think, but from what I'm seeing, I don't think this is right. Just get out. So hopefully that is going to help you in your trading day. We do have Paul K is joining TopStep TV for dorm room trading. Paul has taken 78,000 in payouts with TopStep, all while trading out of a dorm. Don't move. TopStep TV will be right back with this. Paul K will be joined by JD and Gabe. This is going to be a fun segment. Stick around. This is TopStep TV. God bless you all. Let's go.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It's that time. It's dorm room trading time. We've got Paul K sitting in there in the middle. Hoag just mentioned it. He's taking $78,000 in payouts from a dorm room. Not sitting in a dorm room right now, though. And we got our guy Gabe over there on the other end. He's got the keys to the house account. We're going to start trading it up a little bit. But Paul K, welcome back to TopstepTV, your second time on. How's it been since your last trip over here? And what are you doing in the markets today?
I've just kind of been taking it easy recently. Working a little bit this summer, but I'm back on my trading grind. Today we're down about $300. I tried to catch a long on this big downside move in the morning and it didn't work out, but that's okay. So we're trying to see if we can find another long setup here, but we'll see what happens.
Looking for a long setup in the NQ. Speaking of which, Gabe, you just jumped into a long in the NQ yourself, didn't you, a minute ago? How's that working out?
I did. Yeah, got in at 22,654. I'm currently long 1 NQ in a combine. Full disclosure, I tilted on Friday and blew out of that XFA. So I am back to the combine, but we're chipping away at it. I was up about $900 in the combine prior to coming into today, and then we'll see if this trade can get me a little over halfway.
You didn't mention that on Friday during the reversal challenge. That's okay though.
I know. I was trying to lock in and focus on the reversal, not let it affect me, but it affected me. Dolby won. James came in and killed it. It was a good time.
Dolby did kill it. James did a great job. All right, Paul, we were chatting in the green room about a couple of the trades that you put on today. You said you wanted to talk about one of the losses. You put on 3 trades today. 2 losers and a winner, down just a little bit. $300. That's a paper cut, right? Let's walk through one of your trades. Show us what you're looking at in the markets when you take a setup. Let's get into the strategy. Let's dig in.
Okay, so let me pull up 2 charts. I was watching the 1-minute chart and the 15-minute chart, I think, maybe the hourly. But what I wanted to see was this morning. Let's get back to the 15. This morning there was where is it? We pushed into this opening gap that we created on Sunday, and I tried to catch a long reversal out of it, and it just blew through my stop loss. I really didn't wait for much confirmation, and that's sort of what I think I did wrong in this trade. But I ended up after this loss, obviously you just dumped, and I ended up waiting, and I caught a short once we broke down below here. I took a short down to a previous low, and that made back some of the losses, and then took a paper cut after that, but we're okay for now.
No big deal. All in a day's work. That's a great thing about the NASDAQ, too. There's always an opportunity to make it back. The market just moves and moves. So, plenty of time to get on the right side of this. Gabe, sitting along. It's looking all right. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart in the NQ right now. What's your exit strategy on this? What kind of CYA are we looking at, and where do you want to take it to?
CYA is below the recent 1-minute low by a little bit. I'm kind of risking about 20, I'd say about 30 points to make. 30 points to make about 80. So it's CYA is around 730, 22,730. Stops are at 626 half. I was just looking at a higher low getting formed. Took out a recent little 1-minute low. Got a nice little strong 3-bar reversal and some continuation. So I entered with that momentum. I would like to see that hold. So primarily like the zone that was just created here from 648 half to 632. I'd like to see that hold.
Sounds good. Got it. Hey, we got some news coming out. Eddie, something just came over the wire. What do you got for us?
Yeah. A little while ago, U.S. Senate passes a sweeping tax cut and spending bill. Now they send it to the House of Representatives, and I'm sure that he's getting a box of Omaha steaks. Vice President Vance breaking the tie to pass the Senate's Trump's tax bill. And this just over the wire here. And what's being said here, House Speaker Johnson says the House will work quickly to pass the tax bill by July 4th. That's what we got here. So it's some breaking news. And eyes on the prize. Back to you guys.
Eyes on the prize, indeed. They needed the vice president to pass that bill. That's a deadlock right there.
Bottom of the ninth. Yeah, bottom of the ninth. Base hit winning, game winning hit.
There you have it. Looking at this crude trade that we put on, I was talking to Hoag about it. He just mentioned it during the recap a few minutes ago. We have not lennied this trade yet. We're still holding on to our original stop. We traded sort of close to initial balance high. Haven't really pushed through it, but we've retraced quite a bit of the move so far. We're still in profit on this trade. Haven't moved anything. Haven't touched it since we put it on. Set it, forget it. That's all I'm going to say about it for now. Let's get back to the NASDAQ. Paul and Gabe. Gabe's in a trade. Paul, you're looking for a trade.
I actually just entered a long. I tested.
I was about to say you were looking for a retracement. Let's go.
All right. Talk us through it. What'd you do?
So I was sort of looking at that 3-minute chart on my iPad over here, but let me pull it up. I liked how we pushed back into this zone we created after we held above these highs. This is really my retracement zone. I wanted to see if we could get something. I'm looking for, there's a small gap on the 15-minute chart at 22,784 that I want to see if we can get to. But I think a good TP1 on this would be above 720 for Gabe's target. I'm going to take it a little bit further, but I think 720 is safe for a TP1. And then I'm going to see if we can hold a little bit further to get a deeper retracement.
Sounds good. Gabe, how you feeling about that trade? I know you like it.
I do like it. I do like it indeed. We are getting a little heavy on the tilt right now in the NASDAQ. 70% long right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get a little bit of a move, like a little maybe retest of the 70s, see if we can maybe entice some more sellers to jump back in. But ultimately, I just want to see the continued, we got a higher high, which was nice confirmation of the higher low. We just got another little higher low forming. So I'm looking to see the structure continue pretty quickly. But yeah, 770 or 670s. I'm looking essentially the 670s need to hold for us to potentially maybe see that momentum continue quickly. Otherwise, we might just kind of chop around.
Yeah,
maybe go back and retest the 50s again. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But seeing things, similarly, which I like.
Very good. Let's check in on the rest of the tilt. 55% long in the ES. Gabe said 70% long in the NQ already, 72% long in crude, and 63% short in gold. I love it when that crude oil tilt gets close to 80. It's usually indicative of a possible reversal or a leading indicator of a possible turnaround. So we'll see if that plays out. Again, we are short, house count short crude oil from earlier this morning. We've been in that trade for 3.5 hours now. And we're just hovering right below our entry price. All right, Paul. Trading from a dorm room, trading at school. Do you trade while you're in a class or a lecture? Do you bring your tablet or your laptop?
Yeah, I do. I'm kind of bad about that. I typically, or this year especially, I tried not to, and I tried to focus more on just going to class than trading afterward. But when you have a class at 9:30, obviously you want to at least be watching market open. So I normally, I have my computer pulled up at least watching it, but I try not to be obnoxious about it and sit in the corner. But
that's fine. That's fine.
It happens, man.
Do you have a group? Do you have a group at school that you trade with? Do you got buddies that do it also? Are you kind of a lone wolf?
I've actually gotten one of my friends into it recently, and we live in the same apartment complex type thing, but he's gotten some of his friends into it, and so I have an extra room in my apartment, and we're gonna turn that into our trading room, I think, this next semester. So that'll be fun. Something like
I
that,
love
yes,
it.
sir. Yeah.
The evolution of dorm room trading. We want to get 6 kids, we're 6 guys in a dorm room, all trading together, so we can cut the camera right to you guys and go around the horn and all tell us how you're doing. How does that sound? Is that a good segment?
It sounds
Gabe?
good. Let's do it.
I'd say so. You probably see some sides of people that you might not expect to see on TV, but hey, you know, why not?
That's what we want.
The
We
good,
want the
bad, and
raw
the
stuff,
ugly.
right?
The raw,
Show
uncut.
us everything.
Yep. Smashing keyboards.
So what are you doing, Paul? What are you doing with your payout money? Are you paying tuition? Did you buy a car? You put it in the
I'm
bank?
not.
Are you buying
I
stocks?
actually did buy a car. I bought a car. That's my one big purchase. My parents pay for my college. I'm lucky enough or blessed enough that they do that. But yeah, I bought a car, and that's really about it. But
Fair enough.
I think it was a good
We
purchase.
won't ask you. We won't ask you what you bought. We won't throw you under the bus there.
I think, to be honest, JD, I think we did. I think we already have.
Yeah,
Back when
I
he was
think
on
we
last
did
time,
have.
I'm pretty sure we talked about it. So he may have already told us. I don't think you or I were on with him though. That's the thing. You think he was on with maybe Andre and
Well, I
couple
ended up buying a used BMW. It wasn't. I mean, it's a nice car, but it's not like crazy.
It's all coming back to me now. I remember. Okay. No big deal. No big deal.
Yeah, no problem at all. All right, have you been enjoying the car purchase? That's probably the more important question.
Yes.
That's a good question.
I really enjoy it. I think it was a good purchase so far. No problems. I accidentally just bought another one. I didn't mean to, but I guess we're
on another contract or another BMW.
Oh, another contract.
He's on another car.
I wish I could
car
just snap my fingers and buy a BMW like that.
Man, if only you're just out there car shopping online. While
there was an
on
option,
TV.
Up your quantity to 2. Yeah,
that's funny. Ay. All right, so you bought a second contract. Now, would you shave off that contract and reduce risk if we get a dip at all, or are you looking to hold those 2 to your kind of full stop that you were originally planning?
Well, since it's only a micro, I put in 5 micros. Now I'm up to 6. If it were a mini, I probably would have just exited and
just cut it.
Just sat on my original contract. But being a micro, I still don't hate the trade. I'm probably just gonna hold it. I didn't mean to fill it, but it is what it is.
No problem. It happens. At least it is an MNQ though. Much more manageable.
Markets have gone a little flat. Just looking at these last couple of 3-minute bars, volatility has died. Ran a little early today. Volume's dropping off. We'll keep an eye on these trades though.
JD, aka Ghosty in chat says, how do you add and remove contracts while in a trade? Haven't figured it out yet. So there's a few different ways, Ghosty, that you can do it. Typically, one of the easier ways is to just go through the order ticket panel. So if you look at, for instance, Paul's chart right there, do you see the panel that's kind of right above time and sales? You also have that same area or that same kind of functionality in the bottom of the DOM, the depth of market. So you've got a couple different ways you can go about it, but you can either singular, like just contract, so you can reduce the amount of contracts that are in it. So currently Paul's got, buy 5 or sell 5, but then right above that, there's a quantity. You can go to 1, 3, 5, 10, 15, or you can just use the plus and minus arrow buttons on the left and right side to reduce or increase the amount of contracts. And then if you were simply long 5 MNQ and you wanted to take one off, you would just hit sell 1 at market, or you could potentially join the ask or join the bid depending on the direction. So it's really, there's so many different ways that you can get to the same outcome, right? The same destination of taking a contract off. You could also just use your chart and right click and put a limit order to sell 1 or a stop order to sell 1. Hopefully that gives you some ideas of what you could experiment with, but maybe do it in a practice account first just to get comfortable with what you're doing and how to do it. But that's it.
Yeah, definitely get used to it. And you see how Paul's got his sort of order bracket set up there. He's got his profit target and his stop set up.
if he were to peel one off using the ladder, it would auto adjust his position on his brackets too. So it's try to make it as easy as possible for you. You don't have to keep going back to adjust your brackets. If you're in a trade for multiple contracts and you take one off, it will auto adjust your stop loss and take profit quantities also. So, there you have it.
Absolutely.
How are we still feeling about these longs right now?
Well, I like the rejection of the 70s. Paul, how you feeling about that bounce at 70s? That's kind of what
I like that a lot. I like that there's, a couple lows being swept out inside that zone we were looking at. I think that this could give us some momentum higher.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there. I really want to see if we can break above the 693 level and close above it. I think I'm going to be a little bit happier to see a retest back into the 700s. But if we fail here at these 693s and go right back into this little 1 minute consolidation, then we might have a little bit just more chop for this back end of the hour. But I do definitely like that lower high, higher low, that we just created off the 70s. Remember that was that OB, that level where it was a previous high originally. So you could look at it from an order block perspective. You can look at it from a support or resistance perspective. But we essentially took out that prior 1 minute high around the 670s. Now we've come back and retested that. And now we're seeing a little bit more momentum to the upside. So I like the price action we're seeing off of that retest. And so far we're cooking.
Nice. I don't want to talk down your position, but looking at this 3 minute chart, we have sort of a roughly bearish pattern playing out here on a 3 minute chart, sort of a rising wedge pattern. Good for managing risk if it were to start failing. But right now it's looking good. We're reaching the upper end of that channel line right now. Again, this is a short-term pattern though, so
right.
The higher the time frame you look at, the more confident you can be in these types of patterns. But
yeah,
on a lower time frame,
that pattern, because JD, that basically put price roughly in the middle of it, right?
Yeah.
Previously, maybe a couple minutes ago. Obviously, we're getting a little bit more buying right now, but those 670s, I think that's why that 670 level was kind of more important for me. Because if that 670 level failed, then we're more than likely either going to go back down to the 50s, retest that demand, possibly make a new low, or at least break that prior 1 minute low. So that's really where I think those 70s were kind of critical to see that strength continue.
Yep.
But I'm with you. Things could change, right? Conditions could change. I think Paul and I have a pretty good plan or idea of what we're looking for the market to produce here. And if it doesn't produce it, I'm probably going to just time stop this and take a little bit of profit off the table. If it doesn't retain the structure that we're seeing now.
Fair enough. Boyd in the chat says, I personally ignore trendline patterns. A lot of people do, but they're good. It's good knowledge to have. You could pick out. There are still a lot of people that use these old school technical analysis chart patterns. So you can sort of, if you know how to pick out these patterns, you can kind of tell what other people's stops are and sort of watch as the market hunts them out. So it's good to know, even if you're not using them. Always excellent to have a little extra knowledge. I want to take a look at this crude trade one more time real quick. I said we weren't going to touch it again, but here we go. Just sort of double topped here, right at our entry price, 65.76. Came back up there, hit it a couple times, fallen back a little bit. Still haven't breached initial balance high. And we're trading inside value from yesterday. So the short is still viable. Hasn't been invalidated yet, I should say. Haven't even come close to our stop price. But we've gone a little bit flat in crude. Still got a couple hours until regular trading hours closes in crude. Might hang on to this trade the whole time. I'll consult with Hoag. I hate to take a loss on this after almost 4 hours now. But
yeah,
we'll play it. We'll watch it. We'll play it as it goes.
That's not the longest hold time we've had in a crude trade, though, right? I think we've had one longer in the last 60 days.
We have. Was it crude that we held for the auto liquidator? We held one until the close one day.
I think it was. That's what my brain kind of remembers was crude. I know we held something to the auto lick, and I'm pretty positive it was crude.
That was a good trade. Good day.
It was a good trade. Yeah, ended up being a winner too. If I'm not mistaken. Our longest hold time on TV and a winner. Gotta love it.
Yes, a very decent winner. Yeah. All right, guys. Paul, what else are you seeing? Anything change in your mind in this trade right now?
Not a whole lot. I'm liking the momentum still. I like how I thought we were maybe gonna break and go lower and sort of consolidate, like it was saying after we made this candle. But after that rejection, I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, me too, man. That 86 level, if we would have failed at that 86 level after rejecting the 700s, I probably would have ended up closing, because I'm with you there. That was retesting another little 1 minute prior high, kind of the high of that 1 minute consolidation. The fact that buyers stepped back in there, that was nice to see. So we're gonna probably take out this little 1 minute high around 708 quarter. Paul, you said you were going to take profit a little bit sooner than I was. I was looking for 730s, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're looking for maybe just that 718, 717 high to get taken.
I think I normally don't set multiple take profits, but if I was going to, that's sort of where I would take my first one or first couple contracts off. However, I might just hold this. I like the way it's looking right now.
Excellent. Quick check back in on the tilt. We got 66% long in the ES, 76% long in the NQ now. Longs in the NQ are growing. Average price 22,700. Longs getting paid just a little bit. There are a few ticks in the money at the moment. Crude 70% long and gold 57% short. House count still short crude oil, and Gabe and Paul both long the NASDAQ. Real quick, we got some housekeeping to do. We got Eddie in the back with a special announcement about what happened on this day.
Why do you say real quick? I'm going to take my time. I'm going to take my time on this one. Go real quick. Hey, on this day, okay, let's hit the magic flea market gong, and of course, go back into time. On July 1st, 1979, the first personal stereo cassette player, called the Sony Walkman, debuts for sale. It would spark a revolution in portable electronics. Now, the transistor radio had been the first marvel to put music literally in the customer's hand. This would they did that about the mid-50s. It was cheap, reliable, portable, but it could never even approximate the sound quality of a record being played at home in a home stereo. However, the only technology available on the go, music lovers, until the Walkman appeared. That was July 1st, 1979. And we're going to go back into time a little bit more. 1904, July 1st, 1904, the Olympic Games. These were the first ever held in the U.S. They opened in St. Louis. They would also be the first Olympics to award gold, silver, and bronze medals. I did not know that. The prior Olympics were in Athens, 1896, first modern Olympics. First place, he received a olive branch and a diploma. Diploma, I don't know for where, but it was a diploma. Second place, he received a bronze or copper medal and a laurel branch. And I was going, what's a laurel branch? Well, that's what in Rome, symbols of military victories. Commanders would wear this after a battle. Also, these wreaths were also used as a funeral decoration. Third place, what you got in third place was a George Foreman grill. No, actually, you got nothing for third place, which sort of sucked. But when they came to the States, we said, hey, let's go gold, silver, and bronze. That's what we have. And that's your on this day for July 1st. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. The Walkman, man. I remember my first Walkman. I remember the first cassette tape that I purchased with my own hard-earned money. It was Metallica, Kill 'Em All, and I walked around listening to it on my Walkman.
Oh, yeah, you were cool. You had to have one. That was like the cool kids had them. Yeah.
Nice trip down memory lane.
But the thing was the batteries. You know, the batteries were the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, JD. This is kind of the third retest of these 700s, I'm thinking about just taking this off the table. We're kind of failing to see the momentum I wanted to see. We're sitting right up against a pretty pivotal area of supply. I mean, this we had a 700 to 718, huge 3-bar reversal that led to a breakdown to a lower price. So there's no doubt about it that there's sellers up here. And the fact that I'm not really seeing a continuation has me a little concerned that we might be fighting here for a bit. Obviously, we got limited time in the segment, but if we don't break above this 708 level, if we don't get a closure above the 708s, I'm probably just going to take my profits here since we're sitting inside of supply.
How are you feeling about it, Paul? I'm sort of thinking the same. I really want to see us close above this last high we just made, and with some momentum too.
Well, we'll see if it breaks out here.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. What are you thinking?
I was just saying that I don't think taking it off is a bad idea right now if we don't get the follow through we're expecting, but still is room to run.
Yeah, still some room to run. Like, I agree with you. It's not that we aren't seeing higher lows on the 1 minute. I really want to see it pop. Like, just flush it or let's get rid of it and look for a new trade. I mean, really right now we're sitting at about 2-to-1 anyway for what my original risk was. So I mean, I'm not going to shake my head at a nice little 2-to-1 within 20, 30 minutes essentially.
Yeah, for sure.
But
that's a good trade, especially at this time of day.
Yeah, I know Paul's in a little bit of a different scenario because his entry was a little bit higher. So, I'm sure our plans might be a little bit different, but I know we're looking for the same objective, which is ultimately just a flush of these 710s, 720s.
It's struggling right now. Volume's really died off. Volatility is falling off the cliff. It's pretty slow right now, but we'll keep looking at it. We check in on the tilt again, see if that's changed at all. 74% long in the tilt now in the NQ, 60% in the ES. Check in on our crude trade again. Did come back through our entry price in crude. No trigger for a stop, though. Still a bit of a ways from that. Sitting right around the 9 EMA at 65.65. Got our overnight VWAP down at 65.34. And we're still trading inside value from yesterday. Shorts are still a valid trade in crude right now. So again, we'll just hang on and keep reassessing every couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Caleb says
I'm
very
going to take
bearish.
this off the table.
Oh, were you reading Caleb's comment?
No, I'm just going to go ahead and pull this off. We're peaking above the 708s, and we're looking like we're about to either break this or stall here, and I'm pretty content with this. Once again, 2-to-1. I can only make about $1,500 anyways on a max day, and I'm 2/3 of the way there already for the day. So I'm content with that, and we're sitting in a nice area of supply, 2-to-1. I don't think nothing to really, complain about. So, Paul, whatever we do here, obviously, I hope we get that full target for you. But I think that's an area that I'm comfortable just go ahead and taking it off. Moving on.
I like that. Good trade.
Yeah, very good trade.
Likewise.
Well, what's your average hold time? How long do you feel comfortable holding on to a trade? Does it matter to you?
It depends on the session. I've traded overnight a little bit, and I will hold longer overnight because it's slower. I normally don't get as much movement, but there's been times where I've held from like 10 a.m. through like 2 p.m. If I like what I'm seeing, I don't have a problem holding it, but most of the time I'm in and out in less than 30 minutes, I would say.
That's cool. So this is your fourth trade of the day too. Is that sort of average for you too?
I do normally
trades a
take
day?
around three to five, I would say. But I do like to trade overnight. Sometimes I trade like 3 overnight and like 2 in the morning, but it really just depends.
Do you watch slow markets with Dakota or any of the
I have
other
occasionally.
overnight Top Step programs? Yeah,
I have before. I like watching because y'all trade different markets than I do. I'm mostly just a NASDAQ trader, but I've been
yeah,
trying to get into a couple different markets, and that helps just seeing some with experience.
yeah. That's good. It's important to broaden sometimes. You get stuck in one market and you're sort of at the mercy of how you're feeling when you're trading the market that day. And if it's not moving, you end up chopping yourself up. That type of deal. So having a secondary market that's moving when your primary market is not moving doesn't hurt. A lot of the, I guess, depending on how you set your trading entries and exits, how your setups and your strategies work, I mean, they're pretty much. I mean, your strategy should be able to translate between markets. You should be able to look at a market, look at a chart, and have a good idea of what you want to do in that market. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, definitely. It's more for me just like understanding how it moves, not like I know that I could probably implement the same strategy, but I just want to like have a good understanding of the market before I hop in there myself.
Yeah. Oh, we just got a little bit of a pop in the NQ.
There we go. Love it. So,
that was that
Paul, your
20 level that I
TP?
was looking at.
Do you have a limit there, or did you end up? Are you just looking to hold this?
I'm looking to hold it. If I were to take a TP1, that would have been it. It would have been the start of this 15-minute gap that I'm seeing right here at 7:20 on the dot. If I were to take one, but I'm comfortable with holding this, to be honest.
Nice. Do you have any plans of reducing risk or taking a partial, going break even? Like at this point, now that we've cleared a high,
I do think now that we've broken that first area, I want to move my stop to this low just to manage risk. But now, I mean, as it stands now, I'm looking at close to like a 6 risk to reward maybe. So I'm comfortable holding this. I think the risk to reward is there. My stop loss has been dragged. I don't really like to go break even because it just sort of chokes me out. Sorry, my cat is. But,
what's his name?
Here, hold on. Her name is Bluebell. She's a little fiend sometimes.
Bluebell.
There's a second one, but he's not going to come on screen.
Well, hey JD, real quick, I know we're kind of getting close. I do have one thing to mention. I'm going to post something in chat for you guys. But if you didn't see in Fast Markets, we do have a giveaway for a second Topstep gearbox. Paul, you're welcome to submit for this too, by the way. It's anybody and everybody that's hanging out with us. But don't forget to submit your information. I'm about to drop the form in chat here. It's going to ask for your name, your email, and your address. One randomly picked lucky winner will get selected tomorrow during Fast Markets. Today's swag box includes everything you need for your summer vacation. Got the Yeti mug, some koozie, like a koozie, sunglasses, Topstep Trading Journal, and a tank top, Topstep tank top size medium. But all traders, including our international traders, are eligible for this. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that form now in chat, pin that to the chat for the moment, and make sure you hit that up sometime today.
Awesome. We're shipping them around the world, folks. Don't be afraid to sign up. Win yourself a box full of swag. That's good looking swag too. I don't know how much of that is actually in the swag store, but I'm sure a good chunk of it is.
And that brings up a good point because there's a question in chat. If you do want to look at purchasing any gear outside of just what's in the giveaway, you can go to that link right there, which is the shop.topstep.com. But
cool
try the
stuff in
giveaway
there.
first. Yeah, try the giveaway first. Don't feel like you got to go rush to that store to purchase anything right now. Try the giveaway. See if you can win that tomorrow. We'll do, I think there's a few more. I think Danielle's packing a box a week or something like that. So there'll be more coming up in the future. But international traders are eligible for that. But anyway, that's all I got for you.
Yep. Danielle's got plans for more swag boxes coming your way, folks. Not today, but very, very soon. seeing a little more strength coming in the NASDAQ. It looked like a little minor liquidity grab on that 3-minute chart, but we're starting to pop just a little bit more again. Crude oil is coming back in our direction. Everything's looking all right. Paul, do your parents know you trade? You share your trading stories with them?
They do. My mom's actually watching right now. She can't comment because I don't think she's subscribed to YouTube. But she's I think she's on here. She was in the chat. Shout out, Mom, wherever you are. She's in the living room. But she could come back here and say what's up. But I think she's
that's awesome. That's usually our closing question, you know, like who do you want to give a shout out to? Who's watching you? Who do you want to say hi to? Got that one out of the way early.
Yeah. Shout out my mom
in the
shout
chat
out my
if you're
dad.
there, Mom.
Oh yeah.
She's here somewhere.
Very
oh,
cool.
and my
Very
aunt.
cool.
My aunt's in the chat.
Hey, all right.
That's Sally.
It is.
Making money with the family watching. That's pretty cool.
Hey, Sally.
Well, Paul,
What's
we
that,
got
Eddie?
those 730s. He just said,
Is that-
"Hey,
was
Sally."
Is that your take profit?
Yeah.
Originally?
Yeah, that would have been the full TP, yeah. But
Mhm.
730 was the next level I was looking for. We initially rejected just shy of it, 727s, but with the last 3 minutes, we just peaked above that. Your full target on this is some higher time frame structure, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's like the
Yes, it is.
790s.
I'm looking at this 15-minute chart. There's a small gap that I'm eyeing at start. Let me try to pull up one chart so you can see it a little bit better. This is what I want to see. There's a slight gap in between this wick and this wick. I want to see this get filled at some point. That's what I was looking for, is like a rebalancing target, I guess, for a retracement. But that's what I would call that. But I think we might see that here soon.
Okay, so 780s. I got you.
Yeah, 780s.
Tracking. Cool. Sweet.
Oh, and my dad's watching. Shout out family.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that.
Shout out the whole fam.
Even the chat. Everyone's watching. You're not nervous, are you? Don't get nervous.
No.
He's got experience now. He's been on a couple times. He's good. He's chilling.
All right, we got about 1 minute left together here. Just a couple more seconds. Paul, you're going to keep holding on to this trade. Make sure you let us know in the chat how it's going in the next few minutes. If we rip up your profit target, let us know that you're out. Otherwise, we got to take a short break and get ready for Lunchbox Trading. Alex Ferreira is coming in with Andre for a few minutes. Then Hoag, Deanna, and Anne-Marie are going to finish things up. Paul, thanks for joining us. Thanks for sharing your trading knowledge, your trading setups. You put on a good one. You're making some money live on air here on TopstepTV. Good on you. Can't wait to have you back on again. If we don't see you for a while, good luck in your last semester at school too. But I think we'll see you before that, before the end of the summer.
Yes, sir.
Gabe, my man.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome,
Paul.
bud.
Thanks
for coming on. Appreciate you, man. Gabe, my man, I'll see you shortly. For the rest of you, we're going to take a short break. Lunchbox Trading coming up next. Alex Ferreira, Andre, and then Hoag, Anne-Marie, and Deanna. See you in a few minutes, folks. TopstepTV. Let's go.
weather day. Might as well check the futures. I just went long on gold in a 3-lot. From now on, I'm going long on gold, at least for the near future. We'll see what happens. Back in the red. Yeah, I blew up my account yesterday. But after a good reset, I'm doing better. I'm learning. Every day I'm learning. So it's definitely fun to get the similar rush of skiing, I would say.
Oh, that beat just hits. Yes, Alex Ferreira in the house. Top Step partner, athlete going for the Olympic gold, Winter Olympics 2026 in Milano. Alex Ferreira, welcome aboard. How's it going, my man?
Dre, thank you for having me. Everything's going great. Happy to be here. Excited to be on TopstepTV and talking with the greats. What's going on with you?
Oh, man. So you're trading it up on the phone, trading the gold. How's it going? Obviously, you're in the middle of training as well. Trading. How has the trading journey gone so far?
The trading journey is going well. It's tough, Things are chipping away, and they're going fast. Things are changing all the time. It's very volatile. And obviously, I'm trading gold. So with with the war in Israel and Iran, and then with the war in Ukraine and Russia, it's definitely fluctuating. We were seeing gold prices around 3,800 and 3,700. Now they've kind of dropped down around 35, 34, 33. And so I'm just learning every day, just trying to figure it out. And yeah, looking at a bunch of different indicators and seeing what we can do here.
Staying up to date, staying current on the news. All right, let's get into it. So you're at Mount Hood. You are training for the Winter Olympics. How is it going? What is it like? What's the regiment? You trying out new stuff, ups and downs. How has training gone?
Yeah, training has been going well. We were just in Mount Hood, Oregon. I just got back to Colorado, my home base. And, I took some crashes out there, actually. It was which is kind of uncharacteristic for me, but we have numerous different training regiments and mechanisms to train on, and one of them is this giant airbag that you land on. And I was landing on the airbag, and I kind of went a little too big, and I fell and, slipped out onto my head, and everything since then, it's been kind of slowed down a bit, just trying to get back to 100% and see a lot of physical therapists, see a lot of chiropractors, get some massages, and, hit the hyperbaric chamber, just trying to get back to 100%.
When you do take a spill, if you don't mind me asking, do you get spooked? Does it get in your head? Is it more mental? Is it more physical, or both? And what's that recovery like? What's harder, I guess, the physical or the mental?
Absolutely. You're definitely experiencing the physical and the mental. Physically speaking, I'm in pain, and then mentally speaking, you're also in pain because you're reliving the event over and over and over again, trying to explain it to yourself. How did this happen? Why did this happen? And sometimes you can chalk it up to that was just a random event and it was a freak of nature incident. And then sometimes you really dig deep and you think, well, I could have done this, and this differently. For me, in this case, I could have watered the ramp more so that it wasn't as sticky, so that I would have been sliding more and had just had more lubrication on the ramp. So yeah, it's definitely my fault, but it's always your fault, like you take 100% responsibility for not only your training, but your trading as well. And yeah, it just happens to be that I made a mistake, and that mistake won't happen again, right?
Oh yeah. In that video, you said you get the same rush trading gold as you do the super pipe. Is that true, or are you just gassing us up on that one, Alex?
No, it is true, because in the pipe, it's it's high energy, it's electric, it's scary. There's a lot on the line, a lot of risk on the line, and it's the same thing with trading gold. Especially on a 3-lot, you got a little bit more risk in the game, and you're biting off a bit more than you can chew. But I figure if you're going in for a lot of risk anyways, you might as well take a touch more and feel those nerves a bit more. So I don't really see it as too much of a crazy uptick, I would say.
Love it. It might be a dumb question. Have you always been a risk taker, and since you were a kid?
No, not a dumb question at all. Yeah, I think I'm always a calculated risk taker, as calculated as I can be. You just got to go with the gut as much as you possibly can, and especially in this business, it's tough. You got to be 100% certain before you click that button.
Yeah, you do. And same with skiing as well. So I would talk about Mount Hood. Who was all out there for trading? First of all, yeah, who's all out there?
Yeah, every national team is out there because it's an Olympic year. Everyone's getting geared up. The Canadian national team, the United States national team, the New Zealand national team, everybody across the world, the whole gang was there.
So are you essentially scouting out your competition, and are they scouting you out as well?
Definitely. Everyone's watching everyone, and you definitely see like some of the younger kids from New Zealand, they're doing some crazy tricks into the bag and trying to gear up for doing it on snow, and I'm looking over like, oh God, they're pushing me further than I wanted to go, but it's good. It's good to push yourself as far as you possibly can, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and yeah, that's what I seem to be doing.
Very, very cool. Again, Alex Ferreira joining us here on Topstep TV, going for that gold in 2026 Winter Olympics in Milano. What does the rest of the summer look like for Alex Ferreira? Trading and training, and how do you balance that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Tons of training every single day, Monday through Friday, and then tons of trading as well. I'm trying to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday as of now. And I do that before I am actually in the gym, just so I can, I don't know, if you hit some good trades, it makes you feel really good, and you can get a little bit more motivation going into the gym on an early morning at like 7 or 8 a.m. So I'm definitely doing that. And then sometimes when you hit a bad trade, it almost motivates you more as well too in the gym. You're like, fuck, I can't believe I did that. I gotta hit it hard this morning.
Have you gotten pissed at yourself or gone on tilt? We call it going on tilt. You get a little bit emotional. You get down on yourself. Do you ever talk to yourself while you're trading, Alex?
I'm talking to myself constantly, whether it's trading or training, and I'm always trying to do the positive self-talk, but sometimes, you get upset with yourself if you make a bad trade or if you train poorly. You're just like, what am I doing? What was I just thinking? And, for me, it's a learning experience every single day, and it's a fun learning experience. It's great. And especially with the combine, it's much easier to not feel a crazy amount of risk or stress as well, and trying to find your strategy.
Interesting stuff, Alex Ferreira. A question: your training partners, your competition, they know. I assume they know that you're getting into trading. What are their thoughts on you, kind of looking to grow and expand as Alex Ferreira, the businessman?
Yeah, I think they're excited for me, and then I also think it makes them look within themselves, trying to find different avenues. Oh, what should I be doing outside of training? Because there is that time, and you do have a little bit of extra here and there and a little bit more extra brain power as well. So I think they look at it as, oh, that's actually really cool. And a lot of them ask, like, what is Topstep? What am I doing? How do I get involved? And I give them the breakdown, and they get excited about it. And they're like, oh, well, that's interesting. I never really thought that you'd be doing this, Alex. And I'm like, yeah, well, you gotta be learning all the time. The eternal learner.
Absolutely. Alex Ferreira, thank you for joining us. All right, your thoughts on gold. I guess you talk about the conflicts in the Middle East, Europe as well. So typically there's a safe haven, right? People like to go into gold as a safe haven, catch a bid. In the video, you're saying, you like to get long gold. When you got the 3-lot on, what is your stop? What's your risk? What's your downside risk when you do put on a 3-lot?
Usually the stop loss is around $200, $215. But sometimes you need to give it a bit more because it'll jump up really quick and then it'll go down and then it'll jump back up super high. And I try and find usually the stop loss I'll put sometimes at the last point of resistance. And it's tough, because everyone's looking for a currency that they can find a lot of credibility in. And with war, you have a lot of fluctuations with different currencies, and it's hard to assume which currency to buy, right? So that's why I think people think Bitcoin is very attractive, and probably why gold is super attractive, honestly, because it's the longest standing metal, right?
Yes, it is.
It's the longest standing point of value. So
yes, it is.
I think that's why a lot of people trade it.
It's a safe haven. All right, Alex, as we're looking towards the winter, obviously we're not there. What does the rest of the summer look like? Obviously you're healing, getting better. What's your timetable in terms of healing up?
Yeah, currently healing, and I'm hoping to be good by next week, but we'll see. The body likes to take its own timeline. I'm not in charge on that one, but as much as you put in is what you get back. So it's just really trying to nail down and do as if you were trading or training. It's the healing process, right? You're just everything that you're thinking about is going into healing my body mentally and physically.
Man, Alex, the absolute man. Okay, rest of any more mountains? I know you're out in Mount Hood. Where do you go next in terms of just hitting the slopes and keep pushing?
Yeah, so we'll have a training camp in Park City, Utah, and that'll be an airbag camp and trampoline camp. And then we will head to Australia or New Zealand right around late August, early September. There's a 2-week camp in Australia, which the U.S. team probably won't partake in, but there's a camp in New Zealand at the same time, which they usually do partake in. But I've never been to Australia. I think it's good to change things up, get a different perspective, and see the world, right?
Absolutely, man. See the world, trade the world. We got viewers and traders watching from all over the globe right now. We got Tova Trade saying Mount Hood is so pretty. Alex, as you keep trading, what do you find like difficult in terms of your new journey here? What are you finding like the hardest to do in terms of trading gold?
I'm finding what's hardest is to keep consistent, man. It's difficult because not everything is in your control, right? Whereas in training, everything is virtually in your control, in your domain. But in trading, it's really doing the research and figuring out and placing the right bet, right? Like everything can change in a matter of moments. So I'm having trouble with being consistent.
Consistency indeed. So reps, review, preparation, just like becoming one of the elite athletes on the planet. Alex, can't thank you enough for checking in. Where are you right now, Alex? Are those trophies
currently in Colorado? Yeah, got the medals back at home. Yeah.
Absolutely love it. Alex, thank you so much for your time. We will see you again. Good luck with trading. Good luck with healing up and trading as well. Going for that Olympic gold in 2026 in Milan. Alex, as always, thanks for jumping out. Look at that Topstep hat, man. You're a handsome devil. Take care, Alex Ferreira. We'll take a quick break here, and then we've got D and Anne-Marie and Hoag coming up. Alex, again, thank you so much. TopstepTV, we'll take a little break. Take care, Alex. Thank you.
Great. You're the best. Thanks for everything. Much love, fam.
And it even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
do.
Welcome, traders. It is time for Lunchbox Trading. Get your ham sandwich, get a glass of milk, your cold pizza, whatever it is. I am extremely blessed today to have two of my favorite people in the world with me today. We've got Anne Marie, we've got Dee. Good afternoon or good evening to whoever is overseas. Dee, it's great to always have you. You're in a trade. We've got a couple of subjects that we're going to talk about. So tell us about the trade, Dee, and tell us about how your trading day is going. Anne Marie, you're next.
Yeah, so I'm in a long corporate trade. I tried this earlier, it didn't work, but I'm looking at it as one massively big range. So I would like to see it start crawling upward as we get into settlement in about 10 minutes time. If it doesn't happen, that's fine. But the way I'm seeing it, it's a neutral day on copper. We extended the initial balance on both sides. And if we can get a little bit of a take profit move, that is an extended version of a range trade. But I definitely don't want to be a seller here. So whatever happens, happens.
Did we share your charts, Dee?
I did share the charts. Do you have
Yes, you
them?
did. It's a thing on my end. Give me
Okay.
1 sec.
Okay.
Yep. They'll be
All
up
right.
in a minute.
All right. Well, while we're working on that, Anne Marie, how are you? How's your day? How are things going?
My day's going well. It's 100 degrees with the heat index, so I'm not sorry that you guys are talking about 90, but I wish it was 90 here. Yeah, it's been going good. I looked at the VWAP this morning from yesterday's trading to the overnight, and I said, it's going to be a sideways kind of day. Going to look for those dips, and that's been keeping me out of trouble. Haven't been really looking at any trend trades.
And what were you trading today?
I traded mostly the ES.
Okay.
The ES, and it's done really well. I'm going to do, for those folks that asked from Market Kickoff, I'm going to do a video on Super Trend and how to use that indicator as we're moving to a complete Topstep X environment. We know Topstep X is going to grow and deliver more for us. As we sit here, however, there are a lot of really great indicators that we can use, and less is often more. So in order that we do the best that we can and work with some of the really great indicators that are already there, I promise to put one up in the next couple of days. I'll put it in the Coach Anne Marie room on Discord, but that's really been helping through the course of the day. I probably ought to make that a little brighter so everybody can see it.
Now, this is the Super Trend indicator.
Super Trend, yes. And the great thing about this Super Trend is that you ever get in a trade and you're like, I have no idea where I should move my stop up. I have no idea where I should set my first profit space. And this is a very nice indicator to use to do that. And it also tells you if you've gotten into a short and it breaks over resistance, it's a clear signal that says, listen, you're on the wrong side of the trade. You got to get out, reset, review, recalibrate, and then you can re-enter. And so it's really nice, super simple, and I'm looking forward to sharing that with folks as we just try to dig in and use the best that Topstep X has to offer us at this time.
Awesome. So did it help you in trading today?
Yes, absolutely it did. And so what I normally do is I draw a box around the largest volume of price action that has occurred in the prior day, which I did that. It's this box right here. And if it drops, if it's a bullish box and it drops below it, I know they're going to be hunting for support. And so these old lines of resistance, these old lines of old support tell me where I can start looking for areas to take profit. It worked very, very nicely.
That green line pretty much below price is the trend indicator. Super trend.
It's so yes, we can call it a trend indicator, but what I use it for is to manage if I'm looking at a trade, like right now, if I think to myself, wait a second, is this a short coming up to the top here? The first thing I will look at is, what are my old resistance lines? And those are the red ones. They give me resistance levels of the past. And so if I'm trying to be a gunslinger, I might say, I'm going to go ahead and take that short there. The problem is that little green arrow just popped up. And that little green arrow tells me, hang on, you just crossed over a major resistance zone. So if you're thinking about shorting, you better wait for that to collapse or you'll be sitting in the wrong direction. And so it's just a nice, way to keep. What I have a tendency to do is mean revert. I love the mean reversion trade.
There's three of us here.
I know, right? It's just great.
I'm trying one now.
And so my first thought is always, how can I get into the trade? But sometimes I get into a mean reversion trade and it's too early. And what this tells me is, cool your jets. There's something possibly happening, but you better wait for that. Yeah, exactly.
Not yet.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, Dee, we've got your charts ready to come up. If we can get Dee's charts up here, Dee, you can talk about your copper trade a little bit here.
Yeah. Yeah. So really, I was looking to for the gamma wall to hold. Now that didn't quite happen, and there's a whole bunch of stuff in this area that I quite like about it. So we had one fake out, which is why I got into it. And I thought, oh, great, we held the 5-minute chart above the gamma wall. And since then, it's just not really picking up. This could also be the summer low liquidity where there's just nobody else on the other side to actually push it back up. That's definitely a danger for summer trading. Whilst you can have range-bound days, you can also have really big ranges that go in one direction, turn around, go all the way down, and then it does nothing. So I still want to be a buyer here though. So I'm gonna hold on to this, see what they do in another couple of minutes. And then I've noticed that sometimes copper tends to wait until settlement before it starts turning around. So we'll see. For now, it's still just moving away from that 510 level. So I don't really like that at all. Having said that, this is going to be my last trade for the day, so whatever happens, happens. I'm absolutely cool with this either way. I'm certainly not shorting it here, so I'm going to be stubborn.
Would you consider this a reversion trade? I mean, it looks like the market's kind of been coming off for a while.
Yeah, so the idea was that the initial balance was extended to both sides. The initial balance was pretty small. And let me just see if I can mark it here. Let's go up to a 30-minute chart because it's going to be easier. Here it is. So this was the initial balance up here. Went up, failed the auction. The failed auction was, for me, IB was too small. So I can't really do failed auctions because I don't really see much potential there, because most of the time, initial balance failures will only go down to the initial balance. And then when it started bleeding lower, I was like, I'm going to wait for it. And I'm going to wait for it. So I had the London low, which was 511.85. So my first idea was that it's going to pull back up. That didn't happen, so I stayed out. But once we got to the gamma wall, that's when I started pouncing on it, and this is where my negative balance came from. But I'm still thinking this is still the same trade. I do not want to short it. This would be like shorting in the hole for me. So even if it doesn't work, I would still be more comfortable staying in this long than try to fiddle around with like short scalps around here. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to commit to the trade. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's fine. If it works, brilliant. But because we are going to go through settlements, this might actually take like another hour or two to work out. And well, it's just how it is with copper at this time of day. Everything grinds to a very slow yet consistent movement. It could carry on down, obviously, but if it does start to show signs of life, we could be in a situation where it actually does go like 70 to 100 ticks back up. I've seen copper do that so many times, and it usually happens after settlement and all the way into power hour. And then there's another additional pump just in the last sort of 10 minutes, even though everything's closed on copper, nobody's trading it. But yeah, it's been an interesting day, kind of an extended neutral day. I would still classify this a range trade with one, try not to swear, but let's say mofo of a range. So if it does work out, it will be pretty tasty. Yeah, we just, we'll see what happens. But I'm pretty happy with my decision here.
Well, I mean, I see that 30-minute bar like 3 ago, the one that actually kind of finished positive.
The
nice
one that
hammer
got me,
there.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what got you in, right?
That's what got me in. Yeah,
Nice.
I was actually in slightly before that pump. And then I thought to myself, oh, yeah, we're sitting pretty here. And then it just like, and now we're basically being tortured by copper because it's not behaving. But, we'll squeeze out something here. So we'll see. Not the ideal trade, obviously.
I have a formal request.
I'm gonna just kind of go over where the markets are for everybody right now.
Yes.
S&P's up near the highs of the session, just looking above the initial balance high for the fourth time today. 62.53 and a quarter last. Crude oil right in the middle of the range. House, by the way, is still short that those 5 micros from 65.76 approximately. Flat in gold holding right near the session lows, 33.51 even, currently last. And the NASDAQ, kind of funny, the S&P's up near the IB high. NASDAQ just bounced back lower off the IB low. Correlation traders probably having a hard time with that today, but the NASDAQ currently trading 22,720 approximately.
Have we seen YM today?
I know.
Yeah,
I was just going to bring that up. So dislocated.
Yeah,
because I didn't even look at it because I was like, equities are quiet. And then I was like, oh, what's YM doing? Because I was on my live stream just before this. And I looked at it and I was like,
yeah, that's crazy.
Who gave it a line of coke? What happened?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a flight to safety. Simply
Maybe,
because
yeah.
if you look at the heat maps for what's going on, we've got tons of flow into consumer staples. Everything out of tech slipping off the rails, and everything floating into consumer staples today. I think we have some kind of rotation, flight to safety.
That was the safety
that
du
could be a
jour.
sign of that could be a sign of recession as well, right? Let's hope not.
I don't know. I think maybe people are nervous about maybe the jobs number. And I was just saying to someone, have you guys ever had a day with a holiday where the NYSE closes at 1 p.m. Eastern, and just before that, we have the biggest slurry of economic data that is going to be released, and then the market closes? I have not seen that in I can't even remember a time that I've seen a day like that. Do you?
No, it's like all the stars are aligning for something wacky to happen on Thursday, right?
Feels like it.
Yeah, I was really shocked because usually if it's a holiday, they move NFP to a Monday.
Exactly.
I was shocked because I was looking at the calendar yesterday because it was Monday, so we were doing like analysis, and I didn't really do much trading. I ended up like 418 up on the day. It was fine, but not too much happening. And then I thought to myself, oh, let's see where NFP is going to happen because obviously it's holiday. So I'm expecting to see Monday, and then I see it on a Thursday. I was like, what? this is so odd.
The NYSE closes at 1 Eastern,
Mm-hmm.
which is it's bizarre. Let me get my tinfoil hat out, and I will start telling us why.
Can I join you?
Yeah, I think something's weird right there for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. But my formal request is in the sounds. I need to have Deanna do that that she does, so I can plug it in for when my trade goes bad. I need that.
When you get your stops hit.
It goes wow.
Yeah. When I recorded all those, I did a fourth one for stop hit, and it was wah wah wah.
I like it.
They didn't use that one. So, well, we could talking about the holiday and the fact that it is like on a before a day shortened session before a holiday, the Independence Day holiday here in the U.S. We were talking about sideways trading, and in the S&Ps, we're certainly seeing that sideways trading. And Anne Marie, you wanted to talk a little bit about how to trade sideways trading, and to me, it's when you're expecting it, you let the extremes of the session establish themselves, and you work those extremes. What do you think?
Oh, exactly. And so the question really is, well, how do I know it's going to be a sideways day? And we don't know until we know, but the day before and the range of the day before sort of gives you a heads up. So yesterday we had all of this sideways space. So let me remove all the drawings and all the indicators.
Drawings,
right? So if I just look at a 15-minute chart, just from yesterday, we can see that what we had is, except for the crazy wick towards the end, we had this box. It gapped up and it held. And so my brain immediately sees that box. I try to look at my charts every day without any indicators on it to see if anything about price jumps out at me. And then I add my indicators back because they'll help me sort of pace my way through the day. But the sideways motion of the day, and then the first thing I stare down is, where's my VWAP? Come on, friend. There we go.
Flat.
First thing, I looked at it and I went, well, that's essentially flat. Now, some of us, when we're trading, we have this mindset of, oh, wait, it's trending up. Oh, no, it's trending down. Oh, no, it's trending up. Oh, no, it's trending down. That's flat. If you are looking, if you're looking at a chart and half of the candles are above the VWAP and half of the candles are below the VWAP, you're sideways. And so my thought was, I'm going to wait for the spikes, short it, tight risk. I'm going to wait for the dips, tight risk. And I'm using, the range from the prior day. So I'd like to short up here. But again, my super trend is telling me, probably ought to wait for a hot minute, let things confirm. It's hard to trade sideways, but Adobe does it well, and we can really see the particularly with these markers, because here's the great thing about the super trend marker. It prints way in advance, and it doesn't change relative to time. How many of us have looked at a chart in hindsight and gone, oh my gosh, the moving average was going straight up. Why did I short? Except your moving average wasn't going straight up when you did that. It curve fitted the rest of the candlesticks as price moved forward. And a lot of us realize, especially you and Dee, realize that price action is much more important to pace out than, say, the slope of a particular moving average, particularly if you look at it in hindsight, because you're not going to get the same data. Disagree?
Agree. I was going to ask Dee if there's any particular trick or tool that she uses. Dee, is there any kind of a tool or trick that you look at to decide if a day is going to be range bound and where you're going to be patient, wait for the extremes, and look for your opportunities there?
We have a couple of things to look at in the profile, right? So we have the initial balance. So we're extending to both sides or just one side. And I know people love to trade the open and whatever, but when you're going to have a range day, chat, you've heard Hoag say it so many times, we're opening in balance, better locations are going to probably come in later in the day. So when we open outside of the value area like we did on copper today, there's always a chance of this extended jump back down to value. But at the end of the day, it doesn't change the fact that we extended the initial balance to both sides. So if you do get that mean reversion, it can actually be pretty violent. But to me, the initial balance and whether we're extending both sides or just one side, also the size of initial balance, those two have been pretty good for me to determine whether I should maybe switch gears to range-bound trading or not. And then it's down to trade locations. One of the things that I'm not that happy about with range days is that you have to be so precise and you have to wait for excellent trade locations. It requires
agonizing.
the highest amount of patience. And if somebody is fairly new, like they've been trading for a couple of years, they're probably not going to have that kind of patience. Another thing could be spiky candles. You can look at a 30-minute chart, and if they're all just having spikes on both sides, but you have a pretty decent range, it's probably a range-bound day. Only once it leaves and sustains the price outside of that range, maybe you can look at a breakout. But whenever I see spikes anywhere, I'm just like, oh God, now I have to wait. Nobody likes to wait, right? We all want to get our trade right then and there. But yeah, that's why I don't like range days personally, because I find them just painful, painful. But if we have a big range like this one on copper, that's fine, because you have so much space. You don't have to be that pedantic, and you can have a margin of error to like 35 to 50 ticks. But if it's a tight range, oh my God, like you pretty much have to put on your Dolby hat and try and aim for the session highs and session lows.
I used to love range days. I called them cash register days.
Yeah,
because you get the extremes. You can find cheap trades if you're patient, like Dee says. You find the cheap trades. You play those extremes until they just don't work anymore. It's range bound to breakout rules, and used to have some wonderful days. Seeing some continuation here, perhaps in the S&Ps. Just put in a double top. We may see S&Ps pushing above that IB high. See if we can get some range extension on that. One of the things that I'm noticing in the markets today is we're a little short on likes, folks. Everybody hit the like button. We have two rock stars here. So hit the like button for Dee. Hit the like button for Anne-Marie. Holiday trading, sideways trading. Yes, J55. These are the days that test the trader, of course. Dee, what do they do in London for Independence Day? Is it no? It's probably not probably not a big celebration. Are you guys missing us or what?
I don't think that English people are that big on the Independence Day. Considering that you guys separated from us on Independence, yeah, so they don't do anything. It's not a holiday. So it's a great question though. But yeah, it's just a normal day. So we're gonna go ahead with a regular Euro trade because LSE and LME are still open as normal, and hopefully we get some moves. I don't know how much movement because we also have the NFP, but yeah, we'll be there with bells on, as they like to say here.
Awesome. Henry, what are your plans? Are you gonna go to a display, go to the pool, have a margarita? What are you doing?
You know, sleep is always my first go-to because I'm very sleep deprived during the week. Very, very sleep deprived. So we actually had our 4th of July celebration this past weekend. We had the kids in. We were down at the pool and did all the things that Americans eat, and yeah, it was fun. So hamburgers,
baseball, and Chevrolets.
All of those were somewhere around.
I wonder if anybody remembers that commercial.
That is a pretty old commercial. It's from the 80s, isn't it?
What was it? Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. That was it. So, well, I got to tell you, my wife is hopping on a plane tomorrow and going on an Alaskan cruise with one of her girlfriends for 8 days. She's leaving tomorrow.
So when she's yeah, so when she's not there, I mean, we're not trying to drop the dime on you or anything here, but when she's not around, what do you do that's different? Do you sleep in? Do you wear the bedroom slippers more? Do you turn on the TV extra loud? What happens?
Nothing in particular. I'll, pretty much the same routine. I'll probably do a little more reading. I want to pick up my guitar again. I haven't done that in quite a long time. Got to get my pads going again. But her birthday is on Thursday, July 3rd. Lucky girl. She always gets the day after her birthday off.
I know.
But I'm going to be missing her. She's going to send some pictures. Maybe we'll get to see some of those beautiful pictures from up in Alaska.
It is beautiful.
It's lovely.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful up there. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
You go up there in the summer, you know exactly why people live there. It's for the summer months. It totally is.
Yeah.
Your trade's looking great. It's really starting to lift.
I mean, it's starting. It's just, it needs to get over 510. Otherwise, it's just going to.
Yeah, it's a nice reversal down there.
Yeah. Really pretty.
You got the Dakota 3-bar reversal on the 5 and everything. Go ahead, Amory.
What was the risk? What's the current risk on this one? I know you don't move your risk. So what is the risk on this trade?
437 and 50 cents. So about 430 bucks. Yeah. Because copper is expensive. It's 1250.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm assuming that the regular trading hour session has closed for copper. 12:30 like gold, right?
Yep, that's it.
Now you're starting to see your turnaround.
I know,
it's been happening recently.
Right?
Yeah. It used to happen somewhere around sort of half an hour before settlement. But then in the last sort of 2 months, across the board, it's not just copper, it's natural gas, it's everything. They kind of wait until that either euro close or settlement, and then they start turning it around. And I'm like, what are you waiting for? Why? But yeah, it's just a change that we have to make a note of and to say, okay, well, that's new behavior. I have to adapt. And
how long has it been happening?
About 2-3 months now. basically all this year. Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know why. It's a bit weird. We do have the LME that closes 10 minutes after Euro close. So sometimes we might see that movement after, what's that, 10:30 a.m. Central. And then you see like in the next 10 minutes, there's like more movement in copper as a result. But no, recently it's just like if it's directional, it's just directional. And then it settles and then they start moving it. And I've seen, like I said, I've seen days where it just goes for 70 to 100 ticks over the next 2 hours. Almost like the most painful mean reversion ever.
Interesting.
Shake everybody out.
Your patience.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Luckily,
Just-
when I'm in these sorts of trades, I don't sit there and watch them. I always say to people, you know, if you're going to try this sort of trading, find a hobby, because you're going to lose your mind just staring at it.
For sure.
So, you know, I go cook, I go sometimes walk the dogs, you know, keep one eye on it, but I'm not actually actively looking at it. And by the time I'm done with all of that, I come back and I'm like, oh, there's a target. Awesome.
Does
somehow this is
LME
starting to look like that? Yeah.
Does LME mean London Metals Exchange?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And it is actually the largest metal exchange in the world. So a lot of the volume for gold, copper, and a whole bunch of weird metals like nickel, aluminium. They trade a whole bunch of stuff in 5-minute increments, but they start really late. They're not like LSCE, London Stock Exchange starts trading at 8 a.m. over here. And, you know, it's all like, all right, let's trade Eurex products, let's trade FTSE currencies. And then you get the LME that starts trading at like 11:40 a.m. So they just leisurely stroll in and they're like, right, let's do some trading. It's a really odd exchange, kind of typical London fashion, you know, just not really panicking. It's one big ring. I don't know whether I've actually had the pleasure to go and see it. And I couldn't believe what was happening because there was only probably about 9 or 10 people in the actual ring. Nobody else is allowed in the ring apart from the brokers and the traders. And then they were all sitting down. So when the trading started, all I'm seeing is like an elderly lady in like, you know, a red coat. And she's just sitting down and going. So I asked, I was like, so when is the trading starting? Well, yeah, like a real auction. And I said, when is the trading actually going to start? And they said, no, this is it. I was expecting like the exchanges we saw in Chicago, you know, everybody kind of pushing and shoving and, you know, no, it was super civilized. I'm like, okay, this is the weirdest style of trading ever. So, yeah, very English, very proper. And nobody's allowed to shout. Nobody's allowed to say a word, nothing. So it's all just like signs, signals, and you know, you give your order, the broker comes, and you know, off they go. It's like, yeah, it's nothing like what you guys have seen. Even me, I was like, what is?
We're savages over here, is what she's saying, Hoag.
Like a parallel universe.
Twilight Zone.
Boy, I don't know if the trading floors in Chicago were ever that quiet. I mean, even before the market or after the market, you used to hear all the time clocks clicking, just constant clicking of time clocks because everything had to be time stamped. How long ago was that, T?
The parts?
That was in 2014, I want to say. But it hasn't changed much. I think for a while it was closed, but they kind of reopened it, then they closed it again. I think they're open again. I don't know why they keep doing that. So I thought the open outcry metals trading was done. And then I looked it up like just the other day and I'm like, oh, they're still open. And I swear they closed down the doors, said no more metal exchange. It seems to still be happening. So we still have the ring session in the morning, ring session in the afternoon, and it works in like 2 sessions. So you get metals trading in 5-minute increments for separate metals. Then everything gets traded at the end of each session for like 10 minutes. And then they have a lunch break. and then they come back and do it all over again. So in the time when they're trading everything, that's called curb trading, because back in the day they were doing their trading in like pubs. So they used to get a bit rowdy, and then the pub owners would kick the traders out on the curb, which is sidewalk over there. Yeah, so it was called curb trading because they were like continue shouting and doing stuff. So it was a little bit more rowdy, but then they opened the London Metal Exchange and everything was just like super civilized.
Yeah, they used to do that at the Board of Trade too. Is just like trade with each other at the bar and turn in the cards.
Yeah,
but there was curb trading in Chicago as well, because the Board of Trade actually started on a street corner. They would stand on the curb, and that's where open outcry started in Chicago before they had any real space to do it.
And they used to come with carts and stuff. Is that right? Am I remembering that correctly?
Well, there was
way
always
back in the day.
There was always sampling of product. If you were buying or selling corn, you'd want to see it. You'd want to bring some so people could see it. But the delivery dates may not be for 6 months into the future. So, and I remember being on the Board of Trade floor with my dad, and there were samples of corn and soybeans and wheat and oats, and they were always just hey, this is what the corn looks like in Iowa right now. It's kind of crazy. We used to go up on the 44th floor, and you could step outside onto a railing and throw corn and try and hit cabs.
Did you have a little nibble as well?
No, it was
dried
like,
corn, right?
It was feed corn, yeah. So
it's dried corn.
Yeah.
All right, one more round here. 62.58 1/4. S&P is continuing to push highs. Nasdaq still struggling at an IB low. Last is 22,740. Crude oil. We're still short that thing.
I know it looks good
this morning. Starting to rotate lower here. 65.49, 65.48, and gold but for all intents and purposes closed for the regular trading hour sessions. Still hanging relatively close to the lows here. 33.52.30. I always feel so blessed when I have the opportunity to hang out with both of you. You're wonderful people, wonderful traders. I've learned a lot from both of you. I think we have a mutual admiration society when it comes to that, and I appreciate both of you very much. Dee, what do you want to tell your former colonies before the holiday here?
Enjoy your holiday. Celebrate. Eat well. Be with your family. That's what holidays are for. And I hope everybody has a very good rest. Don't mess it up into the NFP. Maybe is the bigger one for the traders. But spend time with your loved ones, eat good food, and get lots of sleep. And some booze.
Yeah. You want to get all biffed up before the holiday, right? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie, any closing comments?
You know what? I couldn't have said it any better than Dee. And of course, I can speak for both of us saying that it's always a joy to be on with you. You're so kind to us, always so encouraging. You are just a lovely person to have in a personal circle, and we are very happy that it's you with us today.
You are too kind, both of you.
Not even.
And blessings and love to you both. Blessings and love to you both. So
you're the kindest person that I know.
Oh,
I think so too.
You guys, you're too kind.
I think
very
so
rare.
too.
Very rare.
Yes.
Especially in this industry.
Yeah, I know.
Can't tell you what that's cost me.
You'd have your own giant boat somewhere on the Riviera, and then we wouldn't know you. And so.
All right. Awesome. Well, we're going to be moving on to Back to the Futures. It's going to be a 3-man weave this time. Andre, Gabe, and Dolby are coming up next. Thank you again, Anne-Marie and Deanna. You are too kind. Nothing but love. And have a great rest of the day. Have a great rest of the week. I'm going to be in and out, I think, a little bit for the rest of the week. Got to take my wife to the airport tomorrow morning, but I think I'm going to be on with Rob and Dane tomorrow, which will be
Nice.
Always a pleasure to have
Great
her on.
segment.
She's
Yeah.
she is the boss, man. She is the boss. But blessings, everyone. Hey, stick around. Back to the Futures coming up. Andre, Gabe, Dolby, 3-man weave. This is Top Step TV. Lots more tradertainment to come. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Top Step TV.
Oh, yes. It is back to the futures. Little three-man weave, top step style. The man in the middle, Gabe, talking about biting on the trade already. To the right, you got Dolby time as well. Let's get right into it. Gabe, what are you looking at doing? Biting on something.
I'm looking at a little bit of a premature short here.
Okay.
Looking at a premature short. I'm actually, I'm in one NQ 740. Essentially looking at a potential failed breakout. Possible lower high. Really tight stop though. I'm going to keep my stop around kind of mid 750s in case we do end up heading back towards creating a higher high. So this could be a pretty quick invalidation, but we'll try it. We've been, rallying, kind of just chopping, grinding higher since earlier in the morning, mid-morning.
22,740. Dolby times. Good to see you. Let's do a little range breakdown. Let's do a little range breakdown in the NQ. Last trade, 22,742. What are we seeing?
Yeah. Let's go big time. Let's go to the weekly. Let me remove everything off this main chart. So weekly, definitely looking at 22,871. It's not necessarily a part of the range, but it was the last sort of like really big high, and we did reject above it. Getting down to the daily, I think we are starting to see the very beginnings of a daily range. The low of that would be 22,000, let's say 600. It's also going to make a reappearance on the 4-hour chart. I'll do daily range high of 22,000, let's say 937. I think the 4-hour range is probably the most interesting because that's where we bounced this morning. So we will double label one of those lines.
4-hour.
And really, really nice range today in that 4-hour chart. Let's get even smaller. I am looking. I think we're kind of good on the ranges. I think it's the really, really big ones that we're kind of looking at today. But I think what is most interesting now is that if I drop to the 4-hour, find the midpoint of that 4-hour range, that's right about 22,766, which is pretty much the middle of the range, and we're pretty much almost there. So it's kind of in a pickle right now, Dre, because as a range trader, I would love to find some trades, but we've already extended the lows, tested the highs, and now we're back in the middle. So it's kind of up to the NASDAQ of what it wants to do. I know Gabe is short. I do think shorts are interesting right here, right now, because if it does reject the middle, maybe it ends up going back down again, or maybe it ends up pushing back up to new highs. But we have had really nice sort of stair-stepping pattern today off the lows. Really clean stair steps. So we'll see. I think we have like a large time frame, maybe butting up against a short time frame right now. So we'll see.
All right. 22,748 last trade in the NQ. Take a look at the ES. 62.58 just made some new recent highs. It's 62.61. Take a look at gold. Gold trading 33.51. How we looking in the crude? Crude last trade 65.43. Nothing really on the tilt. Gabe, you have a downside target on the short.
I would like to see how we handle the 720s once we get back down there. We kind of have a little bit of a trend line going on here in the 1 minute with some higher lows, of course. So once again, I am currently kind of going counter structure right now. But I'd be looking to see how we deal with these 720s, which would be the prior kind of 1 minute little pivot that broke us out to a new high. And then beyond that, though, I'd be looking for maybe a revisit down to 660s. If we're going to, see a complete meltdown, I'd like to take out that 1 minute low and retest. The original long that I got into earlier in the 11 a.m. segment, the demand zone that was kind of formed off of that momentum were the 645s to 630s. So that's really where my eyes would be if we, do end up kind of breaking down some of the structure. But once again, counter trend, first target would be 720. I'm just in one contract though, so I'm going to kind of probably just treat this as more of a trail and see if we can get a little bit of a further breakdown.
All right, but all 720 downside. I guess last trade's 22,744. The afternoon trade again this morning. We saw that sell-off come in, bottomed out in the NASDAQ 22,594. We're up about 150 points off of that last trade. Also up against overnight VWAP at 22,745. ES just hovering around. Dow, obviously the star of the show, up and to the right with heavy tilt as well.
What do they know? What do they know,
Right?
Trey?
Exactly. What do they know?
They're repainting all the houses. Is Sherwin-Williams getting a fat contract? What's going on over there?
Great question. Let's see what the YM last trade. YM 44,846, 845, about 50, 60 points off the highs there. We go UNH and healthcare finally breaking out. Keep an eye on that. Again, Tesla was down big this morning. Haven't taken a peek over there and see how that's trading. We'll wait and be patient. Dolby time, when you say the middle of the range at 22,766, that's on the 4 hour. What is that? Is that essentially a no trade zone? Look at the 4 hour, or just a
it's a tricky trade zone. I do enjoy kind of getting in trades around the middle of zones. It's kind of counterintuitive, but I do like marking those levels out. They tend to be pretty reactive. And considering we do have I would say like this could be a potential support becomes resistance area, because we did have that kind of nice bounce around 22,760s, 770s. And we bounced up to point of control, which was 22,830s, shot all the way down to 4 hour or daily range low. And then we came right back up. And so this might be the opportunity where support becomes resistance. So all the people who got long maybe at 22,750 might be back to break even and might be switching sides. If they do decide to switch sides, that would mean there's more sellers coming into the market, which could push this back down again. But we've done a really good job of making higher highs and higher lows so far. So it just, in my opinion, maybe the longs up here are perceived to be a little bit expensive, because it's going to have to kind of push through that 22,750, 760 area. So I do like Gabe short, but it's a little bit of a coin flip. I do have some offers working, though, in the MNQ.
What we got?
Yeah. They're going to be 760s to 780s, and we're also doubling our lot size in July. We'll be doing 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2 instead of 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1.
Okay. Very good.
What's up, Gabe? Dolby. I could be a little bit early. There could be one little more further push higher. I do like the 60s to 80s, maybe stops above 90. But essentially, we're really just, as of right now, retesting the prior kind of 15-minute low, which was 756 from earlier pre-market, around 715. So this could be, if you're looking for like a potential area of resistance, this could be just the first stop. But if we do end up going to test kind of the full body low, the full body would low of that breakdown earlier pre-market would take us up to 775. So this could be, it could be a little bit premature still. Once again, I am technically fighting structure, but I like Dolby's, offers a little bit higher in case we do take out this little current, channel high, and then maybe go look for those 770s.
Okay, let's see if we get this thing to roll over. In the chat, everyone's asking, what are these icons next to the names in the chat? What are these things, by the way? I clicked on it. It is, what is it, Top Fan? What is this thing, Gabe? Click on it, you see some names.
So this is a first for me. I haven't seen this a whole lot before, but essentially, the more active you are in chat, the more XP you get. And then you eventually get these badges, but they're daily reset. So it's like, just today so far, you got Dan Emmons, Darth Buddha, Dracula, those guys in the top 3 because they're just the most active. Polaris just right behind, but overall, tomorrow it would be different. But apparently when you're more active, you get more experience and top contributors.
New rankings. Give me the crown, says Adrian. Yes, I like this. Keep an eye on that throughout. Thank you, sitting at VWAP. Yes, it is. Thank you, Dan Emmons. Let's see if we can get this thing moving one way or another. So, Dustin says, so blabbermouths get rewards. Oh, come on. No. Active.
Technically, though, there's no real rewards. It's just YouTube smacking a badge on you.
Clout.
Top 3. A little bit of clout. Yeah, more than anything.
That's pretty funny. They're trying to just compete with Twitch or and some of the other gaming streaming sites. YouTube chat is, compared to the other ones, is pretty bare bones. Pretty bare bones. There's not a lot you can do in YouTube chat compared to, say, Discord or some of the other chat rooms that are available. Twitch is another one. Pretty cool capabilities in there. Gabe, your short looks pretty good. Crazy tight range in micro NASDAQ right now. 10 points.
Yeah, I know 734 to 753 is the range right now in NQ. Extreme to extreme on the 1 minute time frames. I got that kind of boxed out. We just continue to hover around the 50% mark. But I do like that rejection off the 50 level and the fact that we're closing back below the lower part of the range. The question is this going to be sustained? I really want to, the reason why I'm saying the 720s is, you see this little area of consolidation here from 729 to 720, and then you have that kind of boost in volume and breakout higher with a closure above, to a fresh 1 minute high. That is really what I'm concerned about. This could be like a little trap potentially below the extremes of the 1 minute range, and then maybe a pushback higher. It would also correlate with kind of the channel that we've been developing. So that's why I'm going to potentially reduce some risk and maybe look at just closing and taking this as more of a scalp. If we kind of get stuck around the 30 to 20 level.
And maybe ES might be the first one to move lower. Seeing a little bit of selling, a couple points here. Last trade, 62.53. Maybe NASDAQ wants to go with it. Last trade, 22,735. About 10 points off of overnight VWAP. Might see a little acceleration to the downside here in the ES. But like Gabe's saying, how much follow through is there going to be to the downside? 50-50 on the tilt. Range is tight. There'll be any downside longs perhaps, yes. Any level. Yeah.
690s to 670s. Very intrigued. Very intrigued. Yeah. We had kind of go to like a 1 minute chart. Let's see, let's do a 5 minute chart. We've had some really nice consolidations kind of form in that area. So I want to see if they want to come down and maybe test that. We also have lower volume on the profile starting at around 670. So it could be possible that the market might come down, find some support, and bid back up again. So big round numbers, a huge fan of the NASDAQ. So if we can kind of maybe lean on a stop run underneath 700s, maybe we catch a bid back up to around point of control for the day, which could put us at around 780s. So might need to go down before we go up, but I'm also okay shorting if we go straight up here as well. So just bracketing.
Right, yep, 690 downside. Yeah, right there, Gabe, just what you're talking about. Looked like it wanted to take a peek lower. Buyer stepped in.
Yeah, we got that rejection right off that area of demand, the lower kind of trend line of that channel. And we closed right back inside the range. I really am not a fan of that, but I'm going to give it a little bit more time. Probably reduce my risk here a little bit, though, and stops were at 757. I'm going to bring them down to about 751. Take another 100 off of risk in case we do kind of blow off the top here.
Let's see if we can get that thing going. So, all right, good downside protection there. Okay, yeah, ES bottomed out at 62.52. Now it's back up to 62.55. Can't get the follow through just yet. Where another?
Yeah, Hob says, anybody not short right now?
Let's check the tilt.
Check the tilt. 50-50. Tilt is about 50-50. There's actually a 2% additional long than short right now on the tilt there.
Yes,
I mean, are people that bearish? What's making people so bearish?
Question.
I mean, ES is heavier short right now, 57.
Yes, it is. We did see some heavy long tilts in ES and NASDAQ this morning in fast markets. So we saw like 77% long, 76% long in both of those, up around the 800 level, 22,800 in the NASDAQ and around 62.50 in the ES. And we did see that thing roll over, sell off just a bit. And we bottomed out at 62.27, tight ranges in the ES.
Wait and get. What are your downside targets for your trade?
Can you guys hear this power or pressure washer outside my apartment?
No.
Okay, good.
You haven't made any faces.
Bleeding through my headphones. It's wild. I'm surprised y'all can't hear it. Downside targets, though. If we close below 720, next stop I would be looking at would be 700 even. And it's kind of like the lower extremities of this channel. And then if we break down and close below 700, then I'd be looking for 650s.
650. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, which would be some 1 minute demand. Yeah. Nice. I really don't like how we're just stalling here, though. I mean, we closed right back inside of that little 1 minute range. If we don't push lower quickly, I think we might just go retest those 750s, and I'll probably get stopped out.
Hopefully it tests 780s. It'd be nice. Wouldn't mind a little test of 780s.
Gabe stopped tight. Yes. All right. See if this thing wants to roll a little bit. Again, we did see some rejection right around these prices about 5 minutes ago. 22,732. Now 731's trade. NASDAQ going to go first here. Tilt still around 50.
Come on down.
A little heavier short in the ES. It looks like NASDAQ might be the first to move.
Come on down.
Are we working those bids, Dolby time?
Oh, yeah. Working bids and offers. Bids and offers. Twice as much size. A full NQ. We are going to
ramping up the size. What's the thought there?
Ran the numbers, man. Ran the numbers. So between May 1st and June 30th, just in this sub account, put up 2,400. Just doing micros and just doing the sort of MNQ strategy. So we have the data set. We have about, I don't know, man, probably like 40 traded days worth of data. So pretty confident that the system works. So we're going to size up because that is what you do. So we're sizing up.
Right, a little grind lower here. 728's trade, and take a look at the ES at 62.53. Dow's not doing much. Crude might be taking a peek to the downside. Crude $65.35, and gold 33.50, stuck right on overnight VWAP. And bottom of the hour in about 7 minutes. Here we go. Dan Emmons says a micro NASDAQ for the win. Well, yeah,
I agree. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. I think it's just important to size down until you feel comfortable putting on your setup or executing your strategy, and then once you can do that for a couple months, then you can start, trying to size up little by little. That way, it's not super scary going from 1 contract up to 5. You're just slowly increasing the size so your mental capital can handle the new risk. But if the system is good, size up. Nothing wrong with that.
It warrants it, yes.
It does.
Warrants it.
We're obligated to. You're obligated to. At least I think we're obligated to as traders. If you have a system that works and you're comfortable, just add 1 more contract. Just start working on it and get some reps. Todd Carroll, what is this trading strategy called? It's not quite grid trading, because grid trading is more of a Forex term. You guys familiar with grid trading?
I am not. What is that?
No.
Never heard of it.
So I believe grid trading is like you would take a chart and then you would just buy, like, say 440s, 480s, 520s, 560s. So you just grid out the entire chart. And so if it keeps on trending, you just keep on buying or selling, and then vice versa. So your levels are already kind of predetermined. I believe that's what it is. And then DCA martingale. We're not martingaling.
I know martingale.
Yeah, we're not martingaling because we already know what our risk is, y'all. Like, our total risk on this trade is going to be approximately $500, and it's not going to exceed that. Maybe 550 if like slippage or something, but it's going to be approximately 500. But we're not going to just start YOLOing into more contracts just because we want to average down, and it's not quite dollar cost averaging. I guess the concept really is that, like, if you take a range, like, we don't know, like, how big that stop run could be. And so we're just trying to find a way to get our orders in here to take advantage of it. Because, like, what if you put in all 5 contracts or all 10 MNQ all at once? You're taking on a lot more risk. So maybe your risk can't tolerate this move all the way to the very top. So maybe the only way you can handle that is by splitting up the orders, because every order you place closer to your stop is a little bit less risk. So it's a way to kind of like take advantage of the natural state of NASDAQ, in which it likes forming ranges and then it likes extending ranges. But we just don't know how big that extension is going to be. So that's kind of like the logic behind it.
Well, speaking of extensions, we're getting a little bit of an extension to the lower end of the zone that I'm looking at here. I do have a final TP at 719s. It will put me at a $1,500 day to the tick. So we want to try to avoid going over the consistency in this 50K combine.
First world problem.
What other trades were you doing? Got you up
11 a.m. this morning. That segment, I went long off of the 750s, and with Paul K. And he and I took profits around the kind of upper, I want to say 705, 707, I think is when I got.
Oh, nice.
Out. So,
did you lock out your
50-point
XFA?
banger?
Well done.
I tilted on Friday and lost it. Did you not catch that?
What happened?
I might have missed that one, Gabe. I'm sorry.
It's okay, dude. Yeah, I oversized and paid for it on Friday. I sized up out of the normal. Previously, I think, that month of June that I was surviving that XFA, I was trying to average between 3 and 5 micros. I ended up going to like 2 minis. And
buddy.
Hey.
What were you trying to accomplish? What were you trying to accomplish with that?
I was just being dumb. I wasn't trying to. I think what I was really trying to do was accomplish getting myself out of drawdown, because I was still in drawdown on that account.
And like for like an extended period.
Yeah, I mean, the month of June in that XFA, I basically had, I believe I had 4 green days and like 9 red days, and I was still down about $900.
Yeah.
And then ended up just taking it to MLL, unfortunately.
Love the transparency, Gabe. Yep, chat's appreciating. Hell yeah. 8 likes short of 1,000? Click like, click follow, click subscribe, click notify. We got Gabe in the house. Dolby time as well. We'll see if we can get this thing to roll over just a little bit more. 22,724 last trade in the NASDAQ. How about this? We got 62.53 last trade in the ES. Nothing else really moving right now. Tilt's right around 50.50. Can we make this thing? Feels like it's a little heavy, but then buyers do want to hold it up.
Come on, give me those 719s. Let me lock this thing out. Let me lock this thing out. And
come on, show some love to Gabe. Let's get those 19s last trade.
That's not even that far away, man. You should be able to get that.
We're pretty damn close here.
Probably 711s. 19 is on the way to 11.
It is.
Yo, Dre, have you been seeing this Darth Buddha in chat? So he thinks that we might have some relation, like bloodline relation, because apparently
you and Buddha.
Yeah. Now I asked him if we had family in Minnesota or if he had family in Minnesota, but it's New York, apparently, the Northeast.
Okay.
But he says that he's got some theory on, like, I've got the Palmer nose. Like, what the hell does that mean?
Buddha, please explain. What is that Palmer nose?
The Palmer nose. Buddha. I mean, my nose is a little larger, but I don't know.
That's beautiful, Gabe. You're a handsome man. Buddha,
thanks, dude.
Let's see. The Palmer nose.
We need a nose pick, Buddha.
Palmer nose.
We need a nose pick. Hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. We'll get an AI to compare the noses, see what the similarity is.
Dude, we are just dicking around at these 20s, dude.
Man, what are we bottom out?
We just popped like 8 points.
20 in the orders. Yep. Last trade, 22,728. Then we got last trade 62.54 ES. Things pretty much 50-50 on the tilt. At about 20-25 minutes here in Back to the Futures of Gabe and Dolby time. After this, we have Oh, yeah, we got Baron and Jaron joining us on Power Hour with Dolby and myself. Looking forward to that. We can get that sell off, man. Hey, we were right there.
Dude, if we break back above this trend line, I'm going to be so sad.
Would you cut the trade if that's the case?
Yeah. Yeah. If we close back above a second time here after rejecting that little 1 minute low of the 23s, I definitely am not a fan.
How many trades do you think you elect to cut voluntarily? And then do you have data on the results of that?
I do not have a lot of data on it, no.
I always found that tricky.
And there's the closure. I'm going to take the $100 and walk on that one.
$100 hollow. Nothing wrong with that.
Man.
It was killing me. Dre, we were literally like
I was
2
watching
handles away.
We were talking about the Palmer nose. Look at that right back up. Come on, back up to
did not like the Palmer nose.
741. A little bit here in the ES. Back up to 62.56. About 4-point pop there. And crude grinding a little higher. $65.50 per barrel of that Texas tea. A little bit more here in the ES. Dolby time, we're still working those offers. So you can get a fill up there.
Range is a range. Got to trade them. So this would be a high of the 30-minute range. We can extend up into the 750s, 770s. Pretty good, good 30-minute range right now. So let's see if we can extend. Go and get them.
Please cut their gate. Yeah. Oh, all right. One of my favorite, one of our favorite drop-ins we do around here. We love the comeback story. Absolutely love it. So he's scouring for those jabs, the fight, get yourself out of the corner. So Eddie, come on in here. This was jab, jab, jab. I love this.
Jab, jab, jab. Yes, finding success, moving forward. Either if it's small steps or leaps and bounds, and reaching your target goals, having payouts, finding yourself as a trader, whether it be good or bad. Right, and we've got some here, and I appreciate those that do share those. We're going to start with Wildfire here. Wildfire said, I went one short on a new XFA. I'm up 11.25. What an amazing day. Gosh, Wildfire, that is an amazing day doing a one lot. So patience, discipline management. Hope you're enjoying some time off right now. Wealthy Boss Media, 600 on a day. I'm out. Traders, good day. That's the way to do it, man. Make your money. Don't stick around things, especially on days like today. Be very careful on what you're doing and how you're approaching, and do not let greed be a factor anywhere in your trade day. Sabo Jones. Oh my God, I locked myself out for a daily profit target, and it triggered with me being 40 cents short of passing. What? Now I have to wait. Well, you know what? Let's put it this way. 40 cents, be a quick trade. How about if you didn't lock yourself out, and now you're down $400? All right, could have went either way. Think of that, but stay positive. You're knocking on the door. Actually, you got one foot in the door. Nacho Adams. Today was hard for me. Day one XFA down $700. I hope you shut it down, locked it out. Today was hard for a lot of people. Okay, and Nacho, I'm going to give you props for posting that, but we have faith. Keep us posted. Tomorrow you come back here and you'll do much better. And Hatim Naji, I had $35 left in my drawdown. Now I'm up $7.80 on the day. Grateful. Now that is a jab if I ever saw one here. $35 at the end of the rope. And you know what? Put things together, built some confidence, was positive, and now you're up $7.80. Great day for you today, Hatim. And that's what I've got for jab. I'm going to pass this back to Andre. Back to you, my brother.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah. I'm going from 21s to 44s, 43s, and 43s back to 21s.
Yep.
The NASDAQ tight range.
Summer's going to summer.
I'm trying along.
All right.
Trying along.
I'm trying along. Yep. It's not
the
probably
thesis?
the thesis is a little structural break on the 1 minute. So you had a lower high in the 30s. I mean, this is really short time frame stuff, but yeah, a little 1 minute lower high, a lower low, a failure to close below. So essentially we ran some stops below the 23 level, still sitting inside of an area of demand that I like. It's quality. And essentially just a retest of what would now be some support. So retesting that kind of area where we broke that 1 minute structure.
What price, Gabe?
And a retest of the channel. I am long one from 733.
Oh, all right, 733.
All right.
Okay.
Oh.
And I'm just going to look for a retest to the top of the range, which would be the 50s. I'm probably going to have to take profit quicker, though, if it does go in my favor, just because I don't want to exceed $1,500 of profit today.
Gaben's first world problems here. Up
Yeah,
almost $1,500. Trading well.
Yeah, in the combine, right?
Yeah, those big days always happen in the combine, right? Always in the combine.
Yeah, it's all good.
Loving
keep
this.
working my way back. I'll get back into XFA soon. I'm not worried about it. But I got to develop some better habits once I'm in XFA, like not trying to get myself out of drawdown within a single session.
Gabe, we bring you on air. You talk about all the benefits and features of Topstep X, all the lockout features and things. You're going to start pressing the button, avoid blowing up those accounts. You're going to change your risk management to get back to an XFA.
Do I change my risk management?
Are you I mean, you had a blow up day in the XFA, and Topstep X has those features to help you avoid a blow up day.
I'm a little bit more aggressive in combines than I am XFAs, but I think the amount of time that I spent in the XFA, I was getting impatient. That was the longest period of time that I actually spent in an XFA.
Hey, good job though. That's awesome.
So it was good, but
Absolutely.
being in drawdown for so long and kind of fighting that drawdown for what felt like weeks. All right, we might get stopped out here. We're getting some momentum. But yeah, I was getting impatient, and I sized up and paid for it.
Man, market knows if you're naughty or nice.
Yeah.
22,725. Again, range pretty tight right now. We're talking 18 points, 19 points here in the NASDAQ. ES, 3-4 point range right now. Last trade, 62.54. Looking for anything that's really moving. Gold's not doing much. Crude bouncing around between 65.39 and 65.50, call it. So ranges are pretty tight as we got about 90 minutes left here in the trading day. See if we can hold these 25s here, Gabe.
We'll see. Higher. I'm not liking it. At this point, my 19s might be coming to fruition here.
I
you
mean,
don't want to be a dick for a tick, though. I mean, nothing wrong with taking profit.
No. I'm content with the fact that I took profit. I didn't like what I was seeing. It would have came back and bit me anyway. So
it bounced like 25 points. I mean, that's a pretty big bounce.
For the fact that we're just playing kind of this 1 minute channel, which literally has a range of about 35 points total. Working with what we can for sure. Yo, Dre, how was your trip out to Cali, to LA?
La La Land. Oh man, they've got to figure it out over there. Beach, sunshine. No one looks at the weather app because it's 75 and sunny every single day. It's different out there. You're behind.
Yeah.
You feel like you're 2 hours behind us. So when the opening bell rings, it's 6:30 a.m. there, 5:30 a.m. for futures.
Early.
It's
early.
But,
it is early.
It's incredible, and maybe one day, day end up out there.
Went to
scenery
that
is quite
concert?
Nice. I did.
Yeah,
Dolby time. I saw that video.
All 4 days he sold out. He actually got
wow.
The city recognized that he was one of the first male artists to sell out 4 days in a row.
Wow, is
it
really?
4 shows at that venue. At the what's the Ram Stadium? I'm forgetting the name. SoFi.
This thing is so big. You got to see. This thing is insanely big. You can't people up at the top, it's I don't know how they're seeing all the way down the floor level, but it's massive. The screens are insane. The speakers, the concessions. There's no way the Bears come anything close to that.
No way. Soldier Field is so mid. It's
it
one of the most
is
mid stadiums.
It's crazy. But yeah, Weekend puts on a hell of a show. I will say that. And it looks like he was running out of some gas there. The last night of the 4-day
four-day. I mean, the full tour in general is a lengthy tour, but yeah, to do 4 nights like that at LA, and he's he goes all out.
How long was his set?
He doesn't hold back.
How long is his set? 2 hours?
Oh hell, yeah, 2 hours plus. Yeah, it was, and he no intermission, no nothing, and he lets it rip.
No intermission.
No, just keeps going and going.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yes, high budget.
I think he even got Cardi to break out of his shell and actually use the mic.
We did see Cardi. Playboy Cardi was there.
Yeah,
absolutely, and it's kind of like Gaga type production. I mean, that level of budget.
Wow.
I don't want to disparage all the Gaga fans out there, but I mean, it's
I don't even know
cool.
any Weekend songs. I don't even know if I know anything by him.
Guess if you heard there's some catchy ditties in there. You probably
Is he always a solo guy, or is he a producer for a long time?
No, he's been solo.
Yeah.
He's a Canadian singer, songwriter, record producer.
Yeah.
He's from Canada.
Yeah, he is. Abel.
Toronto, signed to EXO.
Espe.
Yep.
Love the hairdo.
I mean,
cool.
You seen the original one? The original hairdo was quite the thing. Watch the Idol. Oh, pardon, that was so bad.
He did the Blinding Lights song. That one's pretty cool.
Yep, did that one often. Starboy.
You got to get out of his radio tracks though and go back to his roots.
I mean, yeah, some of those aren't really appropriate for
Kiss.
Yes.
Okay, so Kissland is probably my favorite album by far. Kissland is his second actual album or second full record, other than Trilogy, which got put back together. There was like 3 mixtapes put together, but Trilogy and Kissland, those 2 albums right there, before he really started to gain kind of momentum and go radio, those 2 projects were prime.
You
started back in 2009.
Oh wow.
Love it, Gabe.
2009
Weekend.
Yeah, back in the school days of like running around the dorm rooms, smoking weed and trying to get girls like that. That's the stuff that you'd put on in your dorm room.
That's the soundtrack to Gabe's
I get it
right there, chat.
Yes, it is. Love it. Chad's loving it. Look at that. Oh, Trades with Jesse now has got the #1 spot. If I'm reading this correctly, I was thinking, wow, this is dynamic. Trades with Jesse, G Dracula, Zeke. Okay, something's moving. We got movement on the leaderboard for top fans.
Nah, James, not anymore. Not anymore, James.
Long time.
Your boy's sober as a gopher.
As a gopher, you say?
Yeah, sober as a gopher, dude.
Okay, well, now Mufasa. Mufasa wants to know, how did I lose my badge? Looks like these badges are moving around and flying. I'll tell you what's not, is these markets. Yeah. Keep going. Gotta go harder.
We cannot make higher highs right now.
I know, dude. I was just about to say, bro, we are just stalling.
Which makes me think we're probably going to try to collapse and maybe pick up some bids to go further up. I don't know. If I wanted to get short, I wouldn't mind moving these orders down to like 740 to 760. But I don't know if we're going to get filled on those.
Well, we patiently wait. Let's do it. I see pinned at the top of the chat with a box full of Topstep swag. Well, we're going to do round 2. Let's get it going here. If you guys don't mind, submit your info, and we'll pick one lucky winner on Wednesday. Yes, tomorrow, July 2nd, during Fast Markets. Wow, the swag box includes everything you need for summer vacation: Yeti, koozie, sunglasses, Topstep, trading journal, and a tank top. Hello, size medium. So yeah, there it is in the chat. Click on that link. We'll pick a winner tomorrow. Look at that. Look at that.
That's very
really cool.
And international traders are eligible too. On top of that,
that's very cool.
because we're shipping these anywhere. So even if you're not in the States, put your name in there. Put your info in there. Danielle's going to hand pack these and send them herself, and she's going to do multiple of them.
She is. Is that true, Danielle? Very cool. Yes. Tune into Fast Markets. See who won that.
Does MP own stock in Yeti? I've seen a lot of Topstep Yeti stuff. I got like 3 cups already. Every year we get one.
They're great. I love my Yeti.
They are good. I mean, what's that 48-ounce one? I can barely fit my hand around that thing. It's huge.
I know.
The green Topstep. I don't even know what to do with it.
A very large one. The one that Dre uses that blends into his background.
Yeah, dude,
I stopped doing that. Yes, that's pretty trippy. We got the white ones, we got the green ones, we got the black ones. What else do we have? Yeah,
I need a green one.
The trick.
Got any more green ones over there? I didn't get a green one.
Yeah, we gotta check the broom closet. Maybe we can find it in there. Sure, I'm sure there's some laying around.
Right.
We lowered our offers to start at $750 to go to $770. I still don't think we're getting filled on them in this segment, but we'll see. It looks like we want to flash down to 700s.
I know, dude. We want to break down right here.
And maybe
I wouldn't be surprised if we go run that 710 low.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even take those 700s like we were talking about.
It's quiet. It's too quiet.
It really is. Anything on the news pretty much wrapped up, at least what's on the schedule. We got ADP tomorrow, but yeah, for the time being, it's been pretty quiet over there. We had Powell speaking, we had President speaking, we had Lagarde speaking, we had numbers, and just keep up.
All right, gents, I'm gonna cut this.
Number one. Coach
Hoop.
Number one.
Look at Hoop.
Let's
go, what happened,
Hoop.
Jesse? Come on. Good job.
What's going on here?
Jesse's not talking enough. Man, I gotta say, it's a fickle system.
Yeah, gents, I cut that long, by the way.
Good idea.
We're sitting here for too long. We look heavy, and we made a lower high. Obviously, 50% of the initial 1-minute range held that 740 level. Came back, retested demand. So if we were gonna pop, this should have been the move, but we made another lower high now. Are rejecting the low of that range, which is the 730s, and we want to run lower. So I bailed. I'm gonna go ahead and lock this out. I'm not on for power hour, so this 1061 for the day. I'm gonna go ahead and just lock that in here.
Keep it.
Using the lockout feature in Topstep X. Shout out to the game.
Look at that.
Move on to another day.
Great feeling.
Power hour. We got Darren, Barron, Dolby Time, and myself be chopping up. But if it's like this, we have to get really into those narrow ranges.
It never stays like this. Never stays like this. I might have jinxed it though.
I was just gonna say, Dolby.
I might have just jinxed it, dude. It might be a 15-point range for an hour. We'll see though. All it takes is one tweet. Ooh, come on down. Come on down. Man, Gabe, you were talking about 719s for a long time, and we are still not there yet.
I know.
You're close.
And that's just the low of the demand. I mean, we have some really low-hanging fruit. The 710 low, the 697s, and then, of course, the final TP, if we do sell off, would be 667 going into power hour.
I feel like chat is still trying to triangulate your history, Gabe, to see if you have a relation to Darth Buddha. I mean,
we need to get to the bottom of this.
I've been out. They are, and they're asking me where I've lived. So I'll tell you, I've lived born and raised Minnesota. So that was the first thing. I lived in South Carolina in Greenville for a couple of years. I moved to Orlando and lived there for 8 years. I moved back to Minnesota. I lived in Portland, Oregon for about 6 months. And then now I'm in Tampa. So primarily Minnesota, Florida, South Carolina, Oregon. Right. Nothing in the Northeast.
Nothing in the
so
Northwest.
Basically, Gabe, you're on the run, right?
I'm on the move. Sounds like yeah.
On the move.
Yeah.
I'm on the move. And honestly, in like 5 months, I'll be in Chicago for the time being. So
look out.
Yeah. I am 31 years old, lifted.
Hey, you're giving them everything, Gabe. You are an open.
That's all you get, Chad.
They should know all this by now. This is not like my first time talking about this stuff. But hey,
first time viewers. Nose threw him off.
You're a good guy.
Gabe coming to Chicago. Look out. All right, let's do a quick recap.
Danielle's got number 1, by the way. Danielle just overtook Hoop for number 1.
What happened? Wow.
What happened, Hoop?
This moves, I'm starting to question how this ranking system goes. You can just come in here and
I don't know.
You have the last 4 or 5. Yeah.
We should probably.
I've been posting shit all day and I got nothing.
Seriously. No love for Eddie. Seriously.
No. We should probably restrict staff from being considered.
Keep up.
Eddie, you are number 19 right now.
Man, how is that possible?
I don't know.
Today?
I don't know.
I don't either. Keep what's the last 4 digits of your social security? Are you single? What else do we have here?
The last 4 digits of my social, that I will be not answering. Gabe gonna need LifeLock after that.
LifeLock.
You might need LifeLock, yeah.
I do have a freeze on all my stuff, but you're not getting shit.
Man.
I mean, we could set on a scavenger hunt.
I didn't go through my previous addresses, my mother's maiden name. None of that's getting dropped here. All you got was the states.
Do you often have packages sent to the wrong location because you've lived in so many places?
No, I actually do a pretty damn good job of keeping track of forwarding my mail through USPS. Yeah. I've moved so many times, it's like habit at this point. But that's forwarding address and then going in and adjusting my address for everything. But no, I don't get mail popping up really anywhere.
I know to my house all the time. I got the old people who used to live here, dude. They get mail all the time from foreign countries. I'm just like,
and open it.
Good luck.
Not open it. Let's keep it. All right, crude. Maybe a bit of an uptick here. 65.49.
We got
ES. What do you got, Eddie? Hit me with something.
Trump going to be speaking on Air Force One here.
Really?
I'm not sure what he's going to be speaking about, but eyes on the prize.
Oh yes, he is.
There's Hoop just let me know. There's a quick question from Brady Schmitz 2. Can you explain these limit orders? Yes, I can. So, Brady, kind of the way this strategy works, hopefully you are paying attention right now, but I'm going to draw this box and I'm going to pretend that this is a chart, right? So that's a range. And what we're looking for with these orders is on range extensions to get filled. But the issue is that we don't know how and when and how deep that extension is going to be outside the range. So instead of going all in at, say, the first price and taking maximum risk, we spread the orders out. So that way, if we know our stop is going to be, say, let me just recolor this line, up here at 22,585, then every order we take up until then is going to be slightly cheaper. And so that will allow us to take advantage of a larger liquidity run or stop run without taking on maximum risk. That makes sense. Sometimes you get filled on all of them. Sometimes you get filled on none of them.
All right, well, we're going to keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on the president's schedule to speak on Air Force One. I got one eye on Tesla. Let's see if that picks up again. Again, this morning, they're kind of going back and forth a little bit, and we saw Tesla down about 7%. It's rebounded a bit, and it is now down 5%. We'll see what the president has up his sleeve. All right, Gabe. 3-man weave, back to the futures. Thanks for coming on last minute. Good stuff today, locking it out, using that Topstep X feature. Dolby time. I will see you on the other side of this. Gabe, start through it, get to the bottom of it, report back if we find out one way or another. Again, it's Topstep TV Power Hour coming up next. We got Jaron, who's a student of Barron's. Oh, I got to find out about this. Barron, Dolby time, and myself. Topstep TV, let's go. Things might be starting to pick up. Come on. right. Yes. Making his appearance. One of Baron's students, Jared in the lower right there. Baron in the house. Dolby time in the upper right. We'll get right back to you guys. But Eddie, we got some news. Markets are moving. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, we got some hot biscuits here talking about Trump on July 9th deadline. Says, I'm not thinking about extending. Also, I have doubts we'll have a deal with Japan. Trump says he suggests Japan could pay 30 to 35% tariff. He also does say that we'll possibly have a deal with India. And that's what I've got so far. But he is on Air Force One right now, and they must have a podium and a microphone on that plane. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, we got some trades in there. Dolby time. Are we?
Oh, we got lit up. Senor Trump absolutely crushed our log, so we're down 650.
You took a 5-minute break and came back to down 650.
Dude, pain, absolute pain. But that's how these markets work sometimes. Trump gets on the microphone, starts chirping. But it is what it is. That's trading. We have a special guest. We have Jaron.
Yes, we
Student
do.
of Baron. Hello, welcome.
Happy to be here.
Baron, Baron and Baron.
Baron and Jaron. Jaron and Baron.
Guys,
Baron with the new cut, got the mustache, got the buzz cut.
I know. Last time you saw
Baron
me,
in
I
the
had
house.
long hair.
You look good, man.
Look like Freddie Mercury there, Baron.
Ooh.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury
all the time.
All right.
Totally cool. Totally
I
cool.
want to get to know Jaron a little bit. Jaron, you are a student of Baron. What is that like? Is he strict? Is he cool? Is he the cool teacher, or is he, slap your wrist with a ruler? What kind of teacher is Baron?
Hey, for the most part, he's a great teacher. There's been times that I've needed to be slapped on the wrist, and Baron knows that. So he doesn't hold back when I
Got you there. Still there, Jaron? Jared.
I think your audio might have cut out.
Yeah,
it sounds like your mic's a little bit far away.
Oh, he was just gassing up Baron too.
Can you hear me
exactly
now?
when it cut out. Oh
Can you
yeah,
hear me now?
yes we can.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I was saying, Baron's the cool teacher for the most part, but there's been some times where I've needed to be slapped on the wrist, so he does not hold back.
Second time, Baron. He was talking nice about you too, and it cut out.
I know the audio is cutting out. I think your mic's a little far, Jaron. I need to bring it a little closer.
Can you hear me now?
That is yes.
Yes. It's just spotty, in and out. A little bit.
Well,
It's a little bit spotty.
I will stop gassing up Baron. He is strict. He's strict when he needs to be. If I'm ever doing something stupid and being monkey brain, he's not held back on telling me hey, you need to be better. So I've definitely been needed to be told that a couple
Yeah, the more you compliment Baron, the further away your mic gets. It's really
That's
fun.
actually crazy. It's right here
It's
next
like
to
an inverse, like Pinocchio somehow.
Baron was feeling it too.
Maybe you just hold it the whole time.
Yeah.
Baron was feeling it. All right, let's keep an eye on these markets because there are some more headlines coming out talking about the Japan deal. We'll be selling here in the NQ 22,674. Take a look at the ES 6246 there, 50-50 on the tilt. Baron, any levels you're looking at with what's going on right here, right now in NQ or ES?
Honestly, this market's been kind of hard for me to read past 2 days. Short week with 4th of July coming up. I do kind of like longs down here. I would like to see this at least retrace a little bit further. I know with Trump, we get some volatility spikes. The only level I really had for today was this consolidation area from back here. Right in here, we bounced out of this once already, bounced out of it a second time today. But yeah, I was leaning bullish. We're getting a lot of conflicting stats, so that's why it's a little bit harder for me to read. So it's been a weird couple days.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that. All right, hey Jared, how you there? How's the mic? Do a little thing with you here. You good?
Yeah, I think it should be better now.
All right,
sounds better already.
Yes,
Okay.
here on Power Hour, we like to do a little thing called above below. I'm going to ask you, what do you think the closing price in the NQ will be in about 53 minutes? You give me that price, and we're going to have the chat vote. It's going to be above or below that price. If you nail it, you are the winner. So last trade in the NQ, is 22,677. Where do you think the price will be on the close in the NQ, Jaron?
22,721.
22,721.
721. We'll get that up there. Okay. What do you think about that, Baron?
I'm gonna go 22,740.
Okay, that means you would vote above. So when we put that poll up with 721, you'll vote above. There it is. 2272. I will vote above as well. Got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 52 minutes till the closing bell. 42 minutes till MOC. Baron and Jaron, student and teacher. Baron, talk to me about Jaron's trading. Why did you decide to have him on? Why? What do you like?
So Jaron's only been trading like 6 months. How many? He's had over like 10K in payouts already.
Damn.
Overall, just like really solid mindset. I think that's probably because a lot of people say trading's 90% psych, 10% strategy. And overall, I think Jaron has one of the best mindsets I've seen, where it's, he's always, looking towards the positive side and focused on, what's going well, but also able to figure out, okay, these are areas that I need to improve on. These are places where I'm going wrong. Something's not clicking here. And he's been able to take what I've taught, and he's a self-sufficient trader. He's like, he takes his own trades. He has his own strategy. It's similar to mine, but it's different in its own way. And he was able to really go ahead and like develop it into a way that it's intuitive for him to use it every single day, and he takes pretty good trades off it.
Awesome. All right, Jaron, put you on the spot here a little bit. What levels are you looking at? Prices in the NQ for long shorts, or prices of interest? The last trade, 22,672, Jaron. So what are you seeing here?
So I have a volume profile drew out from 6 p.m. open yesterday up until this time. And as we were about to get on, I had exactly where it came up to at 22,754, because that is a low volume area in the daily profile. How I look at the market is it's an auction between buyers and sellers. And so I want to see where the most volatility is in the market. When we had the huge sell-off today, it created an area of low volume. And if I draw a fib from the high of day to the low of day, that low volume area lines up perfectly with the 618 of a fib level, and it lines up with VWAP. As soon as we got that push up on there, that's when we just now immediately saw a rejection off of it. So that was the trade that I was eyeballing, but at this point I've missed the entry. Maybe if we can get a retrace and buyers fail to move the market up at a level, I would be looking to short this a little bit more.
Okay. 6 months taking payouts already. Good stuff. Dolby time, what are you seeing over there?
I'm still recovering from this Trump tweet. Absolutely lighting up our long. Not fun. But honestly, when you start sizing up, I feel like the first trade you put on when you size up is always a loser. So I'm just paying that tax to the market. As far as levels go,
What'd you size up to?
I doubled from 5 MNQ to 10 MNQ just because we had a really good May and June. We finished up 2,400 in the sub account. So 2 months of data, system's working. So doubling up the size, not changing a thing, just changing the size. So we'll see where it goes, and we'll do that probably for the next 2 months and go from there. Oh, and then Jaron, can you reshare your chart if possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool, thank you.
I was thinking about what Jaron was talking about too.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Exactly how he would draw it out. So.
Baron, you said it's been weird few days. Why has it been weird? Haircut, car, new fame, the new celebrity status. Why has it been weird the last couple of days?
No. I think it's just like we have a short week in the market. It's yesterday, like the PA was abysmal until PM session, and then it just launched out of nowhere. Today, we had conflicting stats after the first hour, so it's just been kind of hard for me to read it. So we had a stat saying, okay, it's 70% chance we print green. Same thing happened yesterday. 70% stat we print green, and then based off different stats, opening candle continuation. So it's first hour of price action. If that prints green or red, it will tell you if it's a green or red day. So we have one stat pointing to a green day, one stat pointing to a red day. Same scenario here today. We had some other stats that were pointing towards bullish price action, and then we get a sell-off in the NASDAQ. If you look at ES, completely different price action from NASDAQ. We got a double break on the IB as well. So ES went and took out highs of day, continued to push up into extension levels, and Q came back up like into this retracement area, but didn't break its high of days. So you're having divergence between the two big assets in the market, and got stats pointing one way, stats pointing the other way. So it's a little bit harder for me to read it. It's also a short week. It is, and I just want to make profits.
All right. 58% are saying below 22,721. Below 58% saying. Thank you, Hoag. Oh, quick Delta update, by the way. ES minus 9,300, NQ minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. Congruent market direction, I don't know. It's been choppy. It's been range bound, and it just breaks out like that. President is speaking on Air Force One. Going 15 minutes into the the bottom of the hour here. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000 ES. Delta. Hey, Baron, by the way, we heard Paul for the first time kind of cracked the door open just ever so slightly.
That's what I heard today. Did you
hear that?
Like, hey.
Kind of alluded to it. Maybe, just maybe. Yeah. Obviously, data dependent, blah, blah, blah. But first time we've heard him actually say.
Always data dependent. Always data dependent.
I know. This is the first time actually entertained the possibility of maybe rate cut in July. All right, let's take a look at the tilt here. 50-50 in the ES, 50-50 NASDAQ, 69% long crude oil, 50-50 in the gold as well. All right, Jaron, those price levels you're looking at, I know we missed the move to the upside, but it doesn't look like the market ran away too far. What were some of those prices again you're looking at in the NQ?
Yeah, so before the sell-off, I mean, the area of interest I had marked out was from 22,747 up to 781, and it came right up to that 618 of the fib level from the high of day to the low of day. Now I would like to see it retrace. If it can come up to 705 to 719, I would look at Bookmap, and I would want to see failed buying there with efforts to push the market up, and then see a seller defend that, and I would want to look to take a short from there.
How long you been trading? 6 months?
It's going to ask the same thing, Eddie.
You got the jargon down pretty good, bro.
Sure does.
Doesn't he?
Teachers, 6 months.
Yeah. Good stuff.
All right. Yeah, Jared, I got to ask you, how did you get into trading? How did you find Topstep? Was it Baron? The answer, Baron.
Yeah, it was December, and I was just like, okay, I'm 24. I don't want to work a job. Like, okay, this sounds crazy, but like I was working at a car. I was selling cars, and it just wasn't fulfilling to me. And I was like, I know that I'm meant for more. I want to do something. I found a couple trading videos, and from there, I went all in. I joined a mentorship like 2 weeks into trading. Through that, I found Baron, and I was like, okay, this guy has this insane resume, but he doesn't have a following. I want to learn from this guy directly. So joined Baron's Discord when there was probably 5-10 people in there. Was probably annoying him to death. I was DMing him like
I think it was like 200. It was like 200 right at the start.
I mean, I was DMing you like crazy, and I wanted to learn because I'd never heard anybody trade like the way he did. So to me, I knew there's something different here from all the guys that you see on social media. Most of them are kind of regurgitating the same thing. I was like, there's something special here, and never held back. Joined his first mentorship, and have just been really involved. And Baron's helped me out a lot. It's helped me out a lot.
Pretty damn cool, Baron. How about that?
It is pretty damn cool. It is pretty damn cool.
Yeah, it is. You know, man, what, you have 500 followers? Where are you at now? What's the count up to now?
Gotta be thousands, right?
14K or some shit.
Or some shit. You know exactly what the number is,
14?
Baron. Look at that haircut.
You know the exact number.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
I think it's like 14.5 or something.
There it is.
I wanted to hit 15K by the end of, I guess we're in July now, by the end of June, but didn't hit that. So, we got close.
There?
We got close to goals.
What's up, George? All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. 62.50 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ 22,689. Crude seeing a bit of a bid here. $65.63, up about, call it 15, 18 cents since Power Hour began. And gold's right around 33.51. Dolby time. All right, let's get back here. What are we thinking for levels, prices? I know the tweet we got us.
Tweet was annoying.
Yeah?
Yeah. Either thinking that or shorts between 700 and 720 to see if we can get back down and retest 22,600s. But it might need to go up. It's either that or 720s to 740s would also be an interesting range to take in some shorts. Man, with tariff news on the horizon, who knows? We're having, honestly, a really hard time getting back over 700, which I find a little bit surprising, considering how quick the sell-off was. Maybe it does end up sustaining, but we did spend a good couple of minutes underneath the 700s without just immediately bidding right back above that. Maybe that's a new psychological level, or maybe in 30 seconds, totally proven wrong. Do not know.
I think we pop.
Like all the way, like above 760s.
Yeah, like above 770, 750s. I think we pop above there.
Okay, we got ES.
I think we
move a little higher.
I think we pop up to like 770 area.
And that would be a much better range short. There's honestly not really a good range trade right now, which is I don't know what I prefer taking. Like I would love to get longs around like sub 600 or get short above like 760s. But this 4-hour range that we're in is just very, very large. We're kind of just floating in the middle of it.
Yes, we are.
And we were like maybe 15 points off on that long that we had. Just such a deep run off that news. It's very unfortunate.
Didn't see much more from the president just yet. Getting 9 minutes till the bottom of the hour. 62.52. Last trade in the ES is 22,700. Baron, looking for 770s perhaps to the upside in the NASDAQ. See that?
Yeah. I mean, there's a decent chance we get up there. 65% chance we retrace back up to that level. So I was looking at getting long here, but we were chit chatting, so I didn't take the long.
Speaking of chit chatting, we were just talking about the Powell crack the door open on perhaps some
What's up with that, Andre?
Lower interest. Well, here we go. Take a listen. I want to get your take on this. What he actually said. Bring that in. I mean, yeah. Listen to this. Look what we do around here now.
Chair, would the Fed have cut more by now if it weren't for the tariffs?
So I do think that that's right. In effect, we went on hold when we saw the size of the tariffs and essentially all inflation forecasts for the United States went up materially as a consequence of the tariffs. So we didn't overreact. In fact, we didn't react at all. We're simply taking some time.
There you go.
He looks radically different for some reason.
He looks like he looks a lot worse. I'm gonna say that he used to look a lot better. He looks beaten down after all these Trump comments.
No tie. It was a weird look on him. Also, is it like a tan suit? I'm used to like a dark suit, purple tie. And now he's no tie, tan suit. It's very.
Rumor
confusing.
was he was going commando too. Yeah.
Oh, commando.
Yeah. No tie.
So there you go, Baron. There you go. Kind of left the door open. Obviously, tariffs going to play a big deal in that. Yeah, here we go. Pushing higher here. 62.54 last trade ES. Then we got 22,710 last trade in the NASDAQ. I believe Trump said this morning that anyone is better than Powell. So yeah, he's going through it right now. Maybe perhaps that's why Looks a little down and out there, Baron.
Shoveled.
He does look down and out. Like he looks like he's been beat up. Like someone from like the mob took him outside and was like, cut these damn interest rates.
His boss, man. His boss is going in. Yup. His boss is going in. Jaron, all right. I know we're looking for what, 747 perhaps? Last trade, 2007-09. 709. When do you trade most? You trade the open, you trade the close. What hours are you trading? Because I know Baron doesn't particularly love this time of day, but we'll trade. What hours are you trading?
Yeah, this is typically the time that I'm either working out, I'm reviewing charts, getting ready for open. So I prefer New York AM open around 11 a.m. And then I do really like trading the evening session. So 6 p.m. Eastern, right until about the first 30 minutes or hour of Asia, you can spot some pretty just nice trend moves. And if you can catch it close to the open, I feel like that's some pretty free trades. I found that my win rate during that time is pretty high.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Jaren's got a pretty filthy VWAP strat.
So one of my students actually automated it, and he's done it for the last 2 months, or one of the guys in my Discord, and it has a 58% win rate. And the max drawdown was like 1,200 on it. So it cooks. It cooks.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you have students now also?
Okay,
So
I didn't want to. I have people so I just have a specific Discord just specifically for teaching order flow, and it's really just sharing my journey with it. Like once I really started going deep into order flow and bookmap, that's when I found that my trading has skyrocketed. And a lot of people think that bookmap is just like a solar system chart or whatever. So I like to make it as simple as possible. Just understand the relationship between buyers and sellers, and a lot of people are having success with it now too. So that's really cool to me.
Oh man, good stuff. All right, can you break down this strategy one more time with VWAP? We're looking at overnight VWAP is looking at 22,740 in the NASDAQ. So how does this strategy play out? What is the setup, and how do you execute on this? Talk me through it.
Yes, so it is insanely easy. Let me go to
even someone like you can figure it out, Andre.
Thank you, Baron. I knew that was coming. I set you up. You just dunked the ball. Good job.
On a 2-foot hoop. Well done, Baron.
Yep. You just hammered that windmill, that shit. Baron's feeling himself. All right, Jared, what do you got?
Yeah, and I've found that even on Sunday opens, it's even more of a probability, but every day at 6 p.m. Eastern, it's a really easy strat to incorporate. So at 6 p.m. every day, what I'm looking at is a 5-minute chart. Once the market opens, I wait for a candle close, a minute chart. So in this, we had a green candle, and what happens is the market will always pull back to VWAP. And then what I've noticed is when I look at order flow, there's going to be a lot of sellers there in this situation, or if it's a bearish candle, there'd be a lot of buyers trying to break above VWAP. You can spot that the buyers are selling or their attempts are failing. What happens is in this example, it just rode above VWAP the entire night. If we go to the day before and we go to open, okay, that's not the best example. It opened green, probably got 20, 30 points out of it. But okay, let's go to a different example. It opened green. Okay, that's actually another really bad example.
It happens. Live TV, man. It happens.
It just is an example. It's not good or bad.
Okay, here's another example. Okay, opened green, came back, retested VWAP, rode above VWAP the entire night. We go to the day before.
VWAP on your chart, Aaron?
It's this black line. Let me make it easier to see.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm colorblind. I don't know.
There we go. Okay, here.
Okay, there we go. Okay, cool.
It opened up green, pulled back to VWAP. There was a lot of selling, and then we rode above it probably for another 100 points. So from 719 to 930. Okay, even more than that. Once again, you can just keep doing this and find more examples that when the candle opens a certain color and it retests, normally you'll see it defend that price, and you can just get pretty easy moves based off of it. Like I said, last 2 months.
What is it? The 60% win rate?
Yeah, 60% win rate. Max drawdown was 1,200. So
what was the total profit on it?
Total profit, I can actually pull it up real quick. It was either 4,000 or 6,000.
Nice. And it's automated.
Really?
Yeah, and that's automated. It was 6,000 total profit, 1,200 max drawdown, percent win rate on 30 trades. Yep.
Let it cook.
Okay. Yeah.
And that just came from me trading the overnight every day, and it was just a pattern that I started watching happen. And okay, I'm just gonna this plays out, and I get a lot of free wins. And if you 20, 30 points, and you can spot that the market's moving, you don't be greedy. You take your 20, 30 points, and then you look for the next trade. You look for the next setup to come from it. But it works. It works.
Pretty good.
That's awesome,
Baron. Yeah, Baron.
So are you using the automated version, or you're using the manual version?
So I'm using the manual version. Happened last night that the guy in the Discord let me know, like, his day's fully coding and automating these.
Oh, got it.
To me, and that further confirmed to me that I was like, okay, this isn't just a little pattern that I noticed, but there is some statistics and proof that it does have a winning rate, and it's actually profitable.
Dude, that's awesome. Congrats.
Hey, we're right at that above below area.
Yeah, we are.
We are.
These longs I called up, they're kind of cooking.
Yep. 22,721. We got the bottom of the hour in about 90 seconds. Let's take a look here. Some of these letters for 62.55 last trade. The ES, gold not doing much. 33.50. It's been there all damn day. Crude oil, $65.67. And NASDAQ, 22,719. Dow, the big mover of the day, up and to the right. Topped out at 44,916. Let's trade 44,866. On the hour coming in here. Darren, you came prepared. Were you nervous at all before you came on with us, or were you just ready to rock?
No, this is fun. I love talking. It's all I do.
Did
you say Jaron or Baron? I got confused.
Baron.
I heard Baron.
Tomato.
Yeah,
Jared.
No, I love doing this. I love trading. So, like, the chance to come on here and talk to you guys. I love Topstep. So this is kind of I don't want to be corny and say a dream come true, but it's a great opportunity, and I'm glad to be here. It's very fun.
You're the man.
Jaron might glaze you a little bit, Andre, on his TikTok after this.
I'm cool with that. What does that mean? What does glaze mean?
Oh yeah, sorry. We just shouldn't tell you.
I have a feeling. I know what it means. I'm not that old, Baron. Come on.
You are kind of old, bro. I mean, in person, the gray hairs were really showing in the beard.
Jesus, they are, man. They really are. It's wisdom. It's wisdom. It's stress. We're dealing like MFers like you. That's stress.
Stress 60 bullshits like me.
I love it, man. Jaron, yep. 22,720. Last trade in the NASDAQ. Dolby time. What kind of prices we looking at here? This level still good? What do you think?
We're stuck in the middle. I want to. Shorts are way more interesting around 760s, and longs are way more interesting around 600s. But we're like just so stuck in the middle. There's not a lot of good ranges right here, right now. Like a lot of these candlesticks are really long, big wicks. So the only really good range I've seen is the one on the 4-hour, and we ideally want to defer to the largest range if we are going to be a range trader. This 1 hour is maybe shaping up to be kind of interesting with a 1 hour range low around 22,660, let's say. But the high of that is still going to be around the 760s. And so it kind of feels like all roads are pointing to 760s for something. So I don't really want to get caught in the middle, unfortunately. But I kind of liked our long trade. We just didn't have our stop deep enough. But if we had executed that better, it would have been in a really good position. Really good position.
What do you say again?
Tariffs. I think it was Japan, Japanese tariffs.
All right. Again, July 9th.
Rejection there.
Is a deadline for that. Yep. A little bit of selling. All right. 22,711. Did top out at 22,727 on this. This 5 minute. Again, we got 18 minutes till MOC. 28 minutes till the bell. Here we go. Dude is way too bell. They're saying you're full of yourself, Baron. What else we got here? Not humble. Really?
I am in a short, targeting 647 on NQ.
Oh, nice.
What price are you short from?
I'm short from 15. I could have, should have, could have, would have, whatever, got a better fill, but I still like my risk on this trade. I'm just one mini contract on NQ.
Oh, nice. That's nice.
All right, here we go. Short from 22,715 for a downside of 22,007, or sorry, 642, 642.
And what I saw, I mean, just for a quick example, we rallied up on this push. We ran through 2 areas of low volume. But what I liked was once we came up to this passive seller and hit it with a lot of aggressive buying, it looks like this to me may have been, if you want to call it a stop hunt, buyers came up and probably stopped out everybody that initially was going short. And then after we had less buying up here, we immediately saw a sell off. So looks to me like these buying efforts are immediately getting disrespected. And for me, that's confirmation to take the market short.
Man, you're pretty sharp.
Hey,
I'm not going to lie.
See your setup, take your setup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
You see why I brought him on?
What happened, Baron?
Good student.
You see why I brought him
trades.
on?
Yeah, it makes you look good. I know exactly why you brought him on. It makes you look like you know what you're talking about. All right, let's take a look here. 20,707 last trade in the NASDAQ. Looked like ES wanted to be the first to move. 62.52 last trade there. Down about 5-6 points. Gold not doing anything. Oil not doing anything. Let's see if we can go get these 647s to the downside. Baron, when you see him take a trade like this, and you ever hands on like, yo, get out of this trade. That's just bad. I'm not seeing what you see. Do you ever cut them off? With the trade.
There's been times where I've called him on FaceTime and I've been like, bro, get out of that. There's been other times where he's called something out and I've gotten out of it and saved my ass.
Oh, okay.
I think it's good to get input from other traders. So.
I like that.
I mean, as long as his risk is managed, I mean, if he's in with 1 mini, it's not crazy size.
You can do
I
anything.
like the setup too.
Yep. I get through 700.
Now, what I would be looking for is if like we come down, because this isn't a low volume area that we ran through. If I just now saw a bunch of aggressive selling, but then the market couldn't move down, I'm thinking, okay, maybe buyers are defending this. So like you were saying, we kind of are in the middle of a range right now. It's not, you don't want to go for the big moves, especially when the market's as volatile as it is right now. So just trying to capitalize on a move that like is short. But if we can run through this, I would have no doubt thinking that we would come to this low.
Yeah, because I mean there is a low volume node at 700s. So
yeah,
that's the one thing that would sketch me out on this trade. But besides that,
hundreds.
Came right back up to the 0.5 off the fib as well.
All right, here we go. I was going to give it a shot here. See if we can get beneath these 700s. Now trading 20,699. Now 697s. See if ES wants to follow with it. Still 50-50. Sellers are going to try to take this thing lower in the NASDAQ. Buyers are going to obviously try to defend it.
Yeah.
Try to hold these.
I'm normally an ES, but ES and obviously like ES and NQ were super uncorrelated, and I felt like I could read NQ a lot easier today, so I had to put myself aside in the best opportunity to take a trade.
This morning was big time.
Very much.
ES was stuck. NASDAQ was selling off. Dow was pushing higher, and ES was stuck. But right now, I'm starting to see it kind of correlate. 62.50 last trade in the ES. They want to take this. Man, NASDAQ, they're just going to look at that. Right. 700. Pulling teeth.
What's your downside target, Sharon? How low are you looking to go?
I am targeting 647.
647. Cool.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I don't like how if you're in the short, I don't like how that's so far being defended.
Yeah, it came right down to the low volume area, and now we're starting to see buying come out of it. So might tighten the stop, but I put the risk on the table.
What's your opinion on accepting risk or going to break even? Do you have any rules around that?
Ooh.
So for me, the way that I trade, and I know it's different for everybody, I do like break even trades because most of my trades are framed off of trapped buyers or sellers. So in my thesis, it's like if these are trapped buyers here, the market shouldn't come back up to it, because then it would give them a chance to get out at break even. So if it comes back up to that area, I'm wrong. And so I shouldn't lose money and be wrong if I can go break even. And then if the trade still looked good, I could just get back in and I didn't lose any money.
Nice.
So
I hate
so far.
trades.
Got a plan.
Oh, Dolby time.
What? It's a good conversation, Dre.
Absolutely.
It's one of the most divisive things to talk about is break even or not to break even. Some traders do it, and some
I personally
traders hate
don't
it.
like break even trade, but if I mean that's me though. Like I think Jaron makes a good point, right? For me, I'm just like I'll just take the trade. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, then stops me. Usually, I'm adjusting stops based off market structure. The reason I don't like break even trades is because your stop is based off your entry condition, or like your entry price. So if you get a bad entry price and you set it to break even, that trade might end up working out. But just because you got a bad entry, it's going to take you out.
Yeah,
that's
that makes sense.
Right.
Very true.
How,
Yep.
how I see it is like, if I place a trade, I've accepted that I risk, like I lost that money right off the bat. So if it's $400, $500, I lost that. So any chance that I can go break even, I'm like, I just made my money back. And then if the trade still goes in my direction, great, I made more money. But for me, it's like capital preservation has been a big thing for me. And I've seen that that's helped my trades a lot more. And it makes me feel better when I'm in the trade. So I think it might be preference, but that's been what's helped me out a lot.
I mean,
that's the beautiful thing about trading.
100%.
It works for you. It works for you.
What you laughing at over there, Andre?
He's sharp, man. I wasn't that sharp when I was his age. He must be listening to his teacher. So well done, both you guys.
Well,
very, very cool. I like it. You guys,
you were out at frat parties at his age, still probably, Andre.
How old are you? 24.
I'm 24.
I was trading my own money back then, Barrett. Oh no, I'm kidding. Yeah, it was. It's hard. It's hard, but you got it locked in. Keep it up. It's great mentality. Break even or not. Yes. Sometimes you're gonna be like, you're glad you did it. Sometimes you're like, no, why did I do that? All right, Barrett. All right, Barrett. It's quiz time. Let's do it. Series 3. Jared. Yeah, Jared, you know one of these. Let's do it. What do we got?
Hey, the last time I got this right, and you got it wrong, Andre. So.
Yeah, you did.
I might be on a quiz hot streak.
All right, let's see. What do we got?
All right, so here it is. We got gold has been in a 20-point range for the last few sessions. All the following would be reasons to short gold futures except A, low demand for jewelry from overseas, B, political tensions, C, a stronger dollar, or D, a fall in the consumer price index.
Short. Go short. Number 2. Yeah, number 2. E is in boy. He's in Baron.
Fucking no.
He's in Baron.
Welcome to Series 3.
Wait, all the following reasons? Yeah, you don't go short.
Such a Series 3 question.
Yeah.
All in CPI. I'm gonna say D.
He's in Baron.
Okay, let's see.
How about that?
B.
Wow, well done, Dre.
We're seeing it. We're seeing it lately with what's going on in the Middle East. You see bid going gold going higher. Right now, gold is doing absolutely nothing as we speak. Let's get back to Jaron. Come on, Jaron. Let's get this trade cooking to the downside here.
The only thing I'm not liking is that it is holding this low volume node, this low volume area that we previously ran through, and it looks like buyers are trying to defend it. But man, if we can just get through like this low, I'm gonna be fully confident in this trade. Fully confident.
Good. Gold. You always talk about gold. Gold doing nothing. Crude grinding a little higher, 65, 68. Baron, any trades or just chilling, or what do we think here?
I think I'm gonna take a buy here. I'm
Real?
gonna take a buy. I'm gonna jump in.
Yeah, fade him. Fade Jaron.
Fade me.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Fade me, bro.
I mean, I just got
22,700. Are you in?
I am.
All right. What price did you get?
I'm gonna see if it pops there. 22,702.
702.
Let's go with 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes, catching a bit of a bid here. Tilt still 50-50. And we got MOC in 7 minutes. 7 minutes till MOC.
Jaron, do you know what MOC is?
I have no idea what MOC is.
You definitely tricked the New York session. MOC
What is it, Doug?
is market on close. It happens every day at 2:50 p.m. and it is a order type that big institutions use. So if they want to get an order in before the close of the market, all of those orders get pooled together. It's not get the number off the floor, but we'll get numbers ranging from 100 million all the way up to 2 or 3 billion. And it'll be like 2-3 billion buy side or sell side, and depending on the severity of that, you might get a bigger move. But it's sort of like a built-in volatility, Jaron, is the way I would say. It's like a little mini news report every day at 2:50. You get a little boost of volatility, kind of push ranges, offers good volatility. I think power hour is one of the most slept-on hours to trade.
Maybe that can push my trade down a little bit. Then get this market down.
If you can hang in there for 7 minutes, it is entirely possible.
Hey, maybe you can pop my trade up.
There you go.
It can also
Again, that MOC, that number comes out at 50 after 10 minutes until the closing bell. So in about 6 minutes, we'll get that MOC ring. Eddie will be all over. Again, market on close. That's going to start with ES, then NQ, then the YM. Coming to the last 17 minutes of the trade. Anyone watching, Jaron, you'd like to say hello to?
Girlfriend,
what up, Baron's
mother,
Discord? I mean,
parent?
Everybody in Baron's Discord has to be watching. So, and my boy Eric, my roommate Eric. Yeah.
Is it required homework, Baron, for everyone to watch your appearance so you get a boost in numbers?
Oh, hell no.
You know it.
Hell no.
You know it is.
Okay.
You know it.
No, it isn't.
Mm-hmm. Feel like a book report on your appearances.
All right, so we got Baron Long from 702. We got Jaron Short from 715. 715. Student versus teacher. Teacher versus student. Coming in.
We actually have someone who they track all the beef I have with Andre.
Do they really?
It's like a chronicler.
Friends. Stop it. We're friends. I don't care what you say, Baron.
Are we?
Whether you like it or not, we're friends. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
I'm getting a wedding.
To your wedding, absolutely. I want to get invited to your wedding. I know we are trying to rekindle that spark, right?
Hey, this long's looking good.
This long is looking good. Shit.
That long is looking good.
Well, last trade 22,000, 718. 718. All right, Dolby.
Shorts to the upside. 760s to 780s. So short top of range. See what happens. Also, we have some bids in at 650s to 630s for the low of the range. We'll take whichever one gets filled first, if at all.
Okay.
I'm not get filled in anything. See what happens. Jaron and Baron, do you guys know each other in real life?
We've never met.
No, we don't.
Never met. Honestly, it looks like you guys are streaming from the exact same house. It's like same colored walls, same door.
We're about to be.
You're about to be. Oh my goodness.
Really?
We're about to be.
Yeah, I'm moving down to Tampa. So the guy who owns the house, he runs my Discord server. Like he helps me run my Discord server, helps me edit videos, a bunch of other stuff too. And I was like, I don't really have any ties in Dallas anymore since I don't have a job here. I mean, I have friends here, but there's really no reason for me to stay here. And I was like, it'd be kind of cool to, move down to Tampa, live with a couple boys when we're all trading, right? See where that goes.
Mm-hmm. So wait, is he moving into your house, Jaron?
So yeah, I just moved in less than a month ago with Eric. I'm from Arkansas, but if I'm trading, there is no reason for me to be in Arkansas. So I was like, might as well do this same thing at the beach. And now Baron's coming too, so it'll be really cool.
Wow,
incredible. Absolutely incredible. Trading from the house for you guys.
I'll have to teach
what
you
could go
wrong when I get there.
All right, again, we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes till market on close. We got Baron Long from 702, Jaron Short from 715. We are working some offers upside here.
Did you get stop for break even?
No, I have my stop at the high at 727. I am about to get stopped, but is what it is. I like the idea. The only thing was that these buyers held this range that I had marked out. Could have went break even there, could have got out, but also just wanted to hold it because I did see a potential for us to move down. But it is what it is.
I moved our first one to 65s instead of 60s.
Okay.
I kind of want to even move it to 800s, to be honest.
ES closing on highs right now. ES about due 2 points. 60, what we got? 62.59 high of day 62.61. Again, moving to the upside here. NASDAQ lagging just a bit. Closing in on overnight VWAP about 3 or 6 points to go with 22,732. Barron just takes that long and boom.
Hey, Andre, like when do I come on Topstep and I don't cook, bro? Like it's
that was tight.
It's literally like there's like an 80% probability for my on-air appearance for me to take a good trade on it.
Chat's gonna love you, man. What do you think about that, Chat? Hey, watch out.
They're gonna be like, this guy's not humble. This guy's
light him up.
Motherfucker out here,
I love you,
bastard.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I sucked enough shit for 2.5 years where I can be a cocky bastard now. What about that?
Are you guys gonna do live streams from? Are you gonna have like a room for live streams in the house?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun.
We have I think we'll each have our own desk set up. But yeah, we might do we might do some co-stream.
That'd be fun.
Incredible.
We might have to start our own show and take over get bigger than Topstep TV.
Andre's gonna SWAT your house though, so you have to be careful.
I had a feeling. Yeah, I had a feeling. Where'd you get this idea to have a bunch of traders living under the same roof and trade it up? Where'd you get that idea?
It's not a new idea. It's not a new idea.
Boiler room? I think we did it in boiler room.
Pretty much. All right, here we go. 30 seconds. 30 seconds till market on close. Last trade in the ES 62.58. 3 points off the highs there. NASDAQ, a little bit more reluctant, lagging behind the ES this time around. 22,731 last trade. Dow.
Jerry, what was that level I called out?
What was that? 721.
What was the level I called out? One start.
721. 721.
No, that was
Jared. 7.4. You were in the 4s, like 740.
Oh, here we go. MOC. What do we got? Eddie, come on in.
Here we go. Buy side. S&P's 1 billion, 100 million. Buy side. NASDAQ 700 million. Buy side Dow 300 million. Buy side Mag 7 300 million. Got it.
Go, Jaron.
Okay. Welcome to your first MOC, Jaron.
Yup.
Getting wild.
Yeah.
This is pretty mild, actually.
Yeah, there's been some
MOC. This is not a huge move. We could see like 30, 40 point moves in like seconds, and this is not one of those days.
Can change, right? Eddie will be all over it. Can change as we get into.
Sure.
Yep. Again, we got 9 minutes. 9 minutes till the closing bell here. A little selling coming in on the ES 62.54. NASDAQ got up to overnight VWAP at 22,739, and now is selling off just a bit. 22,723. Coming into the close. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. We survived MOC. Let you know if those numbers do change. Still buy side, Eddie.
Still holding that buy side 1 billion here, S&P's. Buy side NASDAQ about 600 million. Still holding.
Is there going to be a name for this trader house? Do you guys have a name for it?
You're gonna name it after a fowl or something?
Barron's,
Birds.
Buddy.
Aviary. Trading barn.
It's not my fucking house. it's my friend's house.
Oh,
there you go. There's the name of it.
Eric? I'm talking about Eric.
I have a house.
Yeah,
Eric's house.
Eric's house. Eric's. All right, we'll work on that. Chat, help us out. What should they name the house?
Yeah, give us a name. Give us a name. We need something.
Yeah, we could use some help here. Clearly,
we could call it Barton's Place.
Call it LVH.
They called you Barton. That was so good. Oh, I love that. Barton. All right, we got you guys see the countdown clock, lower right hand corner, upper left hand corner. See the hashtag power hour. Okay. asked you this morning and throughout the day. Hit us up. TopstepTV on X. Baron, I'm doing something right now. Let me work. So come on in. Hashtag Power Hour. Andrea, he's trying to get in the way. Andrea, please. How'd they do today, Baron?
Let me do my job.
Yeah, Baron.
All right, we got some good stuff today. Let's see. This one from Wildfire says, working on a new XFA after reading Biggest Loser wins, keeping losses small and letting winners run. Very nice. All right, got this one. Yama locked out day 1 of XFA, still tuned in. Bell to bell. Good job. Congratulations on your XFA.
Shout out to Bella Bellers.
All right, this one from Wolf of Prop, trying to pass 5 evals. Let's go. Very nice. All right. This one from AK Suave. We go again. Had a good day despite a few mess ups. Caught a long on gold during Asian session and a short on NQ during London session. Improving my defense and protecting my capital by trailing my PDLL and trailing stop manually. Defense is the best offense. Very nice. Got 2 more.
Ooh.
Odinoji says, who do you call this in Cicero, Topstep? It happens all the time. Coach Dakota, beautiful trade mate. Don't listen to the haters. They are still fans.
Go.
All
like
right,
that.
then here's your last one. Okay, from Memphis. Big NQ sells on Topstep. A600 on 4 accounts. 34K.
Wow.
1 account locked out of. Already secured payout of 20K. July starting strong. Very nice.
Look at that.
They got the hood Keanu Reeves on there.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what?
that's one on there.
Not real?
Very nice. Man, oh
That's
man.
hood
I
Keanu.
don't know. It's
Uh-huh.
nuts. All right,
touch his
that's it.
dog.
We're easing up a bit here. We've got buy side 600 million here. S&P, Nasdaq has gone sell side 55 million.
Ooh. Okay. Thank you, Eddie. Yes, it has.
Andre, you know what I was going to say before while I was trying to interrupt you?
No. No. Tell me.
You should know. You should know.
I know. Hit me. It's over 1,000.
It's part of your job. It's part of your job.
All right. Baron keeps the chat's noticing this. You are busting my chops today. Yes, click like,
Baron's being a bully.
click follow, click subscribe. Almost to 170,000 subscribers here on Topstep TV. We got Baron in the house. We got his student Jared in the house. We're gonna be roommates here not too long, living in Eric's house. Baron, Jared, Eric. Come up with a name for that. Trader house indeed. And here we go. Last 5 minutes. Last injection of liquidity. Seeing some selling here in the ES 6250. Look at the Nasdaq.
690 to 670.
Okay.
Sell side S&P 400 million. Sell side Nasdaq 1,100 million.
Oh, man.
Talk about a flip.
Come on down.
Yep. 500 lot downside in the ES on the bid 62.49 quarter 500 bid. Take a look at the Nasdaq ladder. Nothing really jumping off for the time being. We got Baron long, Jared short. How's the count working? Some offers and
I got stopped for break even on that one.
Yeah,
I see it on break even.
we missed our fill there. We needed that flash to, I think, fill us. Maybe we can still get it in the last 5 minutes. Let's see. See if we can extend down below this range and maybe grab some stops and get back up to point of control for like 30, 40 points. Let's see.
Okay.
Sony, are you having a good time with your daughter listening to the broadcast here?
Who's that?
Oh, Sony's daughter.
Oh,
Hanging out. They're learning how to trade.
Yep. Shout out to Sony and her daughter. As we come into the close here, we got 3.5 minutes,
really
3.5 minutes till the bell.
Silly Dorito we got going on here.
It's
So I did end up getting back in a short. We came right up to VWAP and we could not wick above it. I do have my stop at TP or at break even now, and it almost got me on that little sell off. But I'm gonna just hold my take profit, and if I get stopped at break even, that's okay. But we came right up to VWAP, couldn't break above it, and then what it looked like on Bookmap was once again same trade as last time. A lot of buying at this passive seller, and then we immediately rejected off of it. So it's pretty easy trade again.
I'm with CL Trader here. Dude said he didn't use break even. Baron, did you use break even there?
I did use break even on that one. And
what happened?
Yeah, the chat is
they're all over you. What was that? Just like
okay. I don't I don't like trading in the last 30 minutes of the day. We know this. So of course I'm going to take a break-even trade in the last 30 minutes of the day.
Fair enough. Look at this, man. Talking on both sides of his mouth. All right, we got about 2.5 minutes. I love you, Baron. 2.5 minutes into the close. Jaron, you are back in, my friend. What price?
I got in at 22,725, targeting 691.
691. All right, last trade. You got 720. You're short from 25. Nice trade.
From 725, yes.
Damn. All right, last trade 22,700. Let's see if we can go get those 691s to the downside. Dolby time. We're still flat.
We're flat. We're bidding 685s to 665s. And we get a flush to the bottom of this Dorito in the last minute, and then get a bid back up to point of control. Let's see.
All right, let's see if we can get these 691s. Here we
Down
go.
The wire. We're looking for 685s. I moved it down 5 points. I think we might get a deeper flush here, or some sort of flash move like we got last time.
Me and Dolby are on the same page. I like that.
How about that?
Join my Discord, Jaron. Join my Discord.
Here we go. 22,697. Barrett, they're coming after you. You got some selling. Sure they're coming after. Just got some selling here in the ES 62.49. Again, the above below price was 22,721. We could possibly get there. We're not too far from that. We're not too far from
You're right at the
downside.
I thought we would pop. I don't like the last 30 minutes of the day. Never like it.
I get it. It has its own personality, and if you don't spend every hour Monday through Friday streaming it.
200 lot downside NASDAQ. That was filled. 701 half bid 200 times. That was filled. Now we're trading 22,703. Saw that bid come in there. Take a look at the ES ladder. 45 seconds. Jaron, talk to me. We got size coming on the ES ladder. Now in the NASDAQ as well. Where do we get up?
Got 30 seconds.
I'm going to hold it. Do I have to close the position in 1 minute? Okay. I think it's about to run straight through my take profit. So
let's go get those 691s. All right, 693 just traded. You're working 691
We're buy
bid.
side here now, MOC.
Did it really?
200 million buy side S&P. 150 million NASDAQ buy side.
Did you get it, Jaron?
10 seconds.
I got it.
10 seconds. Hell yeah. Nice trade, Jared.
I'm pulling all these.
Yeah, pull it. Nice trade. Yeah, that's all she wrote. Jaron, that was an absolute pleasure. Do you mind coming on here a little bit more? We're going to have a little less Baron on here. No, I'm kidding. Absolutely. That was awesome. Great first appearance. Baron, as always, absolutely love you. Good stuff on that. Bring on your mentor. Bring on your students. Great stuff. See the young people learning, coming to take the crown here on Topstep TV. Dolby time. That tweet got us and blindsided us. With that being said, shout out to all the bell to bellers. Without you, this cannot happen. Click like, follow, subscribe one more time. Also, Jaron, Baron, Dolby time. Thank you so much. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Great stuff, guys.
Yes, sir. At the Buzzer. Coming up here in just a bit, but tomorrow, early, before we get here, maybe we can get here a little earlier. We do have that ADP non-farm employment. They're looking at 105,000. Prior, only 37,000. So that's going to be at 7:15 Central tomorrow. And let's see here. We do have a 9 o'clock total vehicle sales coming up. Also, the crude oil inventories. That'll be at 9:30. I think that's going to be it. Wow, that's it. Once again, let's just wait for the headlines. We're watching headlines and speakers tomorrow. Also, nothing here that I can tell, but I'm sure that they will be added as we go the overnight. But otherwise, looking in tomorrow's Wednesday, the 2nd already. We've doubled our days here in July. Coming up in opening call, we got Coach Jay Doom going to be here with us tomorrow for Fast Markets. We'll also get MP here with us. Coach Jay coming in for, we've got our API. Let's not forget about this one here. At 11 o'clock tomorrow, a Topstep X API session with Coach Robert, Andy, and Andre. All right, they're going to be talking and explaining the API session, explaining API. Coming into Lunchbox Trading, Coach Vince, Coach Hoop, JD. We do have want to remind everybody about tomorrow's going to be a special time tomorrow here with at 1 o'clock. We do have, let me get it here. I'll pop this up here. Tomorrow, we got Mindset Coach Robin Dane. Robin is back on Topstep TV, ready to take on more of your questions. If you've been struggling with your trading or looking for help, Robin is your go-to. Start brainstorming those questions now, and then be back here tomorrow, July 2nd, 1 p.m., Trading Psych with Robin Dane. And, the rest of the day after that here, we'll have Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, and Dolby. That's what we got kicking. Don't forget here, coming up next, we do have Power Hour, or At the Buzzer, Coach Paul and Coach Jay. They do this every Monday through Friday at 3:15. And after that, take a walk over to our Discord channel where Coach Hoop does his 4:30 segment, 4:30 Central, Coach Ray, 6 p.m., and Coach Vince at 7 p.m. And then if you stick around long enough, you make it back here to our YouTube channel. Coach Dakota will be doing slow markets. He does those Sunday through Thursdays at 7:30. And on the overnight, we've got Aaron Luce going to be taking over, or be taking the London Open for us. And we've got that at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And then after that, catch Deanna with our Euro trade. That's a Monday through Thursday at 3:30 Central Time. And that's what we've got here so far. And I just want to make sure that we'd like to thank you all for being with us here. So now it's your time. All right. We love that you spent time with us, but now it's your time. Take a little break here. You got about 10 minutes. Come back here for At the Buzzer. So remember, of course, orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy. Treat yourself with the same care you'd offer a friend. And remember, also, share your love because it doesn't cost a cent. So coming up next, At the Buzzer. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Good night.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
75-75 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting at 20 to 30 mile per hour range with gusts easily up and over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone in the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured in Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day,
every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right?
Getting better, everyone. All right, switch those up. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby.
Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right?
Come on.
But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double.
Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that.
There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. Can I do the left side double cork 1620? My heart's pounding out of my chest. I've never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good.
I can do this. I got this. I am this.
Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.